Kai inspected the fields where wheat had finally sprouted, satisfied that the island's soil could sustain their growing settlement and future harvests. Later, several girls gathered around him inside the house, presenting dishes they had prepared with care and pride for their young king. Among them, a silver-haired girl stepped forward, offering a handmade meal based on his earlier guidance, hoping to prove her improvement. Carefully, he tasted the food while the others watched closely. In the end, success felt undeniable as they stood before their sturdy castle, remembering the island's empty past. In his previous life, everything began within a hospital room where illness confined him and shaped the limits of his fragile childhood. Machines surrounded his bed as doctors observed quietly. Constant weakness isolated him from others, leaving him few friends except the peaceful garden world he built inside that game. Before his strength faded, he felt grateful to see his parents beside him. Even as unspoken regret lingered heavily, with failing breath, he wished for another chance at life as darkness swallowed his final moment. Under a foreign night sky, a newborn lay abandoned beside a quiet canal. Confusion filled his small mind as he struggled to move, realizing his body was no longer that of a dying patient. Panic rose when he understood he had become a helpless toddler, unable to survive alone in the cold streets. Before despair consumed him, a cloaked young man approached and gently reached out toward the crying child. Hearing unfamiliar words, he sensed rescue at last, as the stranger lifted him with unexpected kindness. Soft light filled the small bedroom as he lay beside another infant, slowly accepting that he had been reborn into a new body. Determination soon replaced confusion, and he decided to observe carefully and understand the rules of this unfamiliar world. Days passed with quiet study, tiny hands practicing strange letters while curiosity guided steady progress. The man who saved them adopted both children, granting names and shelter within the town. 2 years later he recognized magic existed here, proving this world differed completely from his past life. Rukia's sharp cry startled him, reminding him that careless actions would quickly reach their priest father through books. He learned this world was created by a god named Farley, served faithfully by their father. Further reading revealed 13 additional gods and blessed children who received holy seals, granting special abilities. The seal would only appear upon coming of age, determining whether one could inherit sacred duties. Secrets about divine names were restricted to high priests, deepening his curiosity about hidden power within this world. While bathing together, he quietly wished he could use magic like others, hiding lingering disappointment behind playful gestures. Memories surfaced of tears he once shed after learning he possessed no magical talent in this different world. Playful splashing soon replaced sadness, and laughter echoed as the siblings forgot earlier frustrations. Suddenly, urgency shattered the moment when news spread that a holy seal had appeared on Rukia's chest. Before he could process it, warmth flared across his own chest, revealing a radiant mark forming beneath his skin. Excitement filled the room as both children confirmed their holy seals, astonishing their priest father. Relief soon turned into pride when he embraced them tightly, grateful for what he believed was divine blessing. Curiosity lingered afterward, and Kai quietly questioned what his father truly meant by miracle. Years passed, yet despite repeated attempts, no reaction answered when he called upon the gods' names. At 10 years old, anxiety grew as he trained daily, wondering whether another god beyond the recorded 13 awaited him. Kai noticed Rukia had not tried one remaining divine name and suggested another attempt, despite her earlier failures. Though temple rules kept blessings secret until the ceremony, curiosity persuaded them to test only the known gods quietly. He called several names without response, carefully watching her expression for any change. When he spoke the name idea, a sudden presence stirred, and Rukia reacted, as if hearing a distant voice. Realization dawned that she had connected to a major deity, confirming her status without needing the hidden note. Curiosity pushed them to test her blessing further, and Kai agreed to let Rukia try her newly awakened ability on him. Power surged outward as she focused, surrounding him in radiant energy that revealed hidden truth before her eyes. With sudden clarity, she announced the god who had blessed him, naming Alamira without hesitation. Pride brightened her face while he masked unease, realizing that name had never appeared in the temple records. Concern lingered within him, determined to keep secrets of his previous life hidden from their foster father. Confidence returned as he realized he stood one step closer to becoming a true blessed person alongside his sister. Gratitude filled him toward their foster father, and he vowed to become someone worthy of that rescue and kindness. Determination surged when he finally called upon the power granted by Alamira. Suddenly, an endless plain unfolded before him, responding to his will as though the land rested in his palm. A strange message appeared, naming it Tenohira village and declaring this empty wasteland his domain to cultivate. He examined the empty land within his newfound ability, realizing it functioned as a miniature garden that would grow once certain conditions were fulfilled. With firm resolve, he raised his arms and began cultivating the barren field alone. A wooden pole hits stone as Kai runs past market stalls, net over his shoulder, leaving the village with purpose in his stride. Inside his room, he activates Tenohira village, confirming his resolve before stepping outside to begin. Most of his savings are exchanged for a rare Spear King harvest seed, marking his first investment. On empty land granted by God Almeria, Kai tills the soil, determined to build his own world. Seeds enter the earth, and he waits for the blessing to awaken. Once activated, the ability sends Kai into the Palm Village whenever he steps beyond the fence. He gathers materials nearby, but realizes surrounding forest resources alone will never sustain growth. Ideas expand as he considers wild grass, flowers, trees, and better soil. Quarry stone and lumber become necessary for shaping a proper settlement. Knowledge of seeds and customization deepens, while crops grow several times faster than usual. Limits appear, restricting how long he remains inside each day, though a helper briefly joins him. After several days, planted trees rise beyond the fence, proving steady progress. Kai notices the field's strange condition and studies the spreading trees, questioning whether outside changes are affecting the village's growth. Shock overtakes him when he finds the farmland completely ruined, crops flattened, and lifeless across the cleared ground. Kneeling among damaged potatoes and seedlings, he examines the soil and considers possible causes behind the sudden failure. Looking up, realization strikes as he observes the empty sky and blazing sun. Understanding that no rain exists in this world, determination replaces confusion, and he decides to create rain himself to restore the land. Kai sets fire to gathered brush, sending thick smoke into the empty sky in hopes of forcing change. Uncertain of the method, yet lacking alternatives, he continues feeding the flames, believing rising smoke might call rain. Arms spread wide, he looks upward and waits, silently wishing the dry heavens would respond. Suddenly, heavy rain pours down across the field, drenching him and soaking the ruined farmland. Exhausted but satisfied, Kai returns indoors. Convinced the rain problem has finally been resolved, Kai realizes the village still holds greater potential and considers digging canals to form a river, aiming to expand development further. After a year of steady cultivation, the once barren field becomes fertile, and crops grow thick around him. During the first harvest, he pulls massive vegetables from the soil, overwhelmed by the scale of success. A mysterious voice announces completion of the harvest, raising the village level and ranking the land as reclaimed. The fence suddenly spreads outward, and Kai senses the unseen presence once again. A board announces the village's level increase, and Kai celebrates as new goals appear for further growth. Using fresh harvest, he grills potatoes over open fire, satisfied with the steady progress of his land. Suddenly, an unfamiliar elf girl appears before him, accepting food with bright curiosity while he watches in shock. She introduces herself as Enel, and explains that she manages and supports the world he created. With calm confidence, Enel promises to enjoy food brought from outside, marking the beginning of their partnership. Enel presents special seeds as a reward for reaching level 1, explaining they can be planted in the outside world to create something new. Soon after, primitive villagers appear within the expanding land, forming the beginning of a true settlement. Kai welcomes them while learning that Enel remains unseen, treated as a hidden support of this world. Concerned about growth, he asks how to increase population and understands that stable food supplies are essential. Determined, Kai decides to cultivate useful hemp for clothing, oil, and sustainable living. Kai gathers river shrimp and small fish, expanding food supplies beyond potatoes and beans to strengthen village stability. With Enel's support, cultivation advances rapidly, villagers increase, tools improve, and a year passes as steady growth transforms the settlement. At 12 years old, Kai attends the formal blessing ceremony, watching Ruchan stand proudly before the grand structure. During the ritual, he confirms the power activates when he properly calls its name, preparing for greater responsibility. As apprenticeship discussions begin, Kai steps forward with quiet resolve, determined to guide both village and future. During the blessing ceremony, Kai removes the holy cloth that concealed his seal for years and presents himself before the priest. As the mark on his chest is revealed, the priest's expression shifts, and unease spreads through the chamber. Dark-robed figures appear, identifying the seal as proof of an evil god's influence. Shock freezes Kai in place while accusations echo around him. Before he can react, guards seize his arms and restrain him, turning the ritual into an arrest. After being condemned, Kai is thrown into a ship's hold and struck down, the vessel departing without ceremony, bound and shaken by the waves. He questions whether he will be executed, unable to say farewell to his family. Days later, guards drag him onto the deck and release him near an isolated shore beneath towering mountains. The ship sails away, leaving him alone beside a broken pier and endless forest. Standing on the empty dock, Kai realizes he has been completely abandoned. Before him lay a remote island, marking the beginning of exile. Kai stands on the unfamiliar shore, realizing this deserted beach is now his reality. Exploring the coastline and forest edge, he confirms there are no signs of human life. Suddenly, a massive beast lunges from behind, striking him down before he can react. After narrowly surviving through his blessing, he collapses while Enel rushes to support him, regaining breath. Kai understands his power has limits, making survival on this island far more dangerous. Kai learns he can remain inside the village only 3 hours daily, leaving him exposed the rest of the time. Discussing survival with Enel, he realizes iron tools are his only advantage against threats in this isolated land. Understanding the world lacks outside knowledge, he accepts that surviving here means constant struggle. Encouraged by Enel's confidence in his blessing, Kai grips his iron hoe with renewed resolve. Determination hardens within him as he prepares to fight for survival, despite being branded evil. A monstrous boar charges from the forest, forcing Kai to defend himself with his iron hoe. Before the beast can strike, a powerful blow from another figure interrupts the attack. A horned girl appears near a massive tree, reaching toward Kai and pulling him out of danger. The creature crashes against the unseen boundary, unable to approach the tree's protected area. Realizing the monster cannot cross that limit, Kai understands the island hides both threats and unexpected allies. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kai worries about his family but forces himself to focus on immediate survival. Standing beneath the massive tree, he resolves to live on the island, even if returning home seems impossible. As night approaches, exhaustion overtakes him, and cold tremors shake his body on the bare ground. Shivering violently, he realizes his determination alone will not protect him from the harsh environment. Noticing his condition, Enel brings water and urges him to build shelter before the night deepens. Enel explains that, with limited technology, only simple materials like wood, hemp rope, and bark can form a basic village house. Using stone tools and gathered logs, Kai prepares rope, branches, and stripped timber to assemble a small shelter. After deciding the size, he confirms materials can be drawn from the village. Satisfied with the raised level's benefits, facing the island's hard ground, he digs a foundation quickly, aware his available time is short. Carefully, Kai binds beams, raises supports, and shapes the frame. Building his first shelter alone, Kai finishes shaping the hut, adding a hearth and small gaps for light, despite limited materials. While inspecting the area, he notices the horned girl from earlier watching him silently from behind a tree attempting to approach. He calls out, but she retreats deeper into the forest. As night falls, he completes the shelter roof with branches and cloth, barely standing from exhaustion. Inside, he rests on a simple leaf bed, relieved that the village materials repel insects and grant brief comfort. Morning light filters through the leaf roof as Kai rests peacefully inside his completed hut. After waking, he steps outside and senses the island feels different from before. Sharing breakfast with Enel, he observes that the village has grown, fields expanding, and harvest becoming stable. While planning the day, he admits relying only on the ability is risky if it suddenly fails. Encouraged by Enel's advice, Kai decides to search the island for new resources to strengthen his future. Encouraged by Enel's optimism, Kai regains confidence and decides to search the island for better food. To reduce risk, he sets a simple trap near his hut and continues exploring the surrounding area. Soon, he discovers fresh oranges placed carefully on cloth, suggesting another presence nearby. Suspecting the horned girl may have left them, he cautiously approaches the forest edge, grateful for the unexpected gift. Kai declares his resolve to survive on the island. While fleeing into the woods, the boy panics as a monstrous beast charges toward him. The horned girl, blamed and rejected, collapses to the ground, overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. Later, the boy receives unfamiliar fruit and wonders if it's safe or possibly dangerous. He brings the fruit to his friends, unsure of its taste or possible side effects. They sample the fruit together, discovering its deep, bittersweet flavor might benefit the entire village. They discussed planting the fruit, realizing the village's fast time flow would support growth. The boy split duties, assigning one part to Enel while he farmed this island. Several days later, he checked the fields, preparing to plant the remaining potato seeds. Noticing nightly fruit deliveries, he finally caught the mysterious girl and thanked her sincerely. While eating, he spotted a lurking beast, prompting talk of introducing weapons for defense. He proposed replicating weapons as tools, but she reminded him this world lacks enemies. She jokingly suggested unleashing island monsters in the village, but he worried about total collapse. They agreed weak weapons were pointless. Meanwhile, villagers nearby discussed farming efforts and called Kai. She confronted him for forgetting something important, holding up a mysterious object he didn't recognize. It was a seed of creation, something powerful she now insisted must be planted immediately. He planted the seed with a wish, praying it could change their dire situation. He reflected on his father's role but accepted he couldn't rely on rescue. Despite imagining possibilities, he tempered expectations, knowing reality rarely aligned with hope or memory. Planning a backup escape, he kept working while the horned girl silently watched him nearby. The next morning, he awoke feverish and weak, immediately sensing something was seriously wrong. He realized it wasn't endemic, but a cold. His immunity was his only hope. As he lay sick, he compared the discomfort to his previous life's familiar frailty. Curled up alone in his wooden shelter, he shivered under the weight of sickness. Dark tendrils of cold and weakness surrounded him, intensifying his isolation and sense of vulnerability. The night passed slowly as he remained unconscious, wrapped in silence beneath the moonlight sky. The horned girl found him unconscious, wondering if he was truly about to die. Desperate to help, she embraced him tightly, hoping her warmth might revive his body. She held him close through the night, startled yet determined not to let him go. His fading mind registered the warmth, a sharp contrast to the cold invading his body. They remained wrapped together under the blanket, her body shielding him through the long cold night. They woke up together, relieved he survived. She quietly expressed how glad she truly was. He thanked her while confused by feverish memories. She nervously asked if he feared her. She compared herself to a feared devil, wondering if her appearance frightened others like him. He reassured her with a smile, calling her cute, which caught her completely off guard. As she moved closer, he panicked from embarrassment, overwhelmed by their cultural and emotional differences. She revealed she'd always lived alone on the island, born during the blessing rituals. Previous children had feared her, some were attacked, others weakened, leaving her blamed and abandoned. Haunted by past failures, she believed isolation was deserved, unable to protect or help anyone. He reminded her she saved him, cared for him, and was never truly alone. Extending his hand warmly, he introduced himself as Kai and asked to be friends again. With a soft voice, she accepted his hand and introduced herself as Abyss. Smiling sincerely, Abyss greeted Kai properly for the first time, calling him her master. Though surprised by the title, Kai accepted. Abyss firmly declared, "Kai is my master." Yuta slowly woke up in the tent, yawning as morning sunlight peeked through the fabric. Abyss jumped into his bed without hesitation, offering a mechanical good morning while clinging tightly. Concerned for Yuta's health, Abyss asked questions, relieved to hear he slept comfortably through the night. Despite her odd behavior, Yuta accepted Abyss. That day marked the beginning of their life together. Now working as a team, Abyss handled watering while Yuta reinforced the hut and fields. Abyss found a strange sprout. Yuta worried about their limited food, still potatoes and beans. He explained it was a mysterious seed. Abyss hoped for meat, imagining odd possibilities instead. Days passed. The bud swelled unnaturally, growing rapidly while no one knew what it contained. Eventually, a creature with closed eyes and cat-like features emerged silently from the soft soil. Shocked, both screamed as realization hit. What grew wasn't food but a living, breathing child instead. Abyss suggested harvesting the creature. Yuta panicked, refusing to eat anything resembling a living being. Despite doubts, they agreed to dig. Abyss grew skeptical. Was it just a giant head? Yuta gently lifted it. The creature was smaller than expected, but clearly more than food. As he stared into its face, the creature opened its eyes, startling them both instantly. To their amazement, it stood upright, waving cheerfully. They questioned reality and the fruit's origin. Yuta wondered if the child was tied to his ability. It reacted instinctively. Warrior. Though doubtful of its strength, Yuta handed it a hoe to try helping reclaim land. To their shock, the tiny creature effortlessly wielded the heavy iron hoe with immense force. It created clean furrows in seconds. Abyss and Yuta realized they'd gained unexpected agricultural power. Later, Yuta learned it was likely a labor force entity. Tough, obedient, perfect for cultivation. Abyss offered to hunt monsters for food. Yuta stopped her, warning of nearby dangers. He appreciated her care but felt uneasy relying entirely on Abyss for survival and safety. Determined, Yuta asked Abyss to teach him monster hunting techniques she had used to survive. Abyss hesitated, then agreed. Yuta promised to retreat if needed, with the warrior accompanying them. Prepared for exploration, the trio set out cautiously. Yuta vowed to follow instructions and learn while exploring. Abyss warned Yuta about poisonous plants and dark areas filled with danger. Yuta noticed unfamiliar plants, different from those near Lapelda Kingdom. Abyss stayed alert nearby. Abyss swiftly gathered materials. Yuta admired her, skilled, confident, but sometimes reckless with dangerous ingredients. Yuta saw no monsters. Abyss explained monsters avoid him unless provoked, because he seems edible. Yuta nervously confirmed her words. Abyss and the warrior agreed. Yes, he apparently looks quite delicious. Just as Yuta prepared to leave, Warrior Kun sensed danger and jumped in alarm. A massive snake emerged suddenly. Abyss noticed it first and shouted to protect her master. Back at the village, Yuta returned shaken. The villagers welcomed him and examined his harvest. Yuta laughed off the encounter, but deep inside, guilt and fear stirred uncontrollably. Realizing he'd fled, Yuta ran back alone. Determined to protect Abyss no matter the cost, Yuta returned quickly but saw no monsters. Desperately, he called out for Abyss. To his relief, Abyss appeared unharmed. She calmly reassured him the threat had passed. Yuta apologized for fleeing. Abyss hugged him tightly, declaring everything ends if her master dies. Ashamed, Yuta reflected on his escape. Though safe, he regretted abandoning Abyss in danger. Determined to protect her better, he resolved to find safer, smarter ways to gather resources. Yuta concluded their only solution was strengthening Warrior Kun as their reliable frontline defense. To protect everyone and explore safely, he needed better tools and stronger fighting power. Suddenly, a massive beast burst from underground. Yuta fell as Abyss pulled him back. A towering bird monster appeared. Yuta stared in disbelief, realizing they were completely outmatched. Abyss ordered Yuta to flee, but he stood firm, determined to protect her this time. Yuta faced the monstrous bird head-on, shielding Abyss as it screamed and lunged to attack. A massive bird-like monster landed before them. The villagers froze while Abyss yelled for retreat. The monster suddenly lunged forward, swinging its talons. The protagonist barely dodged while protecting Abyss. The beast recoiled in frustration after missing. It glared down, wings flaring with rising aggression. They observed the creature's behavior carefully. It showed no strategy, only instinctual hostility and raw strength. Realizing a plan was needed, he shouted for Abyss and sprinted toward the nearest tree. With no path left to escape, the protagonist gripped his axe and prepared himself. He issued orders to Warrior Kun, targeting the monster's legs to hinder its mobility immediately. Despite danger, Warrior Kun charged directly, landing strikes on the creature's feet with surprising speed and force. The boy defended Abyss, reassuring the others while staying between the monster's claws and their escape. They executed the plan, stall the monster briefly, then retreat together once Abyss reached safety. While a villager roasted yams, the boy sprinted in, urgently calling for support fire. He presented a bag of yams and tools, requesting them to craft pointed wooden spears. Holding a lit torch, he explained the materials were needed for immediate monster extermination duties. He thanked the elf, confident in his plan. Armed with fire, he departed the village. The villagers quickly assisted, delivering supplies. He dashed toward the monster's location, ready to engage again. Charging forward, the boy slammed his torch into the monster's feathers, scorching it mid-swoop. He received another flaming spear, dodged claws, then launched it straight toward the monster's legs. Warrior Kun climbed from behind as the boy called the next strike, keeping the enemy distracted. Fueled by teamwork and gratitude, he vowed never to fight alone again. The assault continued. With renewed resolve, he struck a fourth time, aiming directly at the monster's burning weak spot. The monster launched into the air, claws extended. The boy braced for another sudden strike. Flames ignited its feathers, causing the beast to thrash violently. Screeching in pain mid-flight, the boy celebrated the hit as Warrior Kun returned. Their combined efforts finally gained ground. Abyss hadn't fled. She watched silently, surprised by their stand against the powerful magical creature. Despite the burn, the monster still roared. They decided to escape before it recovered fully. The scorched monster loomed nearby. Abyss blamed herself for endangering the master during the encounter. As power surged behind her, Abyss turned away and quietly asked not to be hated. Radiating magic, Abyss floated midair. With unwavering resolve, she prepared her final devastating attack. A massive lightning blast erupted from her hand, striking the monster's face with overwhelming force. With smoke rising from its wounds, the monster collapsed. Abyss stood calmly as silence returned. After the battle, they learned Abyss possessed inherited magical power, an ancient legacy called Wizard. The boy excitedly declared Abyss a wizard, but she humbly denied the title outright. Unsure of herself, Abyss asked Kai not to hate her despite her unknown origin. Kai responded gently, accepting her unconditionally and asking her to remain by his side. They discovered Abyss was a magical battle doll, modeled after a powerful wizard long ago. Abyss quietly revealed her true name, Replicant Abyss, a designation tied to her constructed origin. She explained her body was human-like but unnaturally built to survive with infinite magical life. Though created over 1,000 years ago, she awakened just 58 years in the past. Kai calmly deduced her appearance, abilities, and behavior matched remnants from ancient magical civilization technologies. Ashamed, Abyss admitted she wasn't human, believing her horned form resembled a demonic being. Kai gently held Abyss's hands, thanking her sincerely for trusting him with her true identity. He called her beautiful, vowing to protect her as the one who saved his life. Kai saw Abyss's presence as a blessing, joyfully calling her an amazing reward from fate. Abyss admitted her fear of solitude, confessing she didn't know how to live alone. Tearfully smiling, she chose Kai as her master, resolving to live together from now on. He learns Abyss is a battle doll, unable to live freely or make personal choices. Remembering his past, he wonders if it's too late to offer her another path. Abyss kneels, asking to be his master, seeking acceptance and purpose through his guidance. Embracing her, he realizes his former life values now shape his decisions in this world. Thanks to past knowledge, he understands Abyss and avoids pushing her away out of fear. He boldly declares Abyss is his, believing she'll discover purpose through experience and learning. They agree to live together peacefully until Abyss finds her path, forming a lasting bond. Reflecting privately, he wonders if he sounded too confident when making his emotional declaration. Abyss defeats the giant bird with magic. The group discusses bringing it to village. The red-hooded child slumps over. The boy panics, thinking the warrior spirit has died. They decide to ask Enel for help. He hurries through the portal carrying monster parts. A mysterious hand appears with fanfare. Something surprising is about to be announced or rewarded. Enel congratulates him. The bird marks their 5th milestone, unlocking village upgrades and crafting options. The village reaches level 5, unlocking the guest system and confirming major growth progress. Enel explains how newcomers can now enter. The warrior's condition causes momentary panic again. They decide to celebrate the level up. The boy prepares to explain everything to Abyss. Abyss learns the warrior can recover. She softens, relieved by the good news at last. They discuss blessings and gods. Abyss reveals ancient knowledge. Blessings vanished over 1,000 years ago. With his power upgraded, the boy happily invites Abyss to visit the growing village. Abyss excitedly agrees. They hold hands and teleport together, beginning her first journey beyond confinement. They arrive. Abyss quietly observes Tenoria village, struck by its peaceful scenery and humble structures. Sensing immense magic, Abyss trembles. She realizes something profound. Her master's essence lingers strongly in this place. Kai panics as Abyss collapses. Enel explains this world doesn't welcome everyone equally, including her. Kai stays beside unconscious Abyss, worried. Everyone quietly hopes she can recover from magical shock. Abyss suddenly awakens and stands. Magic pulses through her as Kai catches her by reflex. She explains her movements rely entirely on magic, and this world lacks what sustains her. Abyss clarifies she's not dead, just magic-reliant. Kai reflects, wondering about her condition's strange technical nature. Realizing something new, Kai shouts in awe, possibly struck by inspiration or discovery related to Abyss. Kai celebrates joyfully. He finally gets a proper cooked meat dish after many simple meals. He eats the monster meat with delight, praising its seawater salt seasoning and Enel's skills. Kai offers Abyss some, but she chooses to watch, touched by his genuine enjoyment. 3 months pass. The peaceful campfire marks time's passage as life quietly continues on the island. Abyss senses danger, unleashing magic to protect Kai. He confirms he's unharmed, trusting her strength completely. Abyss analyzes the island's layout, revealing its gourd shape and location of the great tree. She recalls seeing strange green fruit. The group locates an unusual tree and observes carefully. Kai identifies the tree as olive. He suggests planting it to improve their oil supply. Tangerines and bananas are now cultivated. Banana leaves prove useful for cooking and waterproof roofing. Kai suspects the fruits are ancient imports. He plans to replicate an ocean using resources. Kai explains his dream of escaping someday, hoping to build boats and evolve the village. He wishes to inform his family he's alive, though surveillance makes returning home difficult. Kai mentions his father and sister. Abyss quietly listens as he includes her without hesitation. Kai declares Abyss is family too. She softly repeats the word, touched by his recognition. Overwhelmed by emotion, Abyss hugs Kai tightly. He panics, sensing the gap between civilizations remains vast. Kai returns home to a warm welcome from energetic red-hooded villagers cheering in unison. He reports new seeds and village growth. One seed becomes a dwarf warrior-type creature. Kai reflects on progress and limitations, realizing a seaworthy ship requires iron and preparation. Though grateful for current help, Kai admits needing more hands and plans to consult Enel. With a cunning smile, Kai requests more seeds, insisting they find a way to help. While eating, the village manager explains her priorities, supporting livestock development for long-term sustainability. She considers horses or cows ideal for work. Kai agrees but wishes for tame species. Kai wonders about northern creatures. He decides to explore and investigate possibilities for domestication. After confirming safety, he declares his plan to visit the northern island and prepare. The team raises their hands together. Their next mission begins, finding livestock candidates for farming. They cross the island's center, leading a group to scout a potential northern base location. The girl expressed joy traveling with him, her mood light despite the island's many dangers. They studied the map and discussed how magical interference affected monster behavior on the north side. Despite reduced threats, relocating would remove natural defenses. He realized moving north wouldn't be easy. In open plains, they spotted wild buffalo, valuable livestock, but taming them could risk their safety. Abyss tried casting magic despite feeling sick. They hoped stunning one beast would be enough. She struck the buffalo with lightning, but they feared the impact may have been lethal. The group approached cautiously, but surrounding buffalo grew hostile, preparing to charge without hesitation. One buffalo lunged at them fiercely, forcing Abyss to shield the boy from its attack. While ordering the boy to retreat, Abyss fired spells rapidly, trying to disable the whole herd. Abyss struggled to control her magic as the buffalo's pressure kept building around her. Mid-air, she cast Double Blaze to knock back several charging buffalo with explosive magical force. Despite her attacks, the herd rushed again. She staggered, overwhelmed, as he shouted in concern. Grabbing Abyss's hand, he invoked mysterious power, forming a magical contract directly with the buffalo. He explained she's absorbing wild magic through breathing. If she holds it, she'll stay stable. After the intense standoff, Abyss recovered her breath while the group confirmed their survival together. They inspected stunned buffalo. He decided to carry one back, excited it had survived unharmed. With the quest fulfilled, they received praise and livestock, 1 male, 4 females, for sustainable village farming. Planning future growth, he envisioned expanding ranching for meat, leather, and dairy across the whole settlement. As spring arrived, he reflected on his progress through harsh seasons since arriving on the island. During harvest, the team worked tirelessly gathering resources, expressing gratitude for the season's abundant yield. As the weather turned colder, preparations began. Magic and warmth defended against worsening seasonal threats. Winter arrived harshly, Despite the snow, they continued construction and daily life inside their sturdy homes. Returning home from work, he was greeted warmly by Abyss, now dressed in winter clothing. Wearing fur garments made from tanned monster hide, he praised its superior warmth over hemp. He explained how he learned to tan skins. Together, they shared warmth inside the lodge. With warrior support, construction finished quickly. He admired the ceiling, grateful for teamwork and strong shelter. Despite thick furs, the cold worsened. He worried whether they'd survive the harsh island winter. Sensing his fear, Abyss sat closer, offering quiet support as he clutched the warm cup. They shared gratitude. Despite the cold, both felt safe knowing they had each other now. Exhausted but content, the two rested beside each other, surrounded by warmth and trusted companions. The village prospered peacefully. People cooked, chatted, and lived simply beneath the clear winter sky. A new group approached the village, bringing goods and livestock, strengthening their growing settlement community. He reflected on one year past, filled with challenges, growth, and seasons both harsh and kind. A sudden glow surrounded him. He leveled up, marking his progress as village leader completed. Reaching level 10, he received a wooden stake and new features for village expansion. She explained the stake enables directional travel, allowing permanent exits from village barriers when placed. He marveled at the potential, calling it a warp point linking distant locations, even across oceans. He planted the stake in fertile soil, hoping for results. Farming now felt personally fulfilling. Days later, animal ears sprouted from the earth. They stared in confusion, unsure what emerged. They examined the sprouting object cautiously. Abyss chose to harvest it without hesitation or fear. From the soil burst a girl with fox ears, shocking them with her sudden appearance. She proudly declared herself a powerful fire wizard, introducing herself with an energetic, flashy pose. The group reacted in stunned silence, overwhelmed by her eccentric behavior and unexpected magical announcement. A powerful fox-eared girl appears from the sky, gifted through a high-level magical reward. Curious and energetic, she asks for a cute name, surprising everyone with her boldness. Kai reflects on naming customs, recalling how people once misunderstood his name's pronunciation in this world. Kai names her Ren, formally introducing himself and Abyss, forming a new bonded group dynamic. With joy and excitement, Ren hugs them tightly, officially beginning their shared life together anew. A terrifying magical beast appears, but Ren calmly steps forward and claims the battle as hers. With focused precision, Ren channels intense fire magic through her fingers, preparing a devastating fiery spell. Ren unleashes a powerful vortex of flames, stunning her allies and vaporizing the enemy instantly. Kai and Abyss are stunned by the aftermath, unsure if what they saw was true magic. They realize Ren's magic doesn't use local mana, suggesting her power defies the world's natural laws. With Ren and Abyss protecting the area, monster threats were cleared, restoring peace to Tenohira. Kai honors the hunted beast, while villagers celebrate new seafood as the sea finally appears. Lacking ships, they can only fish near shore. Kai instructs Enel to prepare building materials. Determined to leave, Kai oversees raft construction and announces their plan to move forward. Kai declares his intent to explore the world, hoping to share it with Abyss. The raft is finally completed. Everyone gathers with excitement as Kai prepares to depart the island. Using ancient knowledge, Kai draws a map, hoping to reach distant land to the southwest. With rations prepared and backup plans in place, they accept uncertainty and prepare for departure. Before departure, Abyss senses something strange. She walks away silently, prompting Kai to follow her. Looking out from the cliffside, Abyss spots a mysterious ship approaching, shocking Kai completely. Kai identifies the ship approaching as a carrack, recognizing its symbol as belonging to the temple. He suspects it's not rescue but something ominous, quickly hiding their raft and observing cautiously. Abyss worries about his departure, but Kai remains silent, thinking about what decision he should make. Kai reassures her gently, deciding to go investigate alone, while Abyss and Ren remain hidden. Cautiously watching from the trees, Kai spots movement on the dock. Someone unknown is arriving ashore. A cloaked figure brings a young girl ashore, placing magical restraints on her confused body. Kai watches in shock, urging his allies to stay hidden while observing the mysterious new arrival. As the ship departs, the girl awakens alone on the pier, frightened and disoriented. Kai greets her gently, offering comfort while preparing to explain the situation and gain her trust. The girl, Kaede, cries quietly. Kai tells her she'll temporarily live safely on the island. Kaede realizes she can't return home, Kai tries answering but slips and falls clumsily instead. Wet and embarrassed, Kai admits returning is impossible now, but promises to help her eventually. Ren bursts in furiously, threatening Kaide's doll. Kai stops her, demanding she stand down immediately. With the temple discarding children, Kai suspends their escape plan and asks Ren about her intentions. Kai declares he'll rescue all abandoned children. Abyss, smiling, knew he'd never abandon the helpless. Kaide mentions her hometown, Godiai, leaving Kai confused about the country's location and political background. Kai explains the temple's global influence and proposes Kaide finish her halted blessing ceremony on island. Kaide admits she received power from an evil god, uncertain if that's truly acceptable here. Kai reassures her it's her choice. Blessings depend on the user, not religious interpretations or fear. A hut reveals a dwarf. Kai confirms he's part of Kaide's blessing, likely summoned for protection. Kai proposes reclaiming an abandoned field. Kaide wonders if he ever feels lonely working alone. Abyss explains Kai has family he misses. Though hopeful, he hides his pain behind hard work. Silently watching, Kaide whispers for her parents, realizing she too is waiting deep inside. Kaide performs a rare blessing ceremony speaking the god's name. As Kai watches in approval, she asks excitedly to test her new power. Kai smiles warmly and grants his permission. Kaide activates her divine power, temporary life, casting a bright glow toward the stuffed creatures. The stuffed bunny and cat unexpectedly move and speak, surprising everyone with their sudden animation and concern. Kaide explains her blessing differs from others. The animated dolls now act independently and communicate clearly. Recognizing her usefulness, the leader praises Kaide. She confidently promises to assist with daily settlement duties. 3 months pass peacefully. Kaide adapts to island life, growing closer to everyone through shared efforts. Time passed peacefully as the group bonded over meals, laughter, and shared island responsibilities together. Kaide stayed behind with Ren, guarding the home while others prepared for a risky journey. Abyss and the protagonist departed on a wooden raft, venturing toward an unknown coastal city together. With Abyss's GPS magic, the group sails across open seas, escaping the remote island. Kaide, exhausted, stays behind. The others press forward, trusting their decision and the map's guidance. Arguments erupt as the raft can't hold everyone. Kaide is assigned to guard the village. Ren is reluctantly chosen to remain. Abyss is essential for navigation, leaving no other option. Back on land, Ren helps Kaide with chores, settling into peaceful daily life without complaint. Despite the food reserves left behind, Ren wonders if all this work is necessary now. Kaide reminds her that emergencies require preparation, and independence from other villages must be maintained. Kaide assigns roles efficiently, organizing the helpers while Ren reluctantly joins the water-drawing team. Bored and disheartened, Ren reflects on her dreams of fun that never came true. Even while frustrated, Ren accepts her duty to protect the island and support everyone remaining behind. While doing chores, Ren quietly wonders when their lord will return to the island again. A sudden sound from above catches Ren's attention. Her ears twitch, sensing something unusual nearby. Kaide traps a suspicious creature. It collapses, confirming her theory that it couldn't move properly. She recalls rumors about dangerous beasts once living here. Some may have survived unnoticed in hiding. Kaide investigates the rocky area cautiously. Despite claims of safety, something unsettling stirs in the cliffs. Kaide senses a presence. Her eyes widen in fear as she freezes, clutching the plush. A monstrous bird descends suddenly. Kaide hugs the plush tightly, bracing herself for an attack. From the raft, Abyss hears Kaide's distant scream and immediately activates wind magic toward the island. Thanks to Abyss's wind spell, the group escapes the current. She uses support magic creatively. Lucas admits Ren's superior combat strength. Despite appearances, he knows her value exceeds even his own. Ren arrives in time, striking the beast mid-air with explosive force before it harms Kaide. With precise spells and swift strikes, Ren eliminates the threat, her instincts honed from survival. Ren proudly introduces herself as Kaide's protector. Kaide sits safely, overwhelmed but relieved by her rescue. Kaide bursts into tears. Ren comforts her, promising to always stay close and keep her safe. Carried on Ren's back, Kaide apologizes, regretting she hadn't worked harder to protect herself before. As they return home, Kaide quietly wonders if their brother will ever come back again. The thought of never seeing him again shakes Kaide, awakening fear she can't ignore. Tears overwhelm Ren. She doesn't want to imagine being left behind forever and feeling forgotten. Kaide realizes her words hurt Ren, She apologizes, regretful, and unsure how to comfort her. Kaede embraces her. She reassures Ren gently, he will return, and everything will be all right soon. Together under the evening sky, Kaede and Ren promise to wait for their brother's return. Later that night, strange rustling wakes Kaede and Ren. Something moves outside their quiet shelter. Kaede peeks outside cautiously and sees warrior Kun figures gathering silently in the moonlit forest. Relieved, the girls find the creatures harmless, happily burrowing around under the glowing twin moons. Ren explains they're multiplying naturally. Kaede watches curiously, still unsure if it's magic or a ritual. Days later, more warrior Kun appear. Ren explains they multiplied using seeds granted by their lord. With their growing numbers, Ren claims she feels less lonely, though struggles to admit it clearly. Kaede embraces a warrior Kun, promising their brother they'll all wait for his safe return together. A distant island appears. Lucas and the group finally spot land after a long sea journey. Though aching from travel, Lucas confirms their course was accurate using Abyss's topographical map assistance. Lucas realizes teleporting mid-voyage is unsafe, so he decides to dock the raft temporarily. They land ashore. Lucas asks Abyss to locate a river nearby, hoping to find civilization. Abyss estimates a 3-day walk. Lucas insists they hurry. Cade and others are waiting back home. Lucas encourages the group to pick up the pace. Everyone agrees and continues trekking inland together. To conceal Abyss's horns, the protagonist gives her a hood before entering the village. Abyss models the hooded outfit confidently. The protagonist praises her appearance before starting their ox cart journey. They travel peacefully across the countryside in a wooden cart pulled by 2 strong buffaloes. Abyss detects voices nearby. They consider approaching the strangers to learn more about the local area. While investigating, they witness a bound girl fleeing captors. She falls while trying to escape. The slavers recapture the fleeing girl and mock her resistance, showing no intention of mercy. One thug grabs her hair angrily. Another warns him not to damage their merchandise before sale. Hiding nearby, the duo debates intervention. Seeing the girl's condition, the protagonist urges Abyss to act. Abyss attacks with lightning magic, shocking one slaver instantly. The others freeze in fear and confusion. As Abyss continues casting, enemies collapse. The girl stares in awe, shocked by the sudden rescue. The rescued girl questions the magic. Kai apologizes, sensing tension and offering reassurance to her. Kai introduces himself as a merchant, explaining the magic was cast by his escort Abyss. The girl introduces herself as Sarah Bianchi, revealing nothing beyond what's visible in her appearance. Sarah hints merchants expect repayment. Kai's vague response leaves her unsure whether he wants compensation. Kai requests local guidance in return. Sarah agrees to help, intrigued by his casual generosity. Sarah hesitates upon hearing Scorpa. She considers the risk of returning to the town again. She reflects on her narrow escape, questioning whether it's safe to act as guide. Despite concerns, Sarah accepts. Her conscience won't allow her to reject the merchant's polite request. Sarah admits she's been fleeing alone but has unfinished business, calling their meeting a twist of fate. Requesting a scarf, Sarah hides her collar. Kai suspects it may reveal something about her past. Kai investigates their attackers' gear. Sarah identifies them as hired thugs from a trading company. Surprised by rare equipment, Kai decides to bring everything back to Tenohira for closer examination. He ties the men to trees, ensuring they can't pursue the group right away. While traveling again, Sarah explains the region's instability due to empire shifts and port town mercenary issues. They finally arrive at Scorpa, a busy port town. Kai asks Sarah about her next move. Kai treats the group to a warm meal, excited to eat town food again. Enjoying the taste, Kai celebrates returning to civilization. Sarah and Abyss quietly watch his reaction. As they explore town, Abyss glances around nervously. It's her first visit to any town. Kai considers shopping before heading home, but notes he can't use magic in crowded areas. After checking costs, Kai arranges to open a food stall in the busy market. Kai asks Sarah about her future. She expresses interest in staying beside him longer. Kai guesses the collar is decorative. Sarah laughs, suggesting he seems noble despite knowing little. Sarah reveals the collar is a magical slave device used to suppress sorcerers' abilities. She explains enslaved sorcerers fetch high prices. Bloodline magic makes them valuable in aristocratic markets. Sarah apologizes for hiding the truth. Kai realizes this world is far more dangerous than expected. Sarah suspects Kai is from a wealthy house. She notes Abyss's silence and loyalty. Abyss declares her loyalty is voluntary, causing Sarah to question if Abyss's emotions are already suppressed. Sarah explains the collar is unremovable, created by a blessed person with mysterious divine powers. Kai suggests escaping by boat. Sarah hesitantly agrees, unsure but willing to leave with him. Kai promises to help her further, including removing the collar. Sarah gratefully accepts his support. Sarah reflects on her limited time, unsure if she can confide in Kai anymore. Kai hands her a disguise, suggesting she temporarily change appearance to avoid further suspicion or danger. Wearing the cat-eared hood, Sarah blushes. Kai jokingly asks her to act like Abyss. Merchants compete to purchase the goods, shouting higher offers as demand unexpectedly overwhelms the small stall. Locals gather quickly, drawn by sweet fruit and calm livestock, requesting bulk purchases without hesitation. Crowds surge in excitement as the trio scrambles to serve everyone, shocked by overwhelming success. Later at the inn, they count massive profits, enough gold to buy a second-hand mansion. The leader explains the goods' value, rare, pest-free, and grown on a secluded island. With profits secured, they list essentials to purchase: materials, livestock, grain, and vital production knowledge. Back at the inn, they confirm their plans and express concern for allies left behind. The boy offers Sarah shelter on their island, assuring her it's safe despite isolation. Sarah, silently grateful, questions their trust in her despite knowing nothing about her identity. He gently offers money for comfort, showing kindness without judgment as trust quietly begins to form. They stare silently, tension rising, as Sarah prepares to reveal her mysterious hidden background. Moved by their kindness, Sarah offers trust and begins revealing her true past and intentions. She confesses her noble origin from Mondial, surprising him as he fakes familiarity with the name. Sarah explains she served as royal mage during Mondial's fall and protected the fleeing princess. Their escort mission was ambushed by bandits, who now see them as valuable captives or targets. Confident in their strength, the princess's guards confront the bandits without fear or hesitation. A surprise fire spell erupts from the enemy, revealing one of them is a magician. Sarah charges through the flames, attempting to counterattack with overwhelming speed and magical power. Their clash reveals a terrible disadvantage. Her magic is instantly erased by the enemy's mysterious ability. While Sarah struggles, another bandit captures the young princess, shifting the battle in their favor. Captured and helpless, Sarah demands the princess's release, but the slavers mock her desperation. Sarah explains she was sold separately, escaped captivity, and encountered the others during her flight. Overcome by emotion, Sarah collapses, begging them to rescue Princess Yuri Cecil before it's too late. Kai hesitates, unsure he can help, but learns the captors weren't official imperial soldiers. Sarah declares her role: to provide the massive funds needed to buy back the imprisoned princess. Sarah insists they sell her, claiming her magical status would fetch an even higher price. She begs him to use the money to rescue the princess and her comrades too. Magical offspring attract nobles. Selling Sarah could tempt buyers to ignore regulations for personal status. Kai quietly agrees the logic is sound, realizing Sarah's offer may be their only option. He tests her trust, asking what she'd do if he betrayed her and kept everything. Kai reassures her he won't betray her, though her offer still weighs heavily on him. Sarah insists she trusts him fully, despite just meeting, leaving Kai both flattered and skeptical. Kai reflects on past kindnesses received, realizing he can't abandon someone this pure-hearted and sincere. He agrees to help, on two conditions, starting with unconditional belief in him, no matter what happens. The second condition is revealed: Sarah must remove her cloak to show what she's hiding. Sarah is stunned by Abyss's appearance, instinctively suspecting she's a demon due to her horns. Demons are feared mythic beings, viewed as evil, despite being linked to divine mythology by many. Kai worries Sarah might panic, but she instead denies Abyss could be evil or dangerous. Relieved by Sarah's acceptance, Kai expresses his gratitude and ends the night with comforting reassurance. When asked again, Kai promises with confidence he will save the princess no matter the cost. Abyss suddenly feels feverish and urges Kai to sleep beside her, leaving him confused. She believes sleeping together will cure her condition, causing Kai to panic in disbelief. Kai tries to stop her but gets tackled onto the bed by Abyss's enthusiasm. She tearfully asks if he dislikes her, misunderstanding his hesitation as rejection of her feelings. Kai flails nervously, blurting excuses, then realizes he's too young to handle the situation properly. A mysterious girl with horns appears. Her demonic appearance sparks confusion and fear among villagers. Rumors of demons haunt the people. Abyss's presence challenges their long-standing myths and beliefs. Concerned about cooperation, they debate Abyss's appearance. Her beauty casts doubt on old prejudices. The boy comforts Abyss and invites everyone to rest, prioritizing harmony and emotional safety tonight. When asked about helping, he firmly promises to save her, showing conviction and quiet leadership. Sarah tells him she's not afraid of slavery. She fears the princess suffering far more instead. She asks them to befriend Yuri, entrusting her care since the principality is already destroyed. The boy watches her sleep, realizing she's honest, kind, and selfless despite her desperate situation. He silently promises to save people like her, those who suffer without ever asking for help. He searched the busy bazaar for ores, but none of the vendors sold any. Confused about local materials, Sarah offered no help. They decided to purchase basic iron tools instead. He delayed rescuing the princess, prioritizing supplies. He encouraged Abyss to speak her needs. They explored booths, bought vegetables, masks, livestock, and crafted a plan based on available goods. Despite high prices, they bought dogs, goats, and chickens. No horses or pigs were available. They reviewed their haul, tools, crops, oils, cotton, and sugar, but still needed more supplies. Kai asked Sarah to wait as he left to unload their heavy goods alone. Kai also asked Abyss to stay put, then guided the cart through the alleyway carefully. He returned to the village, greeted by a girl curious about their trade mission's outcome. Pleased with the results, he introduced the new animals while calming a dizzy masked companion. An elf fainted from overwork. Sarah sat alone nearby, and Kai planned resource distribution later. Kai returned wearing a mask. Sarah panicked, relieved when he assured her of his loyalty. Sarah confessed she felt weak when alone. Kai's presence gave her the strength to move. Kai asked for directions to the princess. Sarah revealed her location inside the trading company. Inside the building, a mysterious woman groomed the princess's hair, unaware of the rescue attempt. The trader greeted the princess coldly, viewing her as valuable merchandise with no freedom left. He warned her that her magician abandoned her, and others wouldn't treat her kindly either. He claimed her fate would worsen under slavers or soldiers, crushing flowers as a metaphor. He mocked her captivity, saying a fallen princess only belongs inside a beautiful locked cage. Suddenly, a magical force erupted from her body, violently repelling both captors across the room. The princess activated a transparent barrier. The man demanded she cancel her magical defense immediately. Frustrated, he shouted violently. A warrior named Fauzel arrived, commenting on his boss's disgraceful behavior. Fauzel confirmed no attack could break the barrier. The boss ordered him to remove her. They argued over past failures. Despite mistakes, Fauzel assured her power couldn't be used to escape. The boss warned against failure. Fauzel agreed smugly, but tension rose over their past war exploits. Fauzel accepted orders to report later. He warned the princess her struggle would only worsen. The princess retreated into herself again, summoning her protective barrier as the maid watched confused. Kai arrived near the company building in disguise, confidently preparing to carry out his plan. Despite Sarah's confusion, Kai insisted he had a strategy and began acting like a noble. With determination, Kai opened the door, fully adopting the persona of an arrogant, upper-class noble. Kai entered confidently, requested the owner, and claimed he intended to make a major purchase. The owner greeted the group warmly, unaware of the deception unfolding right before his eyes. Kai posed as royalty in disguise. Malini introduced himself, unaware Kai was manipulating the situation. Sarah and Abyss swiftly staged a dramatic return, making it seem like a recaptured runaway. Malini fell for the act. Kai demanded a reward for returning the slave magician safely. Kai pushed for compensation. Malini questioned his motive, but Kai redirected attention to magician pricing. Kai lied that she begged him to resell her and fund the princess's eventual freedom. He pretended admiration for her loyalty, claiming such sincerity justified demanding proper payment in return. Sarah, in tears, reminded him of his promise. She doubted the plan's cost would work. Kai reassured her softly, stating his intention remained. He absolutely planned to buy and rescue her. Kai whispered he wasn't short on funds, he simply wanted to deceive Malini more convincingly. He presented the situation as beneficial to everyone, masking Sarah's collapse and her emotional breakdown. Kai requested the princess's location. Malini agreed, letting Sarah reunite with her before final sale. Kai subtly flattered Malini's cruelty. Malini accepted the reunion despite knowing it would be emotionally difficult. Malini bragged about soldiers' failures and slave sources. Kai probed, learning they're stationed in another room. The masked trader mocks the situation, hinting at the magician's value while the girl trembles. He explains she volunteered to be sold, intending to rescue her imprisoned princess with profits. Her loyalty amuses him. Rare devotion in a slave justifies his manipulative sincerity in dealings. She cries, reminding him of his promise. Her words stir guilt, despite the calculated exchange. He reassures her with quiet resolve, vowing again to buy the princess no matter what. The merchant introduces a silent girl as a top-tier slave to the masked protagonist. He observes her features closely: golden hair, soft expression. Unsure whether to trust the merchant's claims, she reminds him of someone from his past, stirring hesitation and silent curiosity within him. The merchant names a steep price, high enough to buy a modest home in town. Realizing the offer includes a secret discount, the protagonist accepts with cautious confidence and curiosity. The merchant boasts about Yuri Cecile's value, calling her Mondial's gem, admired even by royalty. Sarah dashes forward, overwhelmed by emotion. The merchant reveals her return enabled this discounted handover. Haunted by past choices, Sarah reflects. She accepts her fate if it ensures Yuri's safety. Sarah apologizes to Yuri, feeling guilt and gratitude, acknowledging she must thank her instead of regret. Fighting back tears, Sarah asks for one last goodbye before parting and losing her forever. As Sarah reunites with the girls, the masked boy watches silently, absorbing their emotional reunion. He casually asks to purchase bodyguards as well, planning additional acquisitions while the merchant departs. Alone, the merchant questions the boy's identity, too refined for his age, yet strangely grounded. Sarah pleads with the boy to buy every remaining bodyguard, fearing they'll be separated again. Understanding her pain, the boy apologizes, recognizing her desperation and the weight behind her request. One girl cuts Sarah free, shocking everyone. The boy declares he won't let her suffer. She quickly cuts the ropes off others, causing a stir as captives prepare for action. The boy urges everyone to escape, offering hope despite lacking proof or a concrete plan. He promises to make an opportunity, urging them to act if they want real freedom. Moved by his resolve, Yuri steps forward. Her presence surprises everyone and strengthens their belief. Yuri notices his gaze, gentle, determined. Unlike the merchant's greed or the mercenary's pitying stare, she reflects quietly. His eyes, unlike hers, still hold hope strong enough to move others. Moved, Yuri suddenly grabs Sarah's hand, signaling her trust and sparking a ripple of unity. Sarah finds courage again. Everyone forms a circle, preparing for whatever plan the boy devised. Following the boy's signal, magic activates. Light surrounds the group as their desperate escape begins. The guards report failure. Their boss scolds them harshly after learning the magician was found. The merchant panics hearing his men were ambushed, stripped, and tied to trees in defeat. Enraged by the report, the merchant slams the floor, shaking the room in raw fury. He commands reinforcements, but panic spreads. An unknown enemy has already infiltrated their base. Through a shattered wall, a mysterious figure appears. Her arrival silences the room in shock. The cloaked girl escapes through the wall. The merchant yells at his men to pursue. Falzel arrives. The merchant blames his failure on magical interference and the loss of Yuri. Frustrated, the merchant demands action. Falzel, overconfident, claims he can handle everything alone without help. Despite Falzel's arrogance, the merchant rages about the escape. Falzel reluctantly agrees to take responsibility. Hiding in the alley, the girl plans her diversion, posing as rear guard to fool pursuers. While fleeing, the girl considers using magic and quietly wonders about her master's safety. Sarah panics upon arrival, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar scenery and sudden change in surroundings. The group appears in a peaceful clearing. Everyone reacts with confusion, questioning their sudden teleportation. Kai calms Sarah. Others stay composed, especially Yuri, who stands emotionless, startling them with her calmness. A cheerful girl greets Kai, asking about their supplies. Kai deflects, focusing on gathering weapons. Kai apologizes for the deception. Sarah, relieved and confused, wonders where they've actually ended up. Kai uses a sword to break chains, impressing others, while Yuri quietly questions their location. Yuri explains the space is created by her blessing. Leaving triggers could return them instantly. Kai denies ties to Mondial. He explains he met Sarah by chance and helped instinctively. Kai admits saving everyone was his goal. Sarah processes the misunderstanding about being sold. Cecile reflects on losing her country and people, now living simply as herself, grateful to Sarah. Kai frees another prisoner. Thinking Cecile sees Sarah as a sister, though he won't say it aloud. She sprinted through the snow-covered street, while soldiers shouted and chased after her from behind. Realizing her unnatural speed, they panicked. She wasn't fleeing, just buying time for the others' escape. Remembering her master's order, she committed to stalling the pursuers, even through force if needed. Confronted and mocked, she calmly informed them that every slave had already gotten far away. Unleashing her power, she prepared to fight. Lightning crackling, mission clear, defeat them and protect escape. Abyss released a lightning blast, shocking her enemies and revealing her hidden magical combat strength. Surveying the damage, Abyss wished to return quickly, but another mage stepped forward, smiling confidently. A powerful enemy mage challenged her to a duel, eager to test her overwhelming magical output. Meanwhile, the master gathered everyone, signaling their final escape plan now that Abyss had stalled pursuers. He explained their strategy. Once Abyss finishes her role, they flee town together at full speed. The slaver waited, complaining about delays, unaware the group he hunted was already nearby watching. Caught off guard, he panicked as the group boldly revealed themselves from the shadows behind. Armed and serious, the girls cornered him with blades, silencing his resistance before he could react. After hearing distant battle, the group tied him up quickly and prepared to leave together. With no time for questions, they dismissed his outrage, reclaiming their freedom and captured friends' names. A distant explosion echoed through the quiet town, signaling Abyss's ongoing battle far behind them. The group prepared to flee, arguing how to carry weakened members while keeping pace together. Suddenly, armed enemies arrived, recognizing the escapees and surrounding them before they could retreat or react. Trapped and outnumbered, panic spread. But Kai remained calm, ready to decide their next move. Realizing Abyss faced a veteran mage, Kai grew concerned. Her lack of combat experience could be dangerous. The others insisted Kai retreat with the princess, preparing to protect them despite overwhelming odds. Kai confirmed their expectations and noticed the strongest magician hadn't returned, giving them a brief advantage. Kai asked the group to shield him temporarily, then vanished swiftly to execute his next move. Kai returned with powerful reinforcements, combat experts ready to counterattack and shift momentum in their favor. Chaos erupted as the experts engaged enemies. Guards nearby noticed the noise but remained unaware of details. The guards approached a wounded soldier, scolding him for causing trouble inside town borders illegally. Despite the chaos, guards demanded submission, prepared to re-enslave everyone until backup suddenly appeared ahead. Kai unleashed his secret army, adorable yet deadly warrior Kuns, trained in secret for this exact surprise moment. Enemies panicked in the darkness, overwhelmed by small nimble attackers too fast and unpredictable to counter. As the warriors dominated the battlefield, the girls watched in awe, relieved they were allies this time. Kai praised the warrior Kuns for overwhelming victory, then gently commanded them to rest as seeds. He rallied everyone, urging them to escape quickly before enemy reinforcements arrived to trap them. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Abyss's explosive magic attacks lit up the streets violently. The enemy mage grew alarmed, stunned by Abyss's endless magical power and her relentless spell barrage. He tried converting energy into defense, but Abyss's pressure didn't stop. Her magic was overwhelming and endless. From a distance, Kai and others watched as Abyss began dominating the duel with explosions. Seeing her alive and victorious, Kai called out. Abyss smiled, relieved to see her master safe. The enemy mage, exhausted, questioned why someone with her power wasn't used during their national war. Kai explained he wasn't affiliated with any country and had simply helped by coincidence. Despite exhaustion, the mage refused surrender, declaring his pride demanded a final stand no matter what. Kai proposed a plan. Abyss would distract him for 3 minutes by shifting her attack angle. The enemy mage launched forward with full force, while Abyss and Kai immediately split directions. He pursued aggressively through the smoke, unaware they were maneuvering him into a coordinated counterattack zone. Abyss pinned him with precise magical shots while chains erupted, sealing his movement from all sides. Seizing the moment, Kai tackled him from behind, finally bringing the exhausted warrior to the ground. Kai declared his origins with pride, shouting Tenohira, stunning the enemy who questioned his background. The armored man was knocked unconscious by a sudden strike, collapsing beside his surprised attacker. He awoke confused under bright sunlight, surrounded by animals and strangers in a peaceful-looking field. Still disoriented, he stood up and shouted in shock upon discovering an unfamiliar village settlement. The boy darted away with the elf, leaving the man questioning what had just happened. Alarms rang out as the girl alerted villagers, ordering everyone to arm themselves against enemies approaching. The girl rallied the villagers, warning them that raiders would steal crops if unchallenged now. She provoked fear, suggesting even daughters could be taken if no one acted against threats. The armored man claimed peace, saying he sought only one boy, confusing the armed crowd. Misunderstood and outnumbered, the man warned them he was a mage and wouldn't go easy. Before he could act, something unseen disrupted him, leaving him shocked and questioning his magic's failure. The mage panicked, realizing no mana existed here. Villagers closed in while allies watched silently. Desperate, he forced out his internal magic reserves, swearing not to be underestimated or mocked. A fireball burst from his hand, startling villagers. They countered with coordinated blows and panic. The villagers yelled in fear but stood their ground. One man bravely lit a torch. Overwhelmed, the mage grabbed a sword, frustrated that he had to fight in close combat. Cornered and frustrated, the mage gritted his teeth, unable to believe such humiliating resistance succeeded. Staring down the young boy, he couldn't accept defeat by someone so ordinary and untrained. The villagers overwhelmed him. Exhausted and bruised, he collapsed. The elf girl finally called them off. The villagers celebrated. The children watched curiously as the unconscious mage was tied up carefully. Walking together, the elfin boy reflected. Human threats now felt greater than wild monsters outside. Enel encouraged Kai with a smile. She trusted his judgment and supported his personal resolve. As night fell, Kai checked the bound mage, planning to hide him and regroup quietly. The group relocated under cover of darkness, ensuring the mage remained somewhere hidden and distant. Abyss felt guilty for her limits, but Kai reassured her, crediting their success to her help. Touched by his words, Abyss smiled. She asked for a hug to ease her heart. The group watched as Kai embraced Abyss warmly, lifting spirits and surprising the other girls. Kai received thanks for saving them, but deflected praise, asking about their next destination instead. Kai silently wished they'd join him, but felt unsure forcing anyone toward his island home. The girl confessed their group had nowhere else to go and offered themselves as slaves. Kai was stunned. They believed slavery would protect them, but he awkwardly admitted being no merchant. Kai explained their base was a harsh, isolated island requiring full dedication just to survive. Curious villagers asked questions. Kai confirmed the land had forest and water, enough for starting anew. They joked about their homeland's poor reputation, surprising Kai, who underestimated how little it offered. Kai asked for a promise in return: abandon past attachments and join the island life. He firmly declared revenge was forbidden. Only those embracing peace could join their new beginning. She admitted revenge held no meaning now. With no one left, she chose peace instead. The group marched together, filled with curiosity and wonder, heading north toward their new destination. Kai explained the path led to the island and asked them to be cooperative. They passed through a portal and arrived before a large cliff and the island's entrance. Kai welcomed them to No Man's Island, warning it was empty and likely underwhelming at first. Kai was slammed by Ren, the fox girl, who scolded him for returning too slowly. Kai apologized for the delay. Ren tearfully admitted she feared he'd never return to her. Reunited, the younger girl hugged Kai tightly. The group was relieved everyone returned safely together. Kai introduced the newcomers as new islanders. Kaide politely greeted the island's current residents in turn. Kai explained they couldn't return home yet. Despite family ties, this place had become everyone's refuge. The protagonist introduces the empty island, explaining they must start from scratch with nothing available. He shares the development plan: farms, houses, roads, wells, orchards, building a functioning settlement from nothing. He declares the goal, not just survival, but creating a country that everyone can call home. The villagers feel inspired. Some cheer, others pledge their support, seeing hope in his grand vision. One girl quietly commits to follow him, calling herself family, loyal beyond duty, bound by trust. Grateful for a second chance, the women believe they can rebuild meaningful lives together again. One gently squeezes his hand, silently encouraging him to stay strong and lead them forward. Moved by her words, he agrees. Together, they vow to build a nation without sorrow. Another woman suddenly declares herself his wife, causing confusion and embarrassment among the watching group members. Villagers watch cautiously as the girl slices wood rapidly, her strength raising immediate suspicion and concern. Children defend Abyss Chan, insisting she's kind. Unlike the terrifying demons they've only read about, Ren Chan unleashes flames while villagers whisper about her origin, debating if she's beastmen or something else. Despite uncertainty, the villagers embrace Ren Chan, charmed by her fluffy ears and cheerful, harmless demeanor. The group discusses equipment shortages. Worn shoes highlight the growing need for better clothing and supplies. Kai stands before the villagers, declaring himself moderator and officially starting their first islander meeting. Villagers eagerly raise concerns: tools, food, hygiene, and clothing, revealing daily needs for their growing settlement. Yuri takes notes while Kai realizes some issues, like plumbing, require more than quick resource gathering. Yuri explains that forming a nation requires territory, citizens, and power, stressing what the island lacks. Kai identifies territory and power as secured, but ponders how to increase citizens quickly and effectively. Yuri suggests a method to increase population, hinting at Kai's personal effort as the solution. To everyone's shock, Yuri bluntly declares that making babies is the fastest way to grow. Yuri names Kai king of the new country, citing her own royal lineage as support. She insists producing an heir is essential, pushing Kai further into panic over his new duties. Kai awkwardly accepts the reasoning. Yuri asks for informal closeness, deepening their unexpected political and personal bond. Kai blushes while sitting beside Yuri, still confused by her motives and unclear intentions toward him. He suspects her royal duty influenced her decision, unsure it came from personal feelings alone. Yuri shocks everyone by proposing that she and Sarah move in with Kai immediately. Kai plans a sturdier house for winter, asking if anyone has construction experience or knowledge. Excited by volunteers, Kai declares 10 houses will be built, with help from warrior coons and villagers. Yuri proposes building only one large castle, declaring that a single king needs only one palace. Kai panics at her grand-scale suggestion, realizing she's serious and expecting magical help. She argues magicians serve as army and citizens, justifying shared castle living for efficiency and unity. Kai admits she's right. Managing many homes for 14 people would be too wasteful and impractical. Yuri explains her vision: one elegant castle where everyone lives together as equals in one home. Kai and the group stand united, with shared purpose. They begin building their own country. Yuri declares the castle their courage and symbol, a shared home beneath the sacred tree. Everyone agrees to prioritize the castle, not for luxury, but to avoid loneliness and separation. Kai travels to Tenohira, seeking materials to fulfill their dream of building a proper castle. The village reaches level 20. Excited, they anticipate rewards and support from town resources for expansion. A cheerful elf named Kuromo arrives, introducing herself as Enel's younger sister and clothing specialist. Kuromo proudly confirms her ability to craft clothing, exciting Kai, who lacked solutions for outfits. Kai praises Kuromo's talent while Enel defends her role, listing duties like food safety and nutrition. Kai admits he misunderstood Enel's value, but recognizes her vital role in protecting everyone's health. Kai feels grateful to both elves. Kuromo promises outfits every 3 days if materials are provided. Kai requests leather boots. Kuromo agrees, estimating production time from scratch using Tenohira's local time system. As Kai rushes off excitedly, Enel reminds him that other features were unlocked too. The village has evolved into a magical hidden village, gaining new functions and a development tier. Though no magicians exist yet, the village recognizes magic due to past combat spell usage. Seed synthesis allows combining creation seeds to strengthen warrior coons, but current seeds have already sprouted again. Kai wonders how to achieve the next village level, Birth of a Mage, unsure what's required. Meanwhile, villagers relax by the water, enjoying free time while daily life continues at a steady pace. 3 days later, Kuromo reveals stylish leather boots crafted from water buffalo, impressing everyone with her skill. Kai tries the boots immediately. Kuromo nervously watches, waiting to see if they fit correctly. They fit perfectly. Kai celebrates Kuromo's success and asks her to make more boots for everyone. Kuromo boasts about being more useful than Enel, sparking sibling rivalry over contributions to Kai. Kai silently smirks while admiring his new boots, enjoying the girls' playful argument in the background. Sarah asks Kai for a well or water source, prompting a sudden realization and gratitude. Inspired by Sarah's idea, Kai decides to search for clay and make water containers. The protagonist proposed making pottery to store water and cook food for their settlement. A girl revealed limited experience, recalling her merchant father watching pottery being made during trades. Unsure about materials, they asked Abyss, but she didn't recognize clay or know its location. Another girl suggested swampy areas, believing clay might be buried where moisture collects under dense terrain. Following Ria's hint, they searched riverside mud until Oza triumphantly emerged holding a clay-filled basket. The protagonist inspected the sample, but found the clay's viscosity still not suitable for pottery. He tried explaining clay's texture, but lacked his translator, leaving the creature team confused again. Despite language issues, the creatures excitedly mimicked him, suggesting they understood his instructions well enough. He and Abyss watched the muddy group, unsure if their explanation actually got through completely. They hadn't found good clay yet, so the group considered searching exposed areas along nearby cliffs. Suddenly, Osa burst from the water, proudly carrying a large basket full of clay. More Osas followed, eagerly dropping their clay baskets, surprising the protagonist with their teamwork and energy. The protagonist confirmed the clay's texture, soft and moldable, perfect for shaping water jugs later. Though praised as knowledgeable, he admitted his understanding was shallow, mostly gathered through observation and memory. With instructions clear, they began preparing the clay, drying, pounding, and filtering to remove impurities completely. The protagonist chose Tenohira for kiln construction, thanks to faster time flow and resources. He described a chambered kiln design from memory, surprising the group with its unusual appearance. The villagers volunteered eagerly, some even offered experience from bread ovens to help with construction. Everyone worked together molding bricks, forming the chambers, and assembling the complex kiln structure efficiently. After several days of labor, the multi-chambered kiln stood completed, ready for the village's first pottery. Though the kiln lacked a roof, the protagonist confirmed its core structure was finally finished. He realized a teaching method, showing examples would let villagers learn through their own trial attempts. While others rested, he met a girl with mysterious companions who caught everyone's attention instantly. He admired the creature's agility. One girl invited him to play, but he had questions. She asked to join the trip to Tenohira, and the protagonist happily agreed right away. Arriving in Tenohira, the girl was amazed at how large the village had grown. She noticed wheat fields and new homes, impressed by progress and the village's growing population. When asked, she admitted missing her parents and wondered how they were doing back home. She reminisced about castle visits with her mother, recalling joyful moments from her childhood days. The protagonist promised to find her hometown someday, even if it couldn't happen very soon. The girl reflected on her parents' kindness. Meanwhile, the leader prepared an important announcement. The protagonist revealed his plan, surprised the villagers by having a mage light magical fire. They explained the kiln needed a dry burn, gathering everyone to witness the magical ignition. The crowd was introduced to the so-called Hellfire Mage, surprising villagers unfamiliar with her power. Everyone anticipated the demonstration. She nervously accepted, while the protagonist reminded her not to overdo it. The mage unleashed controlled flames into the kiln, stunning villagers with her powerful, precise magical fire. The crowd celebrated witnessing real magic. With the kiln proven, they began preparing actual pottery. Kaede silently shaped clay with intense focus, carefully molding her first creation without speaking a word. Others struggled with shaping. Kaede impressed them with skill, though she responded using only single words. Kaede examined her results, deeply fascinated. Another villager proudly presented her finished creation to the Lord. Kaede proudly showed her clay doll, but the protagonist warned about risks when baking hollow items. Sarah displayed a large collection of cookware, emphasizing practical items for cooking and storing supplies. With pottery drying across Tenohira, Sarah quietly admitted her work was bringing her joy. The group began loading finished pottery into the kiln, preparing for their first full firing. Villagers helped with the final steps. The protagonist supervised, closely determined to finish the process properly. Kai resisted opening the kiln early. Anel explained that gradual cooling was necessary to prevent cracks. The next day, villagers began learning kiln techniques, with knowledge slowly passed down from Kai's group. Kai carefully checked the contents. Despite minor cracks, the fired pottery was mostly a success. The group cheered the results. Most pieces survived, and everyone rushed to find their own creations. With the kiln proven, the village celebrated. Pottery making had officially begun in the world of Tenohira. Though satisfied, they realized it was only bisque firing. Glazing and final baking still remained ahead. A loud impact shatters the ground, leaving a wide crater at the center of camp. The villagers dig a well, frustrated by constant water runs from rivers and distant villages. A young girl excitedly pulls him aside, insisting he follow her to see something urgent. She leads the group toward the clay shed, revealing she wants to bake something special. Inside the shed they find a massive clay golem, its purpose still unknown to them. Kaede explains the clay golem's fragility, suggesting baking it to strengthen its structure. Kaede coughs mid-sentence. Concerning the others, she tries hiding her discomfort while Ren offers help. She admits having a sore throat. The group asks Ren to stay behind and assist her. Ren presents the large golem to villagers, asking permission to bake it in the kiln. Villagers discuss its complexity but agree. With Alamilla's blessing, their pottery skills continue to improve. As pottery demand rises, they credit Sarah's cooking knowledge and cheerful energy for progress. Kaede greets Kai while cooking, smiling warmly. She's been preparing something special for the village. Kai visits the outdoor oven. Sarah asks him to help bring more ingredients inside. Sarah proposes changing their staple food. Kai agrees, eager to try something beyond basic potatoes. With ingredients from Scorpa and Tenohira farms, they prepare a richer meal for everyone. They prepare ingredients, optimistic about future harvests. Kai mentions they now have wheat flour. Sarah inspects the wheat flour bag. Its texture and appearance immediately make her suspicious. Surprised, she notes it's too fine and white. The flour doesn't match expected quality. Kai explains he used water wheel grinding. They had bought the base grain from town. Confused, Kai runs off to ask someone. Enel suspects Kai's unique perception altered the outcome. They conclude Kai's belief affected the flour, purifying it by overriding yeast and wheat shell. Enel explains Kai's perceptions affect everything, including food safety. Even the chicken's quality feels uncertain. Eggs laid afterward are altered by Kai's rules, making them safe under his logic. Kai reflects on the world's distorted logic, shaped by his flawed knowledge and casual assumptions. Returning with confidence, Kai confirms the flour is real, just affected by his perception again. Kai and Sarah begin baking. She's surprised Kai's world includes eggs in bread dough. They realize they lack a leavening agent. Kai wonders if yeast was what she meant. Sarah suggests flatbread instead. Kai offers to search Tenohira, while Sarah recalls someone with baking roots. Kai finds Enel again. She confirms they don't bake, and playfully comments on his frequent visits. Kai learns villagers use wheat for noodles. Enel reveals it's another product of Kai's preferences. Kai abruptly suggests noodles instead, realizing they lack leavening. Sarah is confused but intrigued. He admits craving them. Sarah remembers Scorpa's street noodles and offers to recreate them. Sarah suggests they recreate the meal they once shared, deepening their connection through cooking. They agree and begin preparing the dough, excited by the shared memory and new goal. As dough rests, Sarah plans to make sauce. Kai wonders if dinner will be ready. While preparing ingredients, Kai asks Sarah if she feels content with her current village life. Sarah smiles warmly, saying she feels fulfilled, even without magic, as she's found a place to belong. She reflects joyfully, appreciating the peace and purpose she never had while serving kingdoms before. Sarah quietly admits her happiness comes from cooking beside Kai, deepening her emotional connection to him. Kai blushes and turns away, flustered. They silently continue cooking side by side in harmony. Kai visits Kaede at night, bringing food to help her recover from her cold. He offers kamatama udon, Scorpa style, warm and rich, made specifically to lift Kaede's spirits. Kaede eats slowly, savoring the warmth. Her face softens, clearly enjoying the comforting flavors. Sarah and Kai beam proudly as others praise Kaede's reaction to their delicious homemade dish. As Kai serves more food, a girl asks what's wrong. He silently faces the newcomers. Everyone enjoyed the warm meal together, savoring the taste and comfort it brought them all. Later, Sarah prepared ingredients alone in the kitchen, focused on cooking something meaningful and heartfelt. Abyss approached Sarah quietly, expressing her desire to learn cooking and become more helpful someday. She admitted feeling useless recently, unable to support her master the way others could manage. With sincere eyes, Abyss vowed to feed Master joyfully, hoping to bring comfort through meals. Sarah opened a drawer, smiled warmly, and began explaining the real challenges behind cooking. Abyss accepted the challenge eagerly, and their training began with a simple, humble omelet preparation. Kaede bakes a solid clay body, while the others prepare magical energy for animation. Kaede's partner channels her spell into the clay figure, infusing it with artificial life force. The newly formed golem awakens, bowing politely and surprising everyone with its smooth, fluid movement. They admire the golem's polite behavior. Kaede explains historical origins of golems as living dolls. They decide to test its abilities. Kaede gives commands, and the golem responds with enthusiasm. At Kaede's signal, the golem accelerates forward, launching into a high-speed sprint test. Its footsteps echo across the settlement, stirring wind and dust as it blazes through terrain. Spectators are shocked by its surprising speed and durability, despite its seemingly fragile ceramic structure. With the sprint test complete, they assign the golem a new challenge, lifting a massive stone. Kaede realizes the stone is actually a heavy boulder, unsure if Golem can lift it. To everyone's shock, the Golem successfully lifts the massive boulder high above its head. They praise Golem's strength. Kaede is revealed to be a blessed individual with hidden potential. Kaede speculates that the Golem's power follows his logic, surprising others with Alamilla's extraordinary blessing. Feeling proud and appreciated, the girl promises to create 2 more golems for their village. With Golem's help, villagers build structures, cook meals, and farm efficiently, improving daily life together. Elsewhere, a traveler carves a message on stone, leaving silent proof of their visit. Kaede walks through the peaceful farmland, greeted warmly by villagers as the community steadily thrives. They chat about the sprouting wheat, looking forward to baking bread once the harvest ripens. Fox-eared Wren excitedly reminds Kaede about today's feast, marking 4 months since everyone's arrival together. As Kaede prepares to depart, the others gather, finally ready for what lies ahead next. The castle is finally completed, and villagers celebrate with food, fishing, and cheerful conversation. Abyss proudly presents her first homemade dish, offering it shyly after learning to cook. Kaede eagerly accepts the food. Abyss anxiously watches for his reaction after his first bite. Kaede praises the taste, and Abyss beams with pride, overjoyed by her successful first meal. They reflect on their home's growth, calling it their royal castle with humble affection and pride. She declares the castle as their nation's heart, motivating everyone to give their best efforts. Kaede is given the best seat for the feast, honored as the community's king. Surrounded by joyful villagers, Kaede silently resolves to work harder as their responsible, dependable leader. Later that night, Kaede finds himself caught between 2 determined girls in his sleeping quarters. Both girls argue over sleeping beside him, sparking playful tension over who deserves the spot. Kaede is overwhelmed by the situation, while another girl quietly offers to wait her turn. The girls cuddle tightly, declaring Kaede their king, insisting it's their duty to warm him. Kaede internally panics, realizing their idea of loyalty differs wildly from his expectations of leadership. They agree to sleep together peacefully. Kaede comments on the oversized bed Yuri personally arranged. Kaede tries to sleep, but Yuri suddenly rushes him, obsessed with ensuring a future heir. Yuri questions Kaede's motives, suspecting deeper intentions behind his focus on lineage and succession. Kaede, still recovering, listens quietly while the others express their wish to question Yuri further. Yuri calmly brings up her blessing, revealing a willingness to discuss it over tea. Kaede admits he knows little about her blessing and arranged this meeting to learn more. She explains the temple's secrecy, but with Mondial gone, there's no reason to stay silent. Yuri agrees to explain her blessing, smiling warmly as Kaede prepares to listen carefully. She suddenly demands something in return, claiming the opportunity is too valuable to waste freely. Yuri teasingly requests a hug as payment, catching Kaede completely off guard with embarrassment. Flustered, Kaede tries delaying the hug, but Yuri quickly moves closer without hesitation or restraint. Yuri tackles him into a forceful embrace, asserting herself playfully while Kaede is completely stunned. Kaede stumbles backward from Yuri's hug, suddenly blocked by a mysterious invisible wall behind him. Yuri reveals her divine blessing, granted by Line, god of shields, forming an impenetrable defense barrier. At Sunday school, children learned how saints used blessings to protect people, unlike destructive magic. The priest claimed blessings were peaceful miracles, yet the boy doubted their true nature during war. Later, a girl revealed her blessing, granted by Line, god of shields, had powerful combative potential. Her ability created invisible barriers, used before in Scorpa, forming a defense called War Maiden's Sanctuary. He questioned the range's limits, but she smiled confidently, saying she could expand it further. She intentionally limited the barrier's size, using it as an excuse to stay close. Smiling confidently, she chose Kai as the ideal person to test her divine shielding ability. Their moment was interrupted when Abyss appeared, confused by the barrier suddenly separating their voices. The girl's barrier blocked sound as well, revealing its tactical strength and unexpected communication weakness. With a knowing glance, she triggered something else, leaving Abyss even more confused and suspicious. The girl tightly embraced Kai, flustering him while showing no intention of stopping her actions. Abyss looked conflicted, pointing out the situation's awkwardness, raising concerns about boundaries inside private barriers. Suddenly, energy surged around Abyss as she activated her own blessing, preparing to retaliate with force. Launching forward with a fierce strike, Abyss attacked the barrier, aiming directly at the surprised pair. Just before impact, Kai and the girl locked eyes, caught in the moment's overwhelming tension. Abyss struck the barrier in full force, shocked it didn't break or even move. Kai reassured her it's invulnerable, but Abyss clearly misunderstood the situation as a real threat. He yelled for cancellation, but she hesitated, clearly more concerned about something deeper than just safety. Kai called out to Abyss, sensing emotional distress behind her intense, escalating magical outburst. Others demanded Yuri cancel the ability, but she clung tighter, teasing Kai during the chaos. Kai tried to shout the cancellation phrase, but Yuri interrupted with an urgent emotional outburst. She confessed something remained unsaid, her thoughts still trapped as the barrier pulsed gently around them. Meanwhile, Abyss intensified her magic, rattling the entire building. Still unaware of their inner conversation, Kai realized her tactics had escalated. Burning the barrier seemed her next move if unchecked. Desperate, Kai called out to both Yuri and Cecile, hoping to finally stop everything. Yuri's eyes softened. Accepting the moment, she resolved to release her protective barrier ability. With a sigh, Yuri deactivated the sanctuary, finally stepping back as the magic quietly faded away. Abyss immediately rushed forward and bear-hugged Kai, mistaking the release as a distress signal. Kai reassured her he was fine. Yuri calmly criticized Abyss for being overly defensive again. Yuri warned Kai might grow tired of her, urging both to behave with more restraint. Yuri reminded Kai that magicians serve national defense and cannot be swayed by personal emotions. Kai insisted Abyss wasn't just a weapon, his feelings ran deeper than combat utility or duty. He declared Abyss family, recalling her many roles: replica, protector, friend, even savior from ancient history. Yuri surprisingly agreed to Abyss becoming legal wife, if he'd include the rest of them too. Kai denied romantic involvement, explaining Abyss hugged everyone. Though her closeness still confused and flustered Yuri, Kai clarified firmly he had no romantic interest in anyone, including Yuri or Sarah for now. Privately, Abyss asked if he'd eventually grow tired of her constant presence and devotion. Kai smiled and promised he wouldn't, reassuring her with quiet warmth and steady words. Abyss relaxed. Kai told her to stay true to herself, which made her smile deeply. While watching them hug, Yuri muttered that Kai was just as overprotective as Abyss herself. Yuri burst into the room, panicked by the earlier magical surge near Kai's location. Kai downplays the incident, calling it a lover's quarrel. Yuri awkwardly relaxes while questions build. The girl questions Kai's mysterious power. Its ability to create, supply, and transport resources is overwhelming. She compares the power to religious myths, shocked by its scale. Kai remains silently reflective. Kai decides to explain everything, realizing honesty is needed now that she's living here too. Kai warns them the truth is dangerous. If the temple finds out, lives are at risk. He calmly reveals the god's name, Alamilla. The girls react with visible shock and tension. Kai explains Alamilla was labeled an evil god, hidden even within the temple's inner circles. Children blessed by Alamilla were banished here. The girls realize the island's cruel hidden purpose. Kai confirms his exile happened mid-ceremony, forcibly separated and abandoned on the island without explanation. Kai explains the island was once overrun with monsters. He and Kaede should have perished immediately. Discussion shifts to the girl's unique power. She can give actual life to dolls and golems. Kai urges them to consider something deeper. Farley's 13 gods seem inconsistent with official teachings. According to old priest records, 7 gods were never publicized, only 3 were known to all. Kai suspects a cover-up. The final 3 gods were completely erased, even from priestly texts. They discuss if Alamilla belongs to the hidden gods, or was unfairly branded as evil. She's shocked that such suppression existed, despite temples once integrating into everyday life in Mondial. Ceremonies held only in big towns ensured kids with Alamilla's blessing could be identified quickly. The Inquisitor, a black-robed priest, judges children. One may have attended their last ceremony. Kai explains the dark cycle. Each spring, a ship comes to discard the cursed children here. They wonder why death wasn't chosen. Instead, children were exiled to distant, uninhabited island seas. Kai declares his will to survive and help every abandoned child live with hope again. His dream begins: to build a nation where castaways can live freely, without persecution. They grow tense. If the temple discovers survivors, retaliation could come swiftly and without mercy. If the temple becomes hostile, they fear military control or even open war might follow. They agree the new nation must become strong. Only power can secure lasting safety and freedom. Kai reflects silently in his room, uncertain how to begin building a powerful country. Memories of past weakness return. He swears to live with strength and die without regrets. Suddenly, Kaede crashes onto him from above, causing confusion and physical chaos in his room. Jealous of Yuri, Kaede declares her intent to repeat the act, sparking Kai's comedic frustration. Kai is overwhelmed as Abyss clings to him, stirred by jealousy and misunderstood affection. With a determined gaze, Abyss vows to protect her master no matter the danger ahead. She promises to defend him from monsters, hostile soldiers, and even Yuri's unpredictable actions. Kai reflects on Yuri's efforts. She unites the group and considers his future seriously and selflessly. As plans form, Kai considers Yuri's words. If war comes, they need military strength soon. Kai consults Enel about crafting weapons for raccoon warriors, as supplies grow dangerously low. Enel explains they lack iron, and their raccoon warriors struggle against enemy archers in battle. Kai learns traveling merchants visited, distributing iron tools and sparking unexpected development in the village. Enel says they traded for the tools but can't give Kai what villagers didn't craft. Enel suggests trying seed synthesis. Kai agrees, curious if it'll produce stronger or more diverse warriors. Kai activates seed synthesis using 2 red seeds, initiating a glowing reaction between his hands. The result is a mysterious purple seed. Enel shrugs, unsure what it might create. Days later, Kai learns the purple seed produces another warrior raccoon. Enel celebrates the success happily. Unexpectedly, Enel announces a new religion has formed in the village, centered around their growth. Kai is speechless, stunned that his actions somehow sparked a religious movement without his intent. Tenohira village had grown steadily. Once a frontier post, it now resembled a peaceful settlement. While exploring alone, the boy noticed a new shop building and cautiously approached its entrance. Inside, a girl sharpening tools heard a sudden noise, prompting her to check outside nervously. She stepped in, heart racing, calling out into the empty workshop as creaking echoed ominously. Startled, she screamed. It was only the friendly peddler arriving, greeting them with cheerful enthusiasm. She insisted strange noises were real. The peddler doubted her, thinking it was imagination. Suddenly, a hoe floated midair. Both of them froze, staring at the impossible sight. The floating tool stomped erratically before falling. Terrified, they bolted from the workshop together. Elsewhere, an elf girl cheerfully announced a new religion forming, naming Kai its founding prophet. Rumors spread, floating tools, vanishing food, moving doors. All signs pointed toward Kai's mysterious behavior. Kai remembered lifting the hoe while entering. The frightened villagers clearly misunderstood his actions. The elf girl admitted teaching villagers that Kai's deeds were divine, sparking an accidental religion. She claimed Kai brought prosperity. He questioned her vague explanation, unsure how seriously they believed. Concerned, Kai wondered if revealing the world's truth, his creation, would be dangerous or too confusing. She reassured him, villagers wouldn't understand anyway. She had only simplified things for their sake. Kai admitted the world depended on him, but wished villagers lived unaware of that truth. They encouraged him to live long and strong, though Kai knew their peace was fragile. The girls vowed to help Kai together, promising their unwavering support no matter what. Kai acknowledged their bond. Everyone in the village, including Enel, now shared his fate. As the statue unveiling began, Kai quietly hoped to someday reveal the world beyond. The villagers unveiled a statue of Kai, holding a fruit, honoring his divine contributions. Kai stood speechless. The elf girl smiled proudly, having directed the statue's unusual design. She explained it's a monotheistic religion centered on Kai, based on his form and miracles. Kai accepted the tale. Ironically, the statue's speaker once faced exile for religious contradictions elsewhere. Elsewhere, a strange masked figure suddenly broke a tree, hinting at a new disturbance approaching. The stone axe snapped. Kai lamented the lack of durable tools from his home village. Kai expressed his goal: build independence from Tenohira through cultivation, firewood, and better infrastructure. Talk turned to weather. Kai warned of the island's harsh winters, surprising the others completely. Alone at night, Kai shivered in bed. The cold season had clearly begun early. Abyss appeared silently and offered warmth. Her expression was calm, but her intent felt direct. Kai tried reasoning with Abyss about separate rooms, but she insisted she was his futon. Abyss clung to Kai, claiming he might die unexpectedly. He protested weakly, clearly overwhelmed. Flustered, Kai fled the conversation, excusing himself to check Kuromo's clothes for the cold. Abyss brooded in silence. Meanwhile, Kai consulted Kuromo, asking about winter gear called doTERRA. Celebrations erupted. The girls announced their level up, cheering Kai and the village's growing progress. Kai's group celebrated reaching level 25, noting that forming a religion triggered their progress boost. A mysterious black television appeared, sitting idle with a remote and manual beside it. Kai and the others confirmed it was a TV, somehow delivered to Enel's house. They discovered it could show the location where Kai's ability first activated, not Earth programs. Excited, the elf girl assumed her wish caused this. She eagerly prepared to watch everything. She declared the TV gave her an unobstructed view of Kai's actions, including mischief. Excited, she powered on the television, revealing Abyss lying on a large bed. Abyss stared blankly at the ceiling, resting alone, her body unnaturally still and poised. The group realized Abyss wasn't sleeping, just idling. Kai felt watched, embarrassed by her silent devotion. The elf repeated her claim of being his futon. Kai hid, overwhelmed by embarrassment again. Kai reluctantly agreed to let Enel observe remotely, as long as she stayed cheerful. Kai returned to Abyss, who waited silently. He hesitantly greeted her near the bed. Abyss jumped into his arms and suggested they sleep together, embracing him without hesitation. Watching through the TV, Enel blushed while explaining Abyss's adult form was better for warmth. Kai thanked Abyss as she cuddled him tightly, while Enel watched with affectionate satisfaction. From atop a tall tree, he scanned the island's northern wilderness, still unexplored terrain. 2 years passed since arrival, yet the island's northern region remained untouched and mysterious. His crops, onions, turnips, garlic, began sprouting well, while orchards and wheat fields steadily expanded productivity. Despite progress, development lacked entertainment. He prepared to descend, instructing his companion to secure equipment. The creature hammered the directional stake, shouting commands as it slid swiftly down the trunk. Kai rushed toward Sarah, who was flushed and stumbling, asking about ingredients for lunch preparation. Noticing her high fever and pale face, Kai panicked while Sarah admitted feeling lightheaded. Despite her insistence to keep working, Kai ordered her escorted to rest by raccoon companions. Sarah was tucked into bed gently, monitored by 2 small creatures as she quietly slept. Another girl noticed the cold weather, volunteered to care for Sarah while Kai hesitated anxiously nearby. Kai warned about cold spreading, emphasizing hand-washing and rest while planning to consult Abyss. Despite precautions, Kai feared the illness worsening, knowing it could become dangerous if untreated. Kai asked Yuri for food suited to Sarah's condition, prioritizing something light and digestible. Others offered strange advice, but Kai insisted on warm, nutritious food to aid recovery quickly. Yuri mentioned a potion sold by the temple, though effective medicines were still limited. The potion cured colds but was expensive. Kai regretted not buying more before winter. Burdened by guilt, Kai blamed himself for everyone's hardship since bringing them to the island. Yuri reminded him of their warmth, food, shelter, clothing, all built together through shared efforts. Villagers reassured him they weren't afraid anymore, thanking Kai for providing hope during difficult times. Encouraged by their unity, Kai promised survival together, gaining strength from everyone's belief in him. While planning for winter, Yuri reminded Kai that spring required strengthening their defensive military force. She feared discovery could lead to slaughter, urging preparation after her homeland's military failure. Kai understood her trauma and silently agreed to prevent such tragedy from happening again. He considered defense strategies using island geography, cliffs, narrow landings, and tactical advantage over invaders. Inspired, Kai proposed creating not just an island map, but a world map for defense. A container rolled and slammed down, signaling the start of a serious planning session. Kai gathered the group and instructed Abyss to draw a map from her memory. With inhuman precision and speed, Abyss began sketching, capturing details with absolute focus and skill. Her drawn map revealed coastlines and continents, depicting an expansive world beyond the island. They identified their island, the Imperial Territory, and Scorpa Town, marking key geopolitical locations precisely. Kai learned the Empire controlled most western lands and began asking about iron-producing countries. The group recalled a merchant from Magni Federation, known for iron trade negotiations. Magni Federation was located directly south of their island. Though trade talks had failed earlier, Kai considered Magni Federation as their next destination, weighing it as a strategic option. He then asked about Laverda's location, seeking more allies or resources for future plans. Yuri apologized for lacking trade knowledge, while Kai grew increasingly burdened by uncertainty and decisions. Kaidi and others revealed a new boat in progress, presenting Kai with food and thanks. Kai explained Ren would join the journey, though the boat still lacked proper safety measures. Kaida tearfully begged to come along, insisting she could be useful to their mission. Despite her plea, Kai hesitated, while others suggested she could search for her family alone. Kai explained how teleportation stakes allowed travel between the island and city across the ocean. He detailed the stake system, offering Kaidi a way to visit the city temporarily. Kaidi joyfully accepted, promising to wait and support him while hiding her bittersweet feelings. Encouraged to help somehow, Kaidi resolved to contribute in her own way at home. Inspired by the cold, she proposed building a large bath to keep everyone warm together. The fox girl suggested building a real bath, surprising everyone who only used cold water. As winter faded and spring approached, the village prepared for expansion and new comforts. With plans set, the group departed to gather supplies, ready for a large shopping run. They set sail toward the Magni Federation, aiming to trade and purchase essential construction goods. Kai relaxed with companions as NL cheerfully brought drinks, celebrating progress in their quiet village. Meanwhile, Abyss sulked outside. Kai observed her behavior, pondering her role beyond guarding the village entrance. Returning home, Kai suggested a new task for Abyss, helping pioneer magical expansion into unexplored lands. After leaving the island, the group began their voyage. Kai rested while Abyss silently watched over. Approaching new land, they noticed steep cliffs. Rudy asked about landing, but access seemed dangerously difficult. A hidden native girl observed their ship, wondering how to act as they approached land. Kai dismissed the coastline route, choosing to scale the mountain despite nearby monsters Ruti sensed. He ordered Abyss to scale the cliff and secure a climbing point using a stake. Without hesitation, Abyss launched upward, leaping from ledge to ledge, heading straight for the summit. Reaching the top swiftly, Abyss drove the stake in, securing the path as others watched. They estimated half a day's travel. Kai assigned guarding duties while planning the mountain crossing. While climbing, Kai struggled with traps, rock walls, and mud clearly not suited for rough terrain. Embarrassed but determined, Kai insisted not everyone needed to climb, hoping to avoid further personal hardship. Asked about alternatives, Kai revealed his plan to use palm warp magic to bypass the slope. Ruti volunteered to scout ahead and plant a stake, signaling when it was safe. As they advanced, a group of fierce ape-like monsters appeared, blocking the forest trail. The beasts shrieked and charged aggressively, displaying monstrous strength and violent intent without hesitation. Calm and unshaken, Abyss and Ruti prepared their magic, labeling the attackers a mere nuisance. With swift coordination, they unleashed powerful attacks, overwhelming the monsters with fire and magical force. From a distance, Kai observed the battle's outcome, confident in his companion's overwhelming strength. Kai spotted a signal from Abyss atop the cliff, indicating it was safe to proceed. He thanked his companions and warned of more monsters ahead, urging cautious advancement through dense forest. The path was rough but now easier to walk. Kai questioned if a town truly existed. They noticed their footsteps circling strangely, feeling lost despite progress, increasing their concern silently. Abyss's magic GPS guided them, reassuring Kai they were close to the summit despite doubts. A bright light opened above the jungle canopy. Something massive descended slowly, casting wide shadows. The group spotted the shape above, unsure if it was bird, human, or monster. A winged girl emerged, hovering gently. Feathers shimmered, her eyes scanned them with cautious curiosity. She landed before them, massive talons touched ground. Everyone froze, stunned by her powerful presence. She questioned their presence. They explained their island origins, unaware this mountain was sacred territory. He explained they climbed hoping for a town. She asked if they were lost. She looked at the group curiously. Before helping, she needed to confirm something first. She asked if the girls were his slaves. He replied, "Their family, not property." Surprised by his kindness, she realized they weren't typical humans or beastmen. Her suspicion eased. The sun set. She invited them to her village. He accepted with grateful hesitation. The group was surprised. A village existed, hidden deep within the mountain's rocky terrain. She offered shelter. Kai introduced everyone, thankful. They accepted her kindness without fear or hesitation. Her name was Labelle, a winged kin. She welcomed them with a bright, cheerful demeanor. Kai asked about the hidden village. Labelle explained it wasn't strange, just carefully hidden for safety. Labelle revealed the mountain's holiness. Their village stayed secret. She asked them to protect that truth. Kai wondered if trusting strangers was wise. Labelle seemed unaffected, answering with innocent honesty. She smiled brightly, saying he felt trustworthy. Kai smiled back, surprised by her easy warmth. They reached the entrance. Labelle rushed ahead to explain their presence, leaving them to wait. She guided them into the village. Simple wooden huts surrounded by forest made up home. As they walked through, Kai observed quietly. The village was peaceful, but visibly underdeveloped and poor. Ren hesitated about accepting hospitality. Kai insisted they stay, feeling grateful for Labelle's trust. Labelle returned, smiling brightly. The village elders stood behind her, silently observing the guests' arrival. The elders questioned Kai's group. He explained their journey. Hospitality was offered despite their limited resources. Kai thanked them nervously. The elder welcomed him with calm wisdom and unexpected kindness. Jian arrived in the village. The beastmen welcomed him warmly, offering peace and loyalty. He questioned their loyalty. They responded firmly. They weren't slaves, but family bound by choice. The young beast girl believed in Jian's kindness. She saw him different from cruel humans. Though hidden from the world, the beastmen showed no fear, only silent trust in Jian. Jian pondered. The village was secret, yet its people lived openly, with nothing to hide. Jian discovered a strange dark stone, heavy, unfamiliar. It wasn't ordinary coal or rock. Curious, he compared more stones nearby. Their weight and feel hinted at something valuable, metallic. He questioned the village chief. The stone's origin puzzled him. It wasn't from here, the chief explained. It was iron ore. Their role was simply to unearth it. Jian offered payment but learned contracts already bound the stock. He proposed buying future batches instead. Jian offered negotiation help, confident he could secure better terms than their old contractors. But the elder hesitated, bound by a promise. The next shipment's date was uncertain. Jian observed their modest homes and wondered, why live so poorly despite selling valuable iron? A young beast girl shyly brought him porridge. It was simple, yet lovingly prepared. Jian realized it wasn't porridge, just rice water, but made with heart and utmost sincerity. Jian smiled gratefully and accepted the porridge, masking his reaction with polite, strained enthusiasm. To return the kindness, he offered potatoes, inviting Labelle to join their simple meal. Overjoyed, Labelle accepted and ran off excitedly, promising to share everything with the whole village. Jian reflected quietly, watching Ren closely. Even Katie, serious as ever, showed silent appreciation. That night's porridge was plain, watery, yet unforgettable. It tasted like effort, warmth, and unexpected tears. In the dead of night, Jian was woken. Sentries sensed movement beyond the village. Labelle appeared at the door, breathless. She urged him to get up. Something was wrong. Town guards had reached the mountain's base. Their presence endangered the hidden beastman village. Jian learned the truth. Humans were never allowed here. The beastmen lived in complete secrecy. He agreed to go quietly. Labelle waited patiently, and his companions silently prepared beside him. Jian returned the favor with food. A pot full of potatoes surprised and delighted everyone. Labelle prepared their flight. Jian hesitated, but climbed aboard the wooden sling with cautious resolve. Seeing the strange harness, Jian realized this wasn't a cart. It was for aerial transport. They soared through the skies. Jian panicked as the world vanished beneath. He feared falling instantly. They landed safely. The girls teased him, laughing, while Jian trembled. His courage drained midair. Jian thanked Labelle and the others. He promised to keep their village a secret. They bid farewell warmly. Labelle was happy meeting outsiders again, hopeful they'd meet once more. She flew off joyfully. Jian waved goodbye, leaving behind a gift in her home. They reached the town gate safely. John and his companions dressed to blend in unnoticed. After a long journey, John ordered meatballs first. Hunger overcame plans. Their town life had begun. John noticed a large crowd. He learned the town was a major pilgrimage destination. Curious, he asked about setting up shop, but peddlers needed a permit to sell. The merchant explained the system. Jian needed to go through the government-backed trading guild. Jian agreed and began investigating. He decided to gather information first and contact allies. For privacy, he asked his companions to act as curtains while preparing something discreetly. Jian spotted Katie exploring the streets. She looked amazed, carrying vegetables with childlike wonder. She smiled brightly. It had been years since she left the island. Everything felt exciting. They decided to ask around. The town was full of people. Someone might know something. Ren arrives at a busy town market, guiding animals calmly while merchants trade around him. Noticing the guild staff, Ren raises his hand, hoping to inquire about selling his goods. The merchant inspects everything. Impressed, he asks Ren's origin, who explains coming from distant Scorpa. As goods are checked, Ren's companions mention a big castle. Locals seem confused about its name. They point to the largest building, an old cathedral. No castle here, only growing uncertainty ahead. Ren gazed at the towering cathedral. Saintess Rukia's name stirred something deep within him. Hearing about miracles, Ren felt pain. The saint's name echoed memories of his missing sister. His sister Rukia shared the saint's name. Perhaps this journey connected more than he realized. Though shaken, Ren insisted on finding Katie's town first. His team agreed, tracking both together. Despite the setback, Ren's trading flourished. With his profit, he planned building something entirely new. Ren prioritized medicine and iron first, intending to send them with Kaidi to the island. The group explored the town, asking around. Locals listened, but solid answers were still rare. A group of pilgrims recalled Godier, a distant town a soldier once mentioned after his journey. The name triggered memories. It belonged to the old Lime League Empire, once a powerful force. They finally had a location. Grateful, Ren offered gifts, one step closer to Kaidi's lost town. Ren assures Kaide if they follow imperial trails, reuniting with her parents is possible. Kaide smiles through tears, calling him Onishan, filled with new hope and heartfelt gratitude. As sunset falls, Ren stands firm, ready to face challenges. The journey must keep progressing. They collect holy water from the temple, preparing to continue with divine protection in hand. Ren learns iron trade is controlled by temples. Every material flows strictly through religious authority. Ren realizes the temple isn't just religious, it secretly controls national industries like iron production. The temple governs islands through supply chains. Ren thanks the clerk and starts investigating further. Ren suspects foul play. The temple buys iron at low prices from vulnerable winged men villages. Unable to bring Abyss due to her demon-like appearance, Ren prepares to investigate alone. Clerics redirect Ren to a blacksmith, avoiding raw material talks, leaving him frustrated and unsure. Two strong horses pulled a heavy wagon. Ren turned quickly, startled by its intimidating presence. It was the temple's wagon, arriving with tribute. Ren watched silently as priests gathered around. Inside the wagon, Ren recognized a jar, iron he had gifted to the winged men village. The tribute confirmed his suspicions. The temple was collecting under false pretenses, exploiting villages without transparency. Returning home, Ren faced his group. They were frustrated, tired of delays and poor communication. Ren intercepts the temple's video transmission. Shadowed figures confirm suspicious cargo delivery to the bishop. The bishop mocks demands for hostage returns, revealing the captives are weak and malnourished. They plan to exploit the captives further, showing them risks revealing their deteriorated condition. The bishop refuses exposure, hiding truth and manipulating outcomes to avoid blame and public scrutiny. He hoards stolen goods, claims moral excuses, and decides only the blessed girl can witness hostages. The bishop raged. They'd be executed anyway. To him, the townspeople believed they were extinct. Ren quietly boiled with rage. He saw no light left in the temple's deception. Enraged, Ren cursed the temple. He and his allies charged forward without hesitation or fear. They leapt toward the carriage, aiming to uncover secrets and stop the temple's wicked operations. Inside, a girl senses Libel's presence. Ren realizes the village's spirit still lingers nearby. Ren shouts, exposing the temple's lies. His group confronts resistance, warning him not to overreact. Summoning Hellfire, Ren reveals terrifying magical power. Heat swirls as enemies realize they've provoked a storm. Ren's ally attacks. Her beastman magic explodes, shocking the clergy. Their power is no longer hidden. A fox-eared magician summoned flames to protect the wagon, startling nearby guards and curious onlookers. Kai rushed to Libel's side as soldiers reacted aggressively to the beastman's sudden appearance. Libel trembled in Kai's arms, grateful for his protection after the intense magical confrontation ended. Villagers gathered, whispering in shock at the beastman's flames erupting near their sacred ceremonial path. Fear spread as townspeople pointed. Winged folk and beastmen had reappeared, stirring ancient memories and unease. Villagers, blinded by fear and prejudice, screamed angrily, throwing stones to drive the beastmen away. Ren trembled with rage, confused by their hatred, while Kai urged calm and quiet withdrawal. Kai ordered Ren to create a distraction with magic. A divine soldier approached suspiciously fast. Ren released a massive fireburst into the sky, startling everyone and forcing attention away below. Amid the chaos, the group and their wagon vanished, leaving stunned soldiers confused and empty-handed. Outraged by the escape, the priest ordered his men to summon the divine commander immediately. Meanwhile, Labelle panicked, screaming as she realized they had been transported somewhere entirely unfamiliar. Kai calmed Labelle, revealing they were inside Tenohira Kaitakumura, a sanctuary formed through divine blessings. A cheerful girl welcomed Kai with drinks, impressed he returned safely with everything despite the chaos. As they regrouped and sipped tea, Kai confirmed their exit route, hidden, unnoticed, and fully prepared. Ren sipped calmly, but her hidden fury showed. She imagined punishing anyone who exposed them. Kai checked on Labelle, now calmer, while she marveled at Kai's blessing and the village. Together, they returned to the inn where Abyss awaited, smiling at their safe arrival home. Abyss welcomed them warmly. Labelle was stunned to realize this wasn't the only hidden sanctuary. Elsewhere, villagers loaded iron as temple officials watched, hinting at secretive plans brewing in the mountains. Exhausted birdfolk pleaded. Having spent a month collecting iron, their bodies couldn't handle more work. The priest insisted everyone struggled, claiming temple workers lived better, though their families were still apart. The villagers asked to see their loved ones, but the priest denied access until deadline. A desperate father begged mercy. His daughter hadn't seen her mother in 6 painful, lonely months. Reluctantly, the priest gave in, allowing only the daughter to enter and no one else. The priest discovered pottery, claiming it unfit for villagers and suspiciously asking about its origin. Despite objections, he declared it stolen and ordered soldiers to confiscate it immediately without proof. Soldiers ransacked the forest storage, scattering carefully collected goods without remorse or consideration for ownership. The priest mocked their despair, revealing the food was actually meant for livestock, not people. Labelle broke down in tears, realizing the villagers were deceived simply because they lacked power. Kai quietly observed tension thicken the room as Labelle finally began to speak out. Crowds gathered outside, stirred by recent events. Kai instructed Abyss to guide them to safety. Abyss hugged Kai goodbye, agreeing to travel discreetly and use magic only if absolutely necessary. Waving farewell, Abyss departed for Tenohira Kaitakumura, while Kai prepared to act in her absence. Abyss slipped into the city unnoticed, cloaked and focused, blending with townsfolk as she moved. The townspeople begged Bishop Sama for action, terrified by rumors of beastmen and resurrected winged men. Villagers argued, spreading lies about winged men, blaming them for theft, disease, and their supposed primitive minds. The bishop reassured everyone, divine soldiers were mobilized, and dissent was silenced inside the cathedral. Despite protests, the bishop smiled coldly, claiming winged men never existed and had always been myth. Suddenly alarmed, the bishop heard a scream from inside, Mariella's name echoing through the sacred hall. The bishop requested elite assistance, fearing divine soldiers alone couldn't handle beastmen and blessed threats. Amused and intrigued, the mysterious priestess finally accepted, setting her sights directly on Kai's group. Later, in comic relief, Ren admitted she burned her clothes mid-battle, leaving the group speechless. Labelle rushed forward, wings open wide. Her father caught her in a strong embrace. Tears welled in Labelle's eyes as she confessed everything they'd believed was a lie. Kai had saved her. Their captors never planned peace, just manipulation and hidden agendas. Kai whispered what he knew. Eyes shifted toward the enemy, standing calmly without guilt. Kai declared boldly the time for patience was over. They would rescue everyone and escape. The villagers claimed safety in the temple, praising it as their only home and sanctuary. They spoke of enslavement, persecution, and survival, history buried beneath rituals and stone doctrines. Kai noticed inconsistencies. No pilgrims, strict segregation. The doctrine masked an invisible chain of control. Labelle cried out. The temple's promise was a trap. Their deal was a complete lie. Labelle had special gifts. They used her, iron-finding, blessings, all for their hidden agenda. Labelle confessed her blessing. Mithra, god of searching, granted her the power to detect. While some questioned the temple's true role, others defended its rules despite growing inner conflict. Tears streaming, Labelle demanded freedom from burdens, isolation, hunger, and a life of hiding. Kai watched Labelle collapse in pain. He heard her truth. Determination flared in his eyes. A sharp-eared ally warned armored enemies neared. Kai recognized divine soldiers. A confrontation was coming. Scouts estimated 30 minutes. Tension thickened. Could they talk, or would blood be spilled? Kai instructed the villagers to hide and observe. He'd attempt peaceful contact face-to-face. If talks failed, he ordered, protect the winged ones. Their safety now came first. One ally suggested erasing evidence, dumping bodies. Kai recoiled, disturbed by the calculated cruelty offered. Facing pressure, Kai stood firm. No murder. If confrontation came, they'd resist, but not kill. Kai knew he wasn't ready, but the world forced action, not comfort or delay. He briefed Abyss, if trouble came, strike fast. Knock out any blessed enemy immediately. Labelle apologized. Kai promised swift action. If talks failed, he'd rescue the imprisoned females himself. Kai revealed his plan: rescue the mothers, then flee the temple's control forever together. A new place awaited: food, nature, shelter. Labelle and her people could finally live free. Labelle questioned Kai's kindness. He smiled, saying fate alone brought them together, nothing more. Encouraged, Labelle offered help. Could she find more than iron? She promised to try. Labelle summoned her gift: cormorant's eyes, hawk's eyes, God's eyes. Vision awakened beyond the ordinary. Her eyes flashed. A rush of images appeared. She could now see from afar. Labelle spotted soldiers hidden in the trees. Kai asked quickly, "How is it?" She focused. She spotted 2 enemies near the mountain, and accidentally Kai himself, right in front. The approaching women were strong. Labelle sensed it. Both were blessed, and dangerously unfamiliar. The armored group neared the village. Complaints about insects masked their intent, domination, and control. A jungle beast burst forth, lunging at the black-haired woman with savage, blinding speed. Before it could strike, the curly-haired girl intervened, striking hard with divine warrior precision. The black-haired woman faced the beast, calm, poised. She radiated terrifying, overwhelming confidence. The lookout cried out. Dust stirred beyond the trees. The armored delegation had arrived. The woman marched into the village, dismissing greetings. Her escort was far larger than usual. She questioned the elder sharply, searching for a beastman mage and her elusive master. Labelle was cornered. Asked about her captors, she stammered, uncertain. Her memory remained clouded. Frustrated by Labelle's unclear answers, the woman scowled. This was all wasting her time. She demanded Labelle be handed over. The guards reassured her. Blessed ones became temple priests. Labelle shouted, refusing. Her family came first. She begged them not to separate her again. The woman mocked diplomacy. Their real mission was clear: take Labelle by force, no excuses. Smiling coldly, she turned to her soldiers and hissed, "Then do your job!" Without the mage present, she struck. "No hard feelings," she sneered, gripping Labelle harshly. Eyes gleaming, she whispered her spell: soul-binding puppeteer. Control and cruelty fused into one. The soul-binding puppeteer emerges, unleashing dark powers. Yuto and allies are trapped, helpless. The puppeteer faces sudden disruption as an explosion rips through her, her control over allies breaking. In shock, a war cry is heard as the battle intensifies, but an attack lands unexpectedly. Yuto and his allies confront the soldiers. Tension rises as the truth unfolds with every step. The eye of truth reveals a lie, exposing the deception. Yuto remains calm, knowing the truth. Yuto feigns using the eye of truth, revealing that the soldiers only aim to kill them. The soldiers panic, unsure of their actions. Yuto's resolve strengthens, and orders are issued. With determination, Yuto and his allies stand firm, ready to confront the oncoming attack. An immense magical surge erupts as Yuto and his companions unleash their powerful spells. The soldiers, now fearful, realize the strength of the mages. Yuto demands their surrender. Yuto questions the motives of the soldiers, suspecting a deeper conspiracy involving the winged men. The soldiers reveal their prejudice, claiming the winged men steal crops and live in isolation. The winged men protest, defending themselves. They are merely following orders, living quietly in the mountains. One winged woman cries out, condemning the soldiers' unfair judgment. Her anger is met with indifference. Yuto and his allies discuss the next move. Ren's absence raises questions, and plans are made. Yuto laughs off the situation, discussing the clothes for their winged men friends but showing concern. A sudden disturbance erupts. A vortex appears, throwing everything into chaos. Yuto reacts in disbelief. Ren appears from the chaos, teasing Yuto. He checks on her safety, showing their bond. A new, powerful adversary steps forward, declaring possession over Ren. Yuto's resolve hardens. Tension builds as Yuto realizes the stakes, feeling responsible for the situation's escalation. Gloats, revealing she has turned Ren into her puppet. Yuto is shocked and angry. The puppeteer shows off her control over Ren, who stands like a doll. Yuto is speechless. Ren smirks, as if aware of her control, teasing the others. Yuto worries about her blessing. The group begins to question whether Ren was hypnotized, as her behavior seems out of place. Puppeteer orders action, threatening to dispose of anyone who stands in her way, including Yuto. The puppeteer taunts Yuto, reveling in her control over Ren. Yuto struggles with his emotions. She mocks him, pushing him to question the consequences of his actions, fueling the conflict. Yuto demands answers about the winged men, pressing the puppeteer for information before it's too late. The puppeteer casually explains that she's selling the winged men, treating them as valuable commodities. A shocked Birdman confronts the puppeteer, angered by her casual devaluation of life and the exploitation. The puppeteer reveals a dark truth. Bird girls have unique traits that make them valuable. Yuto is furious. Puppeteer plots her next moves, planning to flaunt her capture of Ren as a trophy. Chaos erupts when Ren suddenly attacks, and Yuto gets caught up in the violence. Despite the clash, Ren reassures Yuto it was all a well-played ruse to gain information. The group learns about Ren's blessing, which allows her to use another god's skill without limitations. Yuto reassures the Birdman, explaining how his timely intervention saved their lives. They share a quiet moment of understanding. The Birdmen, still determined, prepare to fight and defend their village, despite the odds stacked against them. With a resolve to change their fate, they vow to no longer be weak or ignorant. A young bird girl expresses gratitude, moved by Yuto's support and determination to help their village. Yuto leads the charge with his team, planning a rescue mission to save the village, aiming to minimize the bloodshed. Kai is startled by the close proximity of the fox girl, worried about Abby's jealousy. Libel, with her suspicious gaze, asks if something is going on, but the situation remains innocent. Kai, alongside his companions, soars over mountains as they search for potential enemies below. Libel discovers 8 blessed individuals in a distant city, but reports no mages present. Kai and his allies spot a dark building, where he senses his mother's presence inside. A member of the team reports seeing soldiers in the building, but they're relieved the blessed are alive. The group is caught off guard, as the enemy seems to have a mysterious ability to see them. The fox girl and Kai realize the building's security is tighter than anticipated, adding more tension. Ren and the fox girl prepare for a fierce attack, using fireballs to cause a distraction. Their efforts result in a massive explosion, shaking the building, signaling the start of the battle. Kai orders a retreat for now, urging everyone to memorize their location for future action. The group pauses to regroup, with a panoramic view of the mountain ranges ahead, signaling danger. An elderly griffin leader assures the group that staying in the mountains is their only option. The decision to stay hidden is challenged, as some question if it's worth remaining secluded. The young girl insists on staying with Kai no matter where, as long as they are together. The griffin leader reflects on their struggle for freedom, noting the necessity of future battles ahead. The 2 small cat-like characters search for the items they need, staying quiet in the dark. One of the characters finds the item, relieved, as they work together to fulfill their mission. In a nearby tavern, rumors about the winged men being alive spread among the townspeople. Concern grows as the villagers discuss their fears, wondering if the winged men are truly a threat. A cloaked figure expresses concern over the winged men, believing they should be wiped out to prevent future issues. Another figure defends the winged men's rights, stressing the importance of rejecting discrimination in their teachings. The previous speaker feels the pressure, retreating from the argument, clearly conflicted by the ongoing noise. The winged men protest openly, demanding their rights, holding banners, and calling out for justice and recognition. The protest continues as the town is divided. Kai steps in, rallying support and calling for peace. Kai discusses the harsh treatment of the winged men, forced into hard labor and secluded in the mountains. A shocking revelation: the temple controls the iron distribution, and evidence of corruption almost gets destroyed. Kai prepares for a demonstration, ensuring it will be peaceful, advocating for the winged men's rights. The group contemplates the effectiveness of their plan, considering the pilgrims arriving and the town's fear of the winged men. The plan focuses on reaching out to pilgrims who may hold more progressive beliefs to help their cause. Kai urges the group to take action, emphasizing the importance of exposing the truth to the people. Tensions rise as Kai argues that the temple's wrongdoings must be confronted, preventing further injustice. Kai appeals to the pilgrims, asking them to share the truth and stand with the winged men. The dialogue turns emotional, as Kai and his allies plead for solidarity, emphasizing shared beliefs and fairness. A crowd listens intently as Kai delivers a passionate message, while others discuss the growing unrest. A massive crowd forms in front of the sanctuary, with both winged men and townfolk marching together. The bishop and his associates react to the disturbance, growing increasingly agitated by the noise. The bishop is horrified as he realizes the situation is escalating, with tension mounting inside the cathedral. The bishop rages, realizing their plans have failed as word of the winged men spreads like wildfire. The opposing forces prepare for confrontation, but the bishops are already questioning the failure of their plan. Winged men proudly march into the fray, declaring their presence as they stand united against oppression. With fierce determination, the leader of the winged men vows to break free from their chains forever. Temple looms large as a man, desperate, demands the return of his wife and daughter. A passionate rally forms outside the temple, protesting against unfair treatment and exploitation by the church. The bishop steps out of the temple, bewildered by the disturbance, faced by an angry crowd. Man, flanked by his loyal bird companion, pleads for the bishop to honor his year-old promise. The bishop, feigning ignorance, denies knowing the man or any of his claims, escalating the tension. Bishop manipulates the crowd, calling the accusations lies and accusing them of doing the devil's work. The bishop, seething with anger, threatens the group with violence, claiming their defiance is sacrilegious. A confrontation intensifies as the man challenges the bishop's lies, accusing him of hiding the truth about winged women. The bishop grins, feigning innocence, and denies all accusations, confidently claiming no wrongdoings on his part. Tensions rise as allies discuss strategy, with one preparing to take action, determined to protect the group. The bishop conspires with his ally, assuring the tight security to keep their secrets safe. Guards stationed around the winged women's quarters boast that no one will infiltrate easily. A determined ally unleashes a powerful attack, cutting through the defenses with intense force. The leader commands the group to rush, urging them to break through the enemy lines quickly. The fierce clash sends shockwaves through the battlefield as the guards struggle to hold their ground. Group races through the building, sensing the presence of the winged women hidden within. Winged women huddle together in fear, unaware of the rescuer's arrival as they await freedom. Rescuer bursts in with determination, reassuring the women that they are here to set them free. Winged women react in shock as they learn that their husbands are alive and have not died. The group quickly moves to escape, with the women eager to leave, still in disbelief at their rescue. Bishop deflects accusations, using the city's size and its issues with discrimination to justify his actions. The bishop coldly dismisses the concerns of the pilgrim, denying the presence of the winged women's families. Tension rises as the bishop orders the arrest of the protesters, accusing them of creating chaos. Bishop's mask slips as he angrily denies the presence of the winged women, his words trembling. Unexpected happens as the winged women burst into the room, challenging the bishop's lies and his authority. Onlookers gasp in shock as the winged women confront the bishop's lies with undeniable proof. The mother embraces her child, the joy of their reunion overwhelming in the face of their struggles. Family reunites, with the winged father now also part of the scene, relieved to be together again. Once chaotic city now witnesses a powerful sight, dozens of winged individuals soaring in unity. Bishop finds himself in an intense moment of reckoning, faced with the women's truth and defiance. The bishop, still in denial, attempts to brush off the situation, suspecting the scheme is a subordinate's doing. A figure commends the protagonist for his bravery, calling him a man of justice for his actions. Protagonist, unsure of the next steps, listens to the priest's praise but remains wary of the challenges ahead. Priest's smirk turns darker, hinting at a larger plan as he speaks of bringing justice to the bishop. With a final ominous declaration, the priest reveals that the real judgment is yet to come for the bishop. A mysterious figure introduces himself as Dronzer, the infamous inquisitor, sending shockwaves through the room. The bishop nervously tries to cover up, brushing it off as a mere coincidence, but doubts linger. Dronzer calmly reveals the Empire's plan to invade Revelda, setting the stage for even greater turmoil. Protagonist experiences a flash of dread as he sees an ominous figure, a shadowy evil god. A chilling realization dawns as the protagonist recognizes Dronzer as the one who sent him to the island. The protagonist is disturbed by the news of the Empire's invasion, as his hometown is at risk. Dronzer, the Inquisitor, praises the protagonist for his sense of justice, likening him to a saint. Dronzer reveals that the gods were guiding the protagonist, validating his actions as part of a higher plan. After completing his task, the protagonist bids farewell to the winged women, who express their gratitude. His companion, noticing his fatigue, offers words of encouragement, reminding him of the importance of his journey. The protagonist reassures his companion that he's fine, despite the overwhelming thoughts weighing on him. In a comforting gesture, his companion embraces him, offering a quiet moment of peace amidst the chaos. As they embrace, the companion softly comforts him, encouraging him that everything will be okay. Overwhelmed by all that has happened, the protagonist can't help but smile, realizing how much he's gained. With newfound resolve, he vows to be strong, promising to lead his people to safety and a better future. Kai's new discovery leads to a water vein, crucial for the village's growth and survival. The group agrees to dig a well near the bathhouse, making water access more efficient. Exhausted from their hard work, the team takes a rest, cherishing the peaceful moments together. A week passes, and Kai's group welcomes newcomers, providing food and improving the island's living conditions. However, Kai's face shows concern as his thoughts linger on deeper problems the island faces. Libelle asks Kai to gather firewood, and she eagerly invites him to join her for help. The mountain looms in the distance, its towering cliffs a reminder of the island's mysteries. Libelle reflects on her past struggles with the temple, grateful for Kai's protection on the island. Libelle expresses her concern for Kai, feeling something's been off about him since their return. Kai's friends try to comfort Libelle, suspecting that his silence might stem from family worries. Libelle decides to search for Kai's family, vowing to fly across the ocean to find them. Libelle rushes to take off, but Libelle's friend warns her that such a reckless act could be dangerous. Libelle's desperate flight is stopped when her friend catches her, preventing her from flying out of control. Libelle protests, but her friend insists she's worried, especially as Libelle's impulsiveness might worry Kai further. Libelle considers calming down, but her desire to help Kai feel better overpowers the situation at hand. Ren suggests testing the water and bath setup. Excited about the first real trial of the well, Kai sits alone by the shore, contemplating the Inquisitor's actions and his potential role in the past. Kai recalls reading about the temple's history and their cruel treatment of heretics. Disturbed by its truth, Kai reflects on how the Inquisitor might have been involved, worrying the island's survival was at risk. Despite the doubts, Kai is unsure whether the Inquisitor truly knows about the curse that haunts him. A man warns Kai about the Empire's looming invasion of Laverda, hinting at danger approaching their island. Libelle, shocked by the news of Laverda and the Empire, fears the Inquisitor's role in the conflict. Kai, burdened by responsibility, resolves to protect everyone on the island, pledging to be their king. Libelle notices Kai's distant expression, but he continues walking, burdened by the responsibility he carries alone. Libelle, determined to help, demands that Kai come with her without asking questions, showing her firm resolve. Kai is carried off by a golem, completely confused about where they're heading and why. Dragged to a partially built area, Libelle demands the golem undress him for something. Kai protests as the golem tries to undress him, claiming he'll do it himself. Tumbles upon an unexpected sight, many women gathered, seemingly preparing for something he didn't expect. The women greet Kai warmly, promising to heal him, completely changing the tone of the moment. The women explain Kai's country's culture of naked socializing, catching him off guard with their casual attitude. Libelle offers Kai a warm bath, reminding him it's designed to help him feel better. Kai enjoys the bath, but is overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of the customs in this new world. Libelle checks on Kai's comfort, concerned about his reaction to the water. As she sits nearby, Libelle teases Kai about being the star of the day, complimenting him on the bath's success. A girl excitedly declares she's first in line to be close to Kai, as everyone else looks on. As the bath gets crowded, some women try to get closer to Kai, creating playful chaos. Libelle talks about a method she learned from Big Sis Inel on how to raise Kai's spirits. Kai wonders if his gloomy mood was that noticeable, as Libelle assures him everyone noticed his change. One of the women explains that Kai is a king loved by everyone, comforting him as he reacts. The group reassures Kai, offering their unwavering support no matter the path he chooses. One of the women encourages Kai to open up about his worries, reminding him that he's not alone. Holding her hand, realizes that sharing his troubles will strengthen him with the support of his people. Sitting in their newly built treehouse, the two gaze at the horizon, waiting patiently for visitors. The young man, concerned, talks about the unpredictable arrivals, hinting at long gaps between appearances. In the distant temple, a holy ceremony marks the moment a child gains a divine seal. As they look out over the island, they discuss their mission to help children marked by an evil god. Speculating on the past, they wonder about the mysterious organization and the strange timeline that has been unfolding for decades. A mysterious bird flies overhead, about the secretive Farley religion's true intentions. After completing the morning patrol, they report that no ships were spotted, keeping the island isolated. As they discuss the island's dense trees, they realize how smoke from cooking helps spot ships. The bird-like companion heads off to bathe, easing the tension until the island's yearly danger passes. The two discuss the bird's fondness for baths after flying, sharing a moment of relaxed camaraderie. As they observe the bird, the young man notes the coldness of the sky, despite the warm weather. The bird-like companion excitedly shares, unrestricted by any limits. The girl presents a strange rock to Kai, telling him he hasn't seen it before. Shocked, Kai realizes what the rock might be, sensing it holds a deeper significance. The girl proudly explains that the rock is iron from their village, grown and developed on the island. Kai is surprised to learn the villagers call the rock amafugane, which has a special meaning, realizing it might be meteoric iron, on how much history is being rewritten here. With a laugh, they joke about not wanting the village to be bombarded by falling meteorites. They walk through the village, discussing the trial-and-error process of pottery making using the new iron. A character excitedly suggests using magic to make iron in a more spectacular way, but Kai disagrees. A villager excitedly joins the magic lesson, practicing fire magic, Ren. The villagers begin to learn magic, with some showing their newfound skills by summoning flames. Kai watches in awe, wishing he could manipulate elements like fire and lightning as well. A playful moment arises when one of the villagers teases Kai about his magic envy. Kai reflects on the differences between Ren's powerful magic and the villagers' more basic abilities, realizing they're still in the learning phase. The group discusses the ship's arrival, with Kai noting that anything he doesn't recognize should be avoided. Suddenly, the bird-like companion arrives, urgently warning Kai that something's wrong and signaling trouble. In a panic, the companion announces that a ship is approaching the island, adding to the tension. They frantically question the details. How many ships? Are there special individuals on board? The anxiety builds. Komorin steps in, calming Kai by explaining that there's only one tiny ship far in the distance. Kai, eager to experience the sky swing, asks to try it firsthand, wanting a better view. As they approach, they notice the ship hasn't moved much. It's not getting closer, but also not retreating. The ship comes into clearer view, revealing it to be a simple vessel with a few people on board. Using sharp eyesight, they realize the crew is throwing a net into the sea, sparking more curiosity. After assessing the situation, they conclude it's a fishing boat, though there's still a chance it might be a scout ship. Kai orders to keep watch on the boat, not wanting to take immediate action until more is known. As Kai lands and discusses the ship's situation, Komorin notes that it's just a fishing boat. They both reflect on the island's secrecy, with Kai questioning if the ship knew about their hidden location. As they discuss possibilities, the ship sails away without coming ashore, leaving more questions than answers. With the potential threat in mind, Kai begins to reassess the island's defenses, realizing they may not be ready for an attack. The next day, Kai knocks on Enel's door, asking to try synthesizing some warrior coon seeds. He calls out for Enel, but when there's no response, he steps inside and looks around. As he's still looking, a sudden burst of celebration erupts as he reaches level 30. Surprised by the announcement, Kai is confused as the others cheer for his achievement. Realizing the significance, he notices the village's sign has been updated to reflect this new milestone. Kai is shocked to discover the village has been renamed the Village of the Mage of Hellfire. In the village, Kai and Komorin observe the changes happening, from an evolving settlement to a mage's land. The village board introduces a new feature, the Mage of Hellfire Village, with a special shopping zone. Komorin explains the arrival of craftspeople, creating unique one-of-a-kind items for the villagers to buy. The concept of special shopping involving real currency, as Kai questions the need for gold coins. While walking around, Komorin mentions the village's iron products, already circulating, and tells Kai about new items. Soon Kai and Komorin arrive at the blacksmith's workshop, observing the bustling area full of activity. Inside the forge, a seasoned blacksmith instructs his apprentice to keep striking the hot metal. The blacksmith oversees the delicate process of shaping the metal, guiding his team with precision. As the metal cools, the blacksmith uses his magic, casting fire to finish the crafting. The onlookers, including Kai and Komorin, are amazed at the blacksmith's power, blending magic and craftsmanship. Kai and Komorin observe the blacksmith's skills. The blacksmith is also a protector of the village. Komorin suggests Kai should accept offerings placed at the statue in his honor as a god. Kai approaches the statue, questioning if this is the offering he's supposed to accept. Holding a knife, Kai contemplates how far the village has come, marking a milestone in progress. The villagers greet Kai, excited and praising his divine presence as they notice the floating knife. Kai realizes that the villagers have developed a new faith around him, celebrating his influence. Kai reflects on the village's progress, now at level 30, with more opportunities ahead. Kai gathers everyone to discuss the village's future goals, with a focus on defending the island. Kai worries about potential threats from the temple, considering relocating the village for safety. The villagers express their loyalty to Kai, saying they'll follow him no matter where he goes. The villagers express concern for the children, as the temple plans to abandon the island. The girls trust Kai's decision, asking him to find a safe place before the temple strikes. Yuri reprimands Sarah, but the others assure her that Kai is deeply worried for everyone. Kai is faced with a tough decision, questioning if he should abandon the island or lead it. Kai stands firm, declaring that the place doesn't matter, only the well-being of the people. Kai asks the villagers to choose if they are willing to stay and fight the temple for their land. All 49 villagers raise their hands, showing unanimous support for staying and fighting for the island. Komorin asks if anyone disagreed, but Kai confirms that every person agreed to stay and fight. Kai expresses concerns about potential threats from the temple's powerful forces, considering the danger. Komorin reassures Kai, stating that despite the temple's threat, they want to remain with him. The villagers express their gratitude, sharing how much better life has been on the island, despite the challenges. They pledge to fight the temple if it comes for them, but Kai insists they need to prepare. Kai gives an impassioned speech, asking those who still want to follow him to join his cause. Komorin reflects on the harsh reality of leadership, acknowledging that Kai will have to make tough choices. Kai, resolute, declares that all he wants is happiness for everyone, as long as they stay alive. Kai reflects on his decision to live fully, making up for his past life, and moving forward. Kai outlines the island's defenses, focusing on fortifying the hidden landing point where enemies may land. A villager asks Kai if they will fight on the island if the enemy attacks before they're ready. Kai, in strategic discussions, considers the need for a safe exit plan if the temple forces attack. Kai emphasizes the importance of having a detailed map of the island for tactical planning. Kai instructs Abyss to draw a bigger map of the island for their strategic planning. Abyss energetically works on the map, and the result is an expanded version showing the island's layout. Kai thanks Abyss for the map and plans to use the help of the winged men for further detailing. Kai asks about Abyss's opinion on the unexplored northern side, where the magic felt unnatural. Abyss reveals that she too awoke on the northern side of the island. Kai, hearing Abyss's revelation that the northern side contains a laboratory over 1,000 years old. The group approaches the mountain by cable car, heading towards the middle of the forest. Curious, they discuss whether to explore the ruins, though some fear its dangerous, deteriorating state. Inside the ruins, they find strange stones, hinting at human construction long forgotten in the wilderness. With danger ahead, they discuss using fire magic to clear obstacles and ensure their path is safe. Amid their exploration, one member stumbles, clearly shaken by something unsettling in the ruins. Abyss isn't feeling well, causing concern among the group. They worry about her condition. They decide that Abyss should be taken back south, avoiding the dangerous path through Tenohira village. To keep Abyss safe, a swift plan is made to carry her back as fast as possible. With determination, they rush through the wilderness, ensuring every step brings them closer to safety. Abyss is safely brought back quickly, surprising everyone with how fast the journey was completed. Abyss expresses that she's okay now, though she worries about being a burden to others. Abyss reveals her amnesia, only remembering being a replica of a magician from 1,000 years ago. The group speculates that Abyss might have been created without her memories, much like a blank slate. The team decides to properly prepare before venturing into the ruins again, taking Abyss's safety into account. Abyss apologizes for the earlier situation, with a lighthearted moment about her reliance on Ren. Yuri suggests building a defensive system, while the team debates different approaches to fortify the island. Ren's excitement dims after hearing their delayed plans for investigating the ruins, leaving her deflated. Kai reviews a detailed map of the island, pondering the ideal location for a fortress. The group discusses how they'll have to enter the forest to break through to the next area. A new plan emerges to set up a preemptive long-range attack system to prevent possible ship invasions. Kai suggests building a deep moat in a strategic location to make the defense difficult to breach. Yuri comments on how the location is far from the coast, making it difficult to spot from afar. Kai explains the importance of using bows and magic while excavating dirt to build defensive walls. Kai compares the situation to a tower defense game, finding fun in planning the strategy. Kai realizes the current defense setup isn't enough and decides they need a new weapon to cover the entire defensive line. Yuri mischievously suggests wagering on seeds, but Kai decides they'll continue their work without any bets. Kai creates white monk chan seeds, but they're hard to distinguish due to their beige color. Kai tries to create a camouflage seed, but the design ends up matching the table's surface. Next, they create a transparent seed, but it's so hard to see that they worry it might disappear. Kai lists the different seeds created: black, camouflage, and transparent, but struggles with understanding the last one. The scene shifts to the next day, where the three little creations rest peacefully in bed. Kai and the others are surprised to see how quickly their creations have grown, ready for harvesting. Each creation has unique abilities. Magician-kun uses all 4 elements, Ninja-kun specializes in covert operations, and Angel-chan enhances magic. The little creations seem to instinctively head toward the first warrior-kuns, who were born earlier. Ren jokingly says the warriors don't come to her, and she teases about their behavior. Kai discusses the progress of the moat's construction. Ren suggests using magic to burn tree roots. Ren wonders if Ka-chan can make the trees leave by themselves, with Kai praising Ka-chan's abilities. Kai wonders if the shape of the trees matters for the spell, but Ren assures him it doesn't. Kai asks Ren if Ka-chan can transport the excavated dirt for the fortress. Ren agrees to try. Ren uses her magic to transport the dirt, but something unexpected occurs. A large slime creature is formed. Ren successfully creates Dirt-kun, a strange slime-like creature made of dirt, which begins to move. Kai wonders if giving the dirt something like a name might make it come to life. Ren hesitantly tries to bring the dirt to life, though she's unsure if it's possible. Kai begins to think that, while the conditions seem similar, naming might work, and it's worth trying. To everyone's surprise, the dirt creature twists into a form, seemingly coming to life with a cheerful appearance. The dirt creature, named Dirt-kun, surprises Kai and Ren with its movement, showing off its capabilities. Ren happily states she's pleased with Dirt-kun's usefulness, but Kai humorously credits her just for drawing a face. Kai mentions that the growing population requires an expedition to gather supplies, and Ren joins the plan. Ren quietly shares her goal of finding Kaide's family, a journey that feels close to her heart. Ren imagines the possibility of reuniting with her parents, holding on to a glimmer of hope. The 2 stuffed animals look curiously at the village in the distance. The sign reads, "Temporary Life." Kaide, seated on the grass, tells her plushies about a dream she had about them. Kaide remembers her 5th birthday when her father gave her the 2 stuffed animals. Kaide gazes at the horizon, wondering if her father will one day find her. Tears well up in Kaide's eyes as she longs to reunite with her parents again. Kaide hopes to reunite with her parents, wanting to assure them that she's safe and well. Kaide feels regretful and calls herself stupid. Realizing the risks despite the situation being tense, her plushies comfort her, reminding Kaide of her father's love, encouraging her hope for rescue. Kai, deep in thought, considers the lack of hope, as his older brother has given up. Kaide, now more resolute, expresses her doubts about help coming, but can't stop her longing. Kaide is encouraged by her plushies, who reassure her that it's okay to express her emotions. Kaide decides to do what she can, vowing to help her situation to the best of her ability. Kai discusses his plan for an expedition back to Scorpa, preparing for the next challenge. Concerned for Kai's safety, she warns him about a possible slave trader in town. Kai believes he may have a solution for Sarah's collar, which excites the other person. Ren talks about his experience with the village of the winged men and their powerful priestesses. They discuss how Kei-chan tried but failed to remove Sarah's collar using her powers. Kai suspects the collar might be a product of a blessing and wonders how to handle it. Kai confronts a captive, asking if she knows anything about slave collars, offering her freedom in exchange. The captive reveals it's a magic sealing collar, but insists it's unrelated to her own blessing. The captive explains that her blessing isn't powerful enough to break the collar, but it's dangerous. She reveals she's certain that a blessing was placed on the collar, making it unbreakable. Kai is intrigued by her pursuit of the mystery behind the collar, as it's a hidden secret. The captive reveals that the collar is a tool for controlling magic users and female slaves. She hints that the only person who can remove it is the one who placed it. Kai recognizes Marini, the slave trader from Scorpa, as a new obstacle to overcome in their journey. While discussing Kaide's family search, a conversation about the collar leads to a request for help. Kai expresses his desire to fight for the country, believing mages are essential assets. Excited, Kai can't wait to witness Sarah's magic, a rare opportunity, though Sarah's modest about it. Sarah, blushing, asks Kai to accompany her once she leaves the island after regaining her magic. Kai agrees to try something Sarah suggested the other day, looking forward to the new experience. Asking around for what to bring back from the expedition, the group discusses alcohol and grapes. While pondering Milord's whereabouts, Ren notices the horses and wonders if they're searching for a groom. The group spots the boat for Kaide's experiment, drawing their attention to the new project. Excited, they experience the speed of the boat as Kaide's experiment brings unexpected thrills. Kai marvels at the speed of the boat, Santa Maria Chan, named after him, moving at incredible speed. Kaide excitedly tells Kai that she will accompany him on his next outing. Eager for adventure, Kaide insists on joining him for safety, knowing the sea can be dangerous if left alone. Kai reluctantly agrees, recognizing the benefit of having Kaide's power on their side for the journey. As the boat speeds up, Kaide shouts for more power, prompting Santa Maria Chan to increase her speed. Kaide, filled with determination, vows to do her best to meet her mama and papa. Kai and the team have left the island, and their friends discuss their departure anxiously. The screen shows Kai in a shocking moment, his wild expression highlighting the unexpected twist. The team marvels at the new boat Kai created, amazed by its smooth, almost magical function. Kai takes a small break, informing Kaide of his pause while they prepare for the journey. Kaide welcomes Kai with enthusiasm, wondering how she handled the boat's wild ride without issue. Kai relaxes on the grass while Kaide playfully warns him, saying she'll chase him out. Kaide offers to comfort Kai with everything she has, urging him to rest if needed. Kai, still tired, agrees to have tea while Kaide orders Koromo to bring it to him. 4 days later, the group has arrived at their destination much faster, though Kai is still exhausted. Kai plans to be cautious after their last chaotic experience in Scorpa, but faces some confusion. Kai gives Abyss an important responsibility to guard while they head to the market for supplies. Kaide offers to take care of Kai's well-being, even while he continues his plans. The group arrives in Scorpa, observing the town's layout as they prepare for their next moves. Kai and his team make their way through the market, trying to stay inconspicuous. The crowded market, Kai and his companions look at various items, keeping their guard up. Kai gets an unexpected offer for the cow, with the price negotiation taking a surprising turn. Kai cuts the negotiation short, unwilling to drag things out, emphasizing Abyss's weight. The price negotiations escalate, as Kai tries to avoid raising market prices by accepting a fair offer. Kai finally agrees to sell the cow for 7 gold coins, hoping to close the deal. After the sale, Kai and his group are ready to buy the necessary items and head out. Kai interacts with local craftsmen as he checks on the progress of the items he's ordering. Kaide excitedly spots another big catch, happily calling out to Kai to see the new find. Kaide presents her latest shopping haul, including grapes, barrels, glass, and even 2 male horses. Kai is surprised to discover that one of the items Kaide bought is a special sword. Kaide shows off her special sword, teasing Kai. As she prepares to reveal what makes it unique, Kaide excitedly presents the fire sword, but Kai finds the name a bit too plain. Kaide explains that the sword costs 5 gold coins with magic used to generate the flames. Kai is concerned since he lacks magic, but Kaide reassures him that anyone can use it. Kai hesitantly tries to activate the sword, and flames suddenly burst from it, surprising him. Kaide praises Kai for activating the sword, as they discuss the weapon's potential in their future plans. Kai bids farewell to a woman holding a tray, heading out for his next task. Kai follows a woman who is deep in thought as they walk through the village. Kai recalls that Scorpa used to be Mondial territory, while the woman reflects on the unchanged town. Abyss eagerly joins Kai's team for an important mission, as they gather more allies for their cause. The group approaches the ominous Marini slave trading house, preparing for what's ahead. The group discusses their plan, preparing to use magic to handle any resistance they may face. Arriving at the slave trading house, the group finds the doors closed and no one inside. A woman from the building explains that the owner is away for a while, dealing with business. The woman reveals that the master left for the port city of Nomel to observe a war. Kai, after hearing about Nomel, slams his hand down, realizing the significance of the port city. Kai and Sarah discuss their upcoming journey to Gaudier, With Sarah excited about joining him, Sarah asks Kai if he'll take her along, revealing her unease about her collar and its burden. Kai hesitates but agrees to let Sarah join him on the journey, appreciating her company. Later that night, the group finds themselves resting together, sharing a peaceful moment as they sleep. Kai, noting the tight quarters, asks Sarah and the others to sleep in the adjacent room. The group prepares for their trip to Nomel after breakfast, discussing their plans and low-profile options. As Kai and his companions enter a dining hall, someone spots them, recognizing Kai's face from before. The man who recognized Kai is revealed to be a former ally of a mage slave trader. The road is too close to the Imperial camp, so they decide to take a detour. The mercenary, dismissed from his previous post, offers his services to the group in exchange for work. The mercenary reveals he's an ex-Empire mage and couldn't join the war, explaining his situation. The group questions the mercenary's intentions, suspecting a possible trap with his offer to join them. The mercenary smiles and reveals the real reason: his defeat at the hands of the group. The mercenary reveals he has a gut feeling that following the group will lead to a good fight. Ren and the group discuss the mercenary's seriousness, considering his knowledge of the Empire's geography. The group decides to trust the mercenary, agreeing to let him guide them for their journey. The group wonders whether hiring the mercenary was a mistake, questioning his true intentions. Despite the mercenary's past, some believe he could be trusted, though he remains potentially dangerous. The group reflects on the mercenary's past, noting his unusual departure and possible aristocratic background. The group discusses the need for caution when choosing allies, warning about betrayal for money. The group struggles with whether they can truly trust the mercenary, questioning his loyalty. The group debates whether isolation is better than risking trust, rejecting a life of seclusion. Despite some doubts, the group agrees to move forward, prioritizing trust and caution with the mercenary. The mercenary intervenes just in time, laughing about not getting angry, and mentions his desire to remove his collar. The group arrives in the bustling port town of Nomel, 10 days after setting out. The group enters the market, observing the busy streets filled with merchants and townspeople. They realize they don't remember what the old man looks like, despite searching for him in the city. The mercenary guesses the old man is probably at the bar, killing time before organizing his troops. A burly man at the bar, frustrated, demands the Imperial Army's readiness, slamming his barrel on the table. The men discuss the challenge of assembling a fleet and the lack of an official navy in the Empire. A man named Fozel enters the bar, greeted with surprise by a burly man who recognizes him. Fozel's comrades ask if he'll be joining them in battle, but he reveals he has other business. The conversation shifts to a masked figure, raising questions about his true identity as the group looks on in confusion. A furious man in the bar recognizes Fozel and orders his men to seize him immediately. Fozel confidently announces that he now works for the young man, pointing to his current employer. The group retreats to a quieter area, where they discuss matters alone, preparing for the next steps. Fozel is confronted about the collar spell. With some tension building between him and the burly man, a bidding war ensues as the burly man offers to pay Fozel more than his current employer to switch sides. The burly man, now interested in the masked figure, offers a deal, asking how much he's being paid. The burly man accuses Fozel of stealing goods and turning people into obedient slaves, expressing his contempt. The masked figure warns the burly man that if he won't cooperate, they will make him regret it. The burly man, shocked and defeated, reflects on how things ended up this way, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In his defeat, the burly man reveals the spell needed to remove the collar, called Corsa Corta. Sarah reassures the group that she doesn't smell any lies, and agrees to keep an eye on Fozel. Sarah asks how things went, and the group discusses that Fozel answered honestly under pressure. Sarah, worried about the collar's effects, asks if she will still be accepted if it takes control of her will. Kai reassures Sarah, telling her not to worry as he prepares to help her with the collar. Kai promises to ensure Sarah's safety no matter what, vowing to undo the collar's effects if needed. Sarah activates the spell Corsa Corta, and the collar releases with a burst of light, signaling freedom. Sarah joyfully exclaims that the collar is finally off, relieved and happy. While Kai watches her, Sarah, overwhelmed by emotions, rushes to hug Kai, exclaiming her gratitude, much to his surprise. With tears in her eyes, Sarah wonders aloud how Kai can be so kind, and she thanks him. Kai nervously admits he likes her too, with a gentle but shy response as they embrace. Kai, nervously flustered, tries to clarify his feelings, but Sarah interrupts, also confessing her love for him. Sarah, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaims that she has fallen deeply in love with Kai, not knowing how to act. Sarah, now in Kai's embrace, blushes and feels at peace. Knowing that her feelings are reciprocated, a tense exchange occurs as a man demands his collar back, despite the boy's concerns about danger. The situation grows more intense as the characters part ways, with the man dismissing the old man's concerns. The group enters a marketplace, with the boy noting the surprising presence of 3 powerful mages nearby. The team discusses their journey, revealing the strength of their mages and the boy's mysterious powers. As the team surveys the kingdom, the boy questions the Empire's handling of the Leverden Kingdom, raising doubts. The group prepares to split as urgent matters arise. With the boy unsure of the situation, the boy decides to visit a familiar boat while the man heads off to his business. The group gathers in the market, pondering their next steps as they take in the sights. While shopping, they hear rumors about the ongoing war and the recruitment of soldiers. A boisterous soldier disrupts their conversation, making the girl uncomfortable with his drunken behavior. The group faces unwanted attention as a man claims exclusive rights to the girls, causing tension. Tensions rise as the girl angrily confronts the man, expressing her frustrations about being stuck. The boy steps in, calling out the man's military affiliation while demanding he stop his actions. The situation escalates with threats of violence as the group prepares to defend themselves. The girl takes action, launching a powerful counterattack, surprising everyone with her fierce determination. The girl, filled with fury, warns the soldiers to behave, showing her growing frustration and power. As the girl demands the men stop, the boy tries to intervene, but the situation escalates. The fight continues with the soldiers laying unconscious, while a more authoritative figure approaches. The military officer assesses the situation and expresses regret, noting the poor training of the soldiers. The boy is intrigued by the mention of General Enfield, realizing the connection to someone close. The boy wonders about the girl's father working at the castle, hinting at possible mysteries ahead. A powerful explosion sends the boy flying, signaling a dramatic turn in events 12 years in the past. A mentor figure encourages the boy despite his loss, believing in his potential and vowing to polish him. The boy, determined, refuses healing, vowing that the scar will be a symbol of his resolve. The boy's declaration is met with a sly grin from the mentor, hinting at a deeper connection. The frantic healer dashes off, promising to return with potions to cure the daughter's fever. Old friends meet, with one asking about Edward, while the other reveals some pressing business. A serious conversation ensues, with the boy shocked to hear about the general's lost daughter. The boy, full of emotion, demands to know the truth about the general's daughter and the loss. The atmosphere in the castle has changed, and now only priests can communicate with the once strong general. The general's refusal to go to war due to his daughter's illness causes frustration and concern. Fauzel returns, visibly shaken after a long conversation, as Axel anxiously awaits an update on the situation. Fauzel is stunned when the general claims he doesn't recognize him, suspecting the general may be losing his mind. At the inn, Fauzel returns to find the boy, who inquires about his business still being unresolved. The boy asks Fauzel about General Enfield, sensing a deeper connection. While Fauzel seems reluctant to share, the boy eagerly inquires about the general, hoping he could be the person they need to meet. A darkly playful figure asks if the boy plans to kill the general, setting a tense atmosphere. The girl laughs off the suggestion of assassination, but Fauzel expresses concern over their dangerous journey. The boy asks about the girl's connection to the general, worried she may be the one he's seeking. Fauzel reacts anxiously to the mention of Kaide, clearly disturbed by the news of her supposed death. The boy and the girl share a victorious moment, confirming they've found the person they were searching for. Fauzel is surprised and a bit annoyed by the boy's teasing, but the atmosphere remains lighthearted. The boy reveals that Fauzel once visited his home when they were younger, showing a personal connection. The girl excitedly reunites with Fauzel, calling him Fauzel Ni-chan, as they share an emotional hug. Fauzel, shocked and emotional, learns that Kaide is still alive, questioning the strange turn of events. The boy and the girl explain their urgent need for the general's help, revealing their precarious situation. Fauzel agrees to help, acknowledging Kaide's importance, and believes the general will snap out of his current state. The general, isolated and determined, whispers Edward's name with a deep resolve, hinting at a dangerous turn. Kaide suggests writing a letter to their father, believing he'll recognize her handwriting immediately. They hatch a plan to deliver the letter and avoid temple censorship, bringing excitement. Kaede assures the group that finding their father is easy as they know his name. Curiosity about Kaide's past grows, while she teases that a certain person will join them. Kaede writes the letter, reflecting on their plans, as others prepare for the journey ahead. The letter reaches the palace, but someone solemnly reads it, unaware of the sender. A tense moment arises. Everyone wonders why Edward hasn't responded to the letter yet. Libelle worries, fearing that Edward might have forgotten about Kaede and their promise to reunite. Kaide's friends are concerned as she anxiously waits, knowing Edward hasn't moved from his post. Milord comforts Kaede, assuring her that they will do something, offering her support and reassurance. A hurried chase ensues as someone urgently demands to talk to Edward, creating chaos. Amidst confusion, they realize the massive security around Edward. Even a priest can't approach him easily. A conversation unfolds regarding the state of Edward's army, questioning his awareness of critical issues. The military prepares for war as ships are readied, and urgent orders are given. They discuss how to meet Edward directly, realizing their current approach isn't going to work. The mages pledge their loyalty and readiness, eager to follow their master, now ready for action. They discuss their next move, planning to confront Edward despite going against the Empire's wishes. Despite having powerful mages, doubts linger as they question the balance of forces and strategy. The war preparations are final. The team braces for what lies ahead, leaving for Laverta soon. Tensions rise as they plan how to make Edward come out of hiding to face them. They spot the ships ready for departure, but the task of finding people seems daunting. With a quick plan, they decide to leave it to Libelle's keen vision to locate people. Libelle gasps in shock as she discovers something unexpected on the ship, catching their attention. They realize the ship is nearly empty, with only a few guards left standing nearby. Orion gives out instructions, positioning his team to prepare for their next move with precision. The team begins their mission as they head to Tenohira Pioneer Village, moving swiftly through water. A large ship is revealed in all its glory, impressing the group with its size and capacity. They discuss their plan, deciding to involve Yuri and others to help them with the island's exit. With preparations underway, the group plans to welcome many visitors while leaving Abyss to guard. Tension rises as a commotion erupts in the castle. The sound of hurried footsteps fills the air. Panic spreads as the ships are reported on fire, causing chaos in the command room. The ships burn fiercely, with smoke filling the air, signaling an unexpected attack. Kaide's flare draws attention, ensuring that the enemy forces can't move forward to the war. A destructive force surges as a powerful blast strikes, marking the intensity of the battle. The enemy mistakes Kaede for a witch with devil-like silver hair, recognizing the power she wields. A mysterious figure appears, unleashing an aura of power and asserting control over the situation. Kaede senses something ominous, wondering if the figure could be connected to past events. A close-up shows the mysterious man on a monitor, revealing his identity as Fauzel. Everyone watches in disbelief as they identify Edward, fully armed and surrounded by mages and priests. The tension rises, with Kaide's friends anxiously calling out to her, as fear and concern take hold. Panic sets in as Kaede rushes ahead, urging everyone to follow and leave the village quickly. The group spots Edward on a high tower, with Kaede tearfully calling out to him, "Papa!" A young girl watches as a group of noble figures pass by, calling out Papa in despair. Inside the castle, Kaede is desperately pulled away by his companions, leaving a troubled man behind. The reckless warrior climbs recklessly, infuriating his allies, while others watch in disbelief at his actions. Chaos erupts as a knight strikes down his own allies, causing panic and accusations of treason. Edward lies unconscious, his companions yelling at him to wake up as tensions rise around them. The priest casts an eerie spell, and the group wonders if it's the soul-binding puppet strings. The team splits up as they strategize to confront the priest in the upcoming showdown. A fierce battle ensues as a mage challenges Fauzel, throwing magic against him, determined to win. A powerful ice attack from an enemy mage shocks everyone, disrupting the battlefield in chaos. The enemy mage summons a whirlwind of destructive energy, causing fear in Fauzel and his team. Edward disrupts the priest's spell, causing confusion among the group as they realize something unexpected has happened. Fauzel, determined to stop Edward, tells his allies to focus on the other threats while he handles him. The enemies cast a powerful combined magic attack, forcing Fauzel and his team to brace themselves. Concerned about the ongoing battle, the group wonders how long their two allies can continue to withstand the pressure. They decide to use earth magic to break the enemy's formation, hoping to weaken Edward's influence over the battlefield. Enemy reacts in panic as an unexpected force disrupts their formation, Catching everyone off guard, Fauzel and his allies unleash a powerful combined attack, invoking Battle Maiden's sanctuary against their foes. Realizing their enemies have protective shields, the group scrambles to counter the earth magic holding them back. The priest retaliates with destructive magic, creating chaos in the castle as his attack hits. In the heat of the battle, a voice calls for the chief, signaling a critical moment in the fight. Fauzel and his team are caught off guard as sharp ice shards rain down on them from the priest. A brutal attack leaves Fauzel wounded as ice spikes pierce his body, shocking those around him. In disbelief, his companions cry out for Fauzel, desperate to understand why he sacrificed himself. The allies rally, launching a counterattack with precision and power, aiming to gain control of the battlefield. As the attack intensifies, the powerful Battle Maiden Sanctuary magic is unleashed to protect and strike back. Ren, determined to protect Fauzel, prepares a spell while urging his companions to buy him time. Despite the tension, the group is trapped, unable to escape as the battle rages on around them. Kaede, concerned for her friend, checks if she's okay, but the girl seems troubled by something. Kaede looks at the girl with confusion, realizing something is wrong with her, her gaze intense. A child, frustrated and upset, scolds her father, furious at his reckless actions that hurt others in the process. Furious and determined, a young girl casts a spell to heal the damage, yelling at those causing harm. The powerful golem awakens, its immense size and force shaking the battlefield. Much to the enemy's dismay, the golem is met by resistance from the enemy forces, but its relentless power is overwhelming. As the golem strikes, the enemy forces start to panic, realizing the overwhelming strength it brings. Terrified, the enemy soldiers flee, desperately trying to escape the golem's devastating power, but their retreat is futile. Kaede panics as he shouts instructions, urging her to cancel the power immediately. Her ability activates, debris falls. Amid the dust, her unconscious father hears her faint voice. Kaede rushes forward, slaps his face gently, and assures him this reunion isn't a dream. Confused, he questions reality. She firmly denies death, insisting they're alive and still in this world. Holding her tightly, he realizes he returned. Together, they decide to rescue her mother next. Kai jokes about the magical reunion. Fauzel, still dazed, slowly introduces himself and asks questions. Kai welcomes him warmly and explains the current location, Tenohira Pioneer Village, a growing peaceful settlement. Late at night, Rukia quietly enters her brother's room, determined to uncover hidden truths. Ever since receiving the god's blessing, Rukia's eyes of truth have revealed unsettling secrets. She discovers her brother retains memories from before infancy, confirming they were both abandoned children. The upcoming blessing ceremony draws near, but Rukia still seeks answers about her unusual brother. Now dressed formally, Rukia enters the sacred chamber, ready to pursue the truth about him. Rukia worries about her brother's absence as the priest prepares to begin her ritual. When her robe is lifted, a mysterious divine emblem is revealed on her chest. The observers react with panic and disbelief as a robed figure demands confirmation of the symbol. The robed man trembles, overcome by awe and fear, calling her presence the fulfillment of prophecy. They realize Rukia carries 3 divine spirits, an unprecedented phenomenon feared even by the highest clergy. The robed man gives thanks, while Rukia realizes her gift surpasses a single god's blessing. Remembering her past, Rukia boldly chants the god's full name, concealing her deeper intentions inside. Though surprised, the clergy warns her never to utter the god's name aloud again. Rukia asks about her missing brother, but the Inquisitor avoids the question with sudden urgency. The Inquisitor stares intensely, commanding her to forget Kai, offering no explanation for his disappearance. Officials promise Rukia a great future, but her heart sinks, haunted by unanswered questions. Alone and overwhelmed, Rukia questions everything: her brother's fate, her power, and the church's intentions. She breaks down in confusion, pleading for clarity, while the Inquisitor hesitantly calls her name. Rukia suddenly activates her divine ability, determined to uncover the truth hidden behind his words. The Inquisitor panics as Rukia's eye glows, claiming divine guidance compelled her to use it. Rukia admits her lack of control. The clergy warns her not to misuse divine power. She learns her brother's god is considered evil, and such people are exiled from society. Rukia realizes another Inquisitor took her brother away. Thankfully, blessed ones are never killed. She accepts her new life as a nun, vowing to work hard and stay observant. Determined, Rukia resolves to find clues, locate the Special Inquisitor, and uncover her brother's fate. Determined to reunite with her brother, Rukia swears to find him by any means. With fierce resolve, she vows to save him alone, embracing her role without hesitation. Elsewhere, Kai awakens in an unknown location, gazing upward, lost in silent, distant thoughts. He sits up, remembering Laverda, and wonders quietly whether Rukia is still safe and alive. Beside him, a girl confirms Rukia's identity, hinting that her name is still remembered. Kai wakes up surprised by Abyss's presence. A visitor arrives, teasing the situation awkwardly. Though suspicious of timing, Kai reflects on Abyss's dual form and frequent presence beside him. He stares outside, recalling the ceremony, realizing he's now considered an adult in this world. Edward calls out to him, updating him about recent changes since the Nomel incident. Edward's family begins constructing their home. Kai explains materials while helping with the new settlement. Kai explains the roof tiles. He offers to bring more supplies from the pioneer village. They discuss divine blessings. Kai notes theirs seems unique, despite coming from the same god. The man questions the morality of gods. Kai wonders why none have seen them directly. He challenges the classification of gods, asking if markings truly separate holy from evil beings. Kai shares his reincarnation origin. Both reflect on divine powers as undeniable, regardless of belief. He questions the label evil god, believing the temple's prejudice doesn't define his daughter's blessing. While the others build, he proudly plans for shared living, possibly overestimating Kaide's intentions. He insists Kaide will stay with him, regretting past distance caused by constant work demands. Suddenly he's stunned silent, realizing Kaide has no intention of living with him after all. Desperate and confused, he pleads for answers, but is told to ask Kaide directly. Kai suggests asking Kaide directly, but Edward hesitates, struggling to confront her feelings honestly. Edward reflects on Kaide's maturity. He wonders if island life made her emotionally distant. Unable to ask himself, Edward begs Kai to find out why Kaide avoids living together. Edward quickly pushes responsibility onto Kai, who reluctantly agrees while others joke about Kaide's potential resentment. While helping Edward build the new house, he's told Kaide won't be living there. Kaide confidently announces she'll remain at the manor, choosing family over living with her brother. She asserts her independence, claiming maturity and refusing to simply obey her brother's decision without input. Though teased about Ren, she insists she's no longer a child needing constant parental comfort or rules. Despite Edward's words, Kaide stays. Her desire to grow strong fades as comfort returns with family. She pretends to be independent, but deep down still struggles with emotional ties to her parents. Kai requests more winter coats. Krumo agrees, asking for measurements and promises quick work in 3 days. While eating, they notice mysterious figures on the TV. Concern grows as something unexpected appears on screen. Kai had contacted someone discreetly. The pair speaks in hiding, knowing the area is rarely visited. The girl learns she's both princess and liability. Her past threatens to cause future complications again. They realize Kai's foresight runs deeper than expected. His intelligence hides behind an unassuming casual nature. Kai awkwardly listens in. The others permit it, recognizing his cluelessness but trusting his intentions. They acknowledge Yuri's silent efforts. His diplomacy eased tensions between the wingfolk and royal guards. Though brilliant, Kai avoids bloodshed. Even with power, he refrained from killing during the past battle. The general questions her intentions. He knows there's more to this meeting than offering Kai mentorship. She rejects apologies, wishing to preserve her pain. The battle's meaning still weighs on her. He suspects her motives involve revenge through Kai. She stays silent, emotions hidden behind her expression. She denies revenge. Her only desire is to forget everything, her past, the pain, the empire. She admits helplessness. Though unable to act, she still questions what future purpose she could serve. Grief overwhelms her. Memories of loss remain. Forgetting feels impossible without something new to replace them. She vents frustration over unspoken feelings. Despite knowing her emotions, he continues dodging the issue. Kai's confusion grows. She affirms trust in Kaide's father, but avoids discussing her personal struggle directly. She believes he lacks ambition, trusting him because he brought his whole family to the island. He swears to protect Kai. She agrees, separating divine power from corrupt temple authority and faith. She finally reveals her concern. A mercenary whom Kai trusts implicitly may hold hidden danger. Though formerly a slaver's mercenary, Falzel's skills and peaceful arrival spark cautious acceptance and doubt. They discuss how Kai and Falzel seem close, though Falzel still acts distant toward others. He suggests it's jealousy. She's startled, then begins realizing her discomfort might stem from personal emotions. She admits it. Kai's smile toward Fazl stings. Her jealousy grows as doubts turn inward. Kai downplays closeness, while Fazl's loyalty is defended. Despite suspicions, no evidence suggests betrayal or espionage. To protect Kaidi, he spread false rumors about murdering his wife, abandoning everything behind quietly. She learns he once proposed. Political tension with the emperor led him to leave peacefully. The prince, rejected by Mondil's princess, responded in anger, starting a chain of destructive events. She realizes the war's root, her rejection. He believed she was the real objective. The prince hid his prideful motives. Orders targeted her, forcing her to flee in fear. They escaped the empire, but were captured by slavers. Proof extermination wasn't the true objective. She doubts the prince's role, unwilling to believe her homeland was destroyed over petty jealousy. She resists revenge, following Kai's advice, but the thought of another mastermind leaves her unsettled. Despite her restraint, a darker urge surfaces, demanding justice, punishment, and accountability for her stolen future. Kai silently watches, troubled. Her internal conflict and pain stir deeper concerns within him. They agree the path forward is dangerous. The conversation must remain confidential to avoid suspicion. The group reflects on what they overheard. Kai wonders whether it was too much information. Kai admits she hasn't abandoned revenge. He realizes she won't forget just because he asked. He resolves to speak honestly with Yuri and the people of Mondil about everything. In the castle hall, the group discussed their dwindling resources and construction material limitations urgently. Meanwhile, Yuri overworked herself studying blueprints, determined to help during the leader's temporary absence. After gathering opinions, he departed for Pioneer Village, hoping to discover practical solutions to their problems. Upon arrival, Kai presented ripe grapes, proudly explaining their smooth growth and early harvest success. The grapes tasted rich yet tough-skinned. Despite flaws, they offered promising yield for future cultivation efforts. Kai asked if wine could be made. The girls eagerly suggested fermenting the grapes immediately. They dashed inside to change clothes, surprising him with their enthusiasm and sudden costume preparations. Wearing dresses, the girls stepped into barrels, joyfully crushing grapes with their feet for juice. One asked about the clothes, while the other said it helped set the rustic mood. They laughed, slipping and stomping wildly. Meanwhile, he questioned the practicality of this traditional method. After stomping grapes, they scooped juice directly from the barrel and offered it to Kai. He hesitated, then drank. She reassured him the juice was clean, despite being foot-pressed. The taste was warm and weak. They decided to ferment it and try adding sugar. While preparing the barrel, one girl paused, feeling uneasy as if forgetting something critical. Weeks later, they returned to check. Nervous, they prepared to open the barrel and inspect. The barrel exploded violently, spraying juice everywhere and catching them all completely off guard. Soaked and shocked, she realized too late. She forgot to release the fermentation gas buildup. They recalled wine should ferment first, then barrel. This mistake drenched clothes and ruined spirits. Learning from failure, they restarted carefully, fermenting properly before storage while others resumed grape stomping diligently. Eventually, they succeeded. The sisters proudly tasted their wine, celebrating the effort that finally paid off. After the wine's success, everyone celebrated. The village gained experience and leveled up again. A notice confirmed the village reached level 35. Knives were added as a local specialty. They unlocked a new travel feature. Villagers could now study outside, returning after gaining skills. Kai realized improved village tech would benefit the island. He planned his next town visit. A new elf arrived in the village. Enel quietly smiled, sensing her long-awaited companion's arrival. Enel identified herself as the eldest. Chromo, already asleep, was introduced as the middle sister. The third sister, Ciel, governs shelter. Mysterious and unseen, her presence was only vaguely known. They confirmed she hadn't arrived yet. Enel described Ciel as a shut-in, rarely leaving home. The next morning, Kai and Enel rushed out, seemingly alerted by something unexpected near town. They arrived at a large, unfamiliar house, likely tied to the long-awaited arrival of Ciel. Kai and Enel were surprised by the house's size. It had changed dramatically since before. They entered calling for Ciel, unaware of what kind of welcome or sister they were expecting. Kai was shocked. Inside was a cozy lounge with video games and relaxed elf sisters. Ciel lost a game and groaned. Enel casually explained their strange setup, including retro consoles. Ciel shyly hid on the couch. Enel encouraged her to greet their guests properly. CL formally introduced herself as the advisor elf for dwelling and thanked them for everything. Kai introduced himself and Yuri. CL quietly acknowledged the meeting, remaining calm and reserved. Kai asked if her powers expanded the house. CL confirmed with a brief, quiet nod. She revealed her helpers, gnome-like spirits. They quickly construct things but only affect her personal domain. The retro game console was a memory-based replica. Kai eagerly accepted her offer to play. The retro game title screen loaded. Music played, inviting them to start the simulated adventure. Kai offered Yuri a controller. CL mentioned they could both play at the same time. Yuri was amazed by the moving images. Kai explained the game mechanics and board layout. CL suggested Yuri play as Guan Yu. Kai picked Zhang Fei, and the game began. Nervous and confused, Yuri struggled with control. CL assured her she'd learn once she started playing. Kai assists Yuri during chaotic gameplay. She struggles with controls, overwhelmed by enemies, questions realism of violence. After hours of effort, Yuri triumphantly raises her fist, ecstatic about finally defeating the enemy general. Yuri celebrates her victory with confidence. Kai watches, impressed by how quickly she adapted to gaming. As level 2 begins, Yuri charges in excitedly. Kai wonders if this helps her relieve stress. A training session begins as the villagers gather. 2 women prepare magic while others observe carefully. One woman struggles to defend as the instructor unleashes a focused magical blast straight at her. She retaliates with water magic but misses. Onlookers laugh as her failure splashes everyone around. The instructor explains they're learning to nullify magic safely using water under the village chief's orders. The girls suddenly attack together for payback. The overwhelmed teacher panics, shouting for Edward's quick support. While others relax, the protagonist announces plans to investigate a mysterious location during winter break. Hearing this, a man explained ancient ruins existed on the island's northern side, rarely explored before. They realized the ruins dated back over 1,000 years, possibly from the gods-demons war. Although the island was temple-owned, no record confirmed this ruin, making its origin highly suspicious. She revealed the island was once used to discard Almira's blessed, including a dormant replicant. The group eagerly agreed to explore the ruins, curious about secrets the temple wanted hidden. Leadership roles were assigned. Ren and the warrior would escort, while others stayed behind defending. Fearing hidden traps, the leader asked her to carry on their mission if danger struck. Overwhelmed by the responsibility, she recalled memories of him, her past, and those she loved. He reassured her trust. Sarah dragged her off, ignoring the panic over what comes next. A small creature discovered the ruined entrance. The group soon arrived and began their cautious approach. Strange mana filled the air. Everyone tensed as an unnatural force disrupted the surrounding energy field. Sensing the magical distortion, they confirmed something was intentionally warping mana, preventing Abyss from entering safely. Despite the danger, they pressed on. The leader warned them to flee if anything went wrong. He joked about ancient traps. Others promised to protect him, even against mechanical guardians buried within the ruins. Inside the lab, he feared mass production. Dozens of Abyss-level dolls could overwhelm their party. Despite joking about death flags, each companion promised to protect the others no matter what. Using a torch, they tested the air, checking for dangerous gases before proceeding deeper. Flammable gases confirmed. He suspected atmospheric differences and noted airflow suggesting another room ahead. They entered a vast underground chamber filled with strange machinery and relics from ancient times. They examined the interior, suspecting a research site. No active defenses or military signs were found. Discovering waterproof materials and intact systems, they realized the facility used highly advanced ancient technology. Further exploration revealed stacked cases and unstable passages, too risky to excavate without collapse. Suddenly, a hostile figure appeared behind Kai. Everyone panicked as a dangerous threat revealed itself. Abyss intervened just in time, crashing through the enemy, then collapsed, leaving everyone shocked and alarmed. They cautiously examined the fallen figure. Though she resembled Abyss, something felt disturbingly artificial and lifeless. Kai brought the unresponsive doll back to the village, hoping the mana-free zone was safer. A curious elf girl inspected the doll closely, puzzled by its lack of any reaction. She concluded the body wasn't a replicant but rather an incomplete soulless prototype, a mechanical doll. Explaining further, she revealed real beings emit energy. This doll lacked any trace of life essence. She dismissed the sleep mode theory. If it were true, Kai would have sensed lingering energy. Confident in her judgment, the elf girl volunteered to watch over the unresponsive doll personally. Meanwhile, the team examined unfamiliar tools. With no documents found, they speculated digital storage or destruction. Kai hesitated near the suitcases. She insisted they weren't trapped and began opening one immediately. Inside the case lay a pristine outfit, identical to what Abyss usually wore in combat. They confirmed the outfit matched Abyss's. A spare set of her unique clothes was stored. Every case contained similar clothes. Mysteriously, the garments stayed clean, hinting at unknown preservation technology. Though she remembered nothing, her connection to the ruins suggested a deeper, forgotten origin. They theorized she might be an ancient person, magically preserved across a 1,000-year slumber. As the ruins stretched further below, Kai sensed many secrets remained hidden across the island. Kai and his companions return home at night, warmly greeted by the girls awaiting them. The group reunites inside. Relief washes over everyone, especially the girl who'd been anxiously waiting. Outside, a quiet girl asks Kai about the journey. He reassures her and offers something. Kai hands her a box. Curious, she agrees to open it while he watches happily. She opens the box, surprised to find clothing. Kai explains it's a celestial gift for her. Kai mistakenly gives her a doll's outfit, confusing the name Celestial with something else. Abyss explains Celestial is a mage replica like herself, sparking Kai's realization and growing concern. Kai leads them outside, showing a life-size Celestial doll from the place he visited. They discuss replicant lifespans. Abyss confirms replicants lose form after death, unlike what some had believed. Abyss reveals she never saw the real Celestial, but stores her data deep inside. Kai suspects the temple may be hiding truths about Celestials and Abysses across ancient ruins. He worries the doctrine's teachings might be false, and someone could exploit replicas for evil. Though Abyss can't wear Celestial clothes, another outfit fits her. She gratefully accepts the gift. The night grows quiet. The group returns inside, comforted by warmth after the tense discussion. Winter arrives. After their ruins journey, the group enjoys peaceful snowball fights and companionship in snowfall. Winter activities come to an end. With spring approaching, preparations begin for the temple's arrival. Kai wonders if the temple's ship will come. Abyss recalls years it never showed up. Abyss asks if he'll search for another child's family. Kai promises to help again. Abyss questions Kai's own feelings. He avoids the topic, claiming 3 years make reunion unlikely now. Though Kai insists time isn't important, Abyss senses he's lying. She softly reaches for his hand. Kai admits he does want to meet his family, but helping others comes first. Abyss suggests a deal. If no new children arrive, they'll search for his family. Kai agrees, wanting Abyss to meet them too. They promise to visit his past together. Kai reflects on his growing family. He imagines how his father and sister would react. Days later, a winged scout spots the temple's long-awaited ship finally arriving from the sky. The winged scout alerts Kai. The long-awaited ship has finally arrived at the island's edge. To their surprise, an adult disembarks. Abyss is confused. Adults were never left behind before. Kai coordinates a careful plan. Ren and others stand ready in case danger unexpectedly breaks out. They cautiously approach the masked woman. Kai promises not to harm her while untying restraints. Kai removes her blindfold. A mechanical sound follows, suggesting hidden equipment or concealed danger underneath. The mysterious woman explains her mask is a magical tool, permanently bound and unremovable. She questions her location, calling it the island where a powerful witch was once sealed. Kai is shocked. Ren checks her body for divine marks to confirm her identity. They find a mark unlike their own. Kai presses her to reveal her god's name. She finally answers. She's a blessed of the time god, etern, unknown to the others. She recalls her centuries-long duty at the cathedral, only recently passing it to a successor. Kai assumes she was exiled. She laughs bitterly, holding back the pain of betrayal. Despite unwavering obedience, she confesses feeling abandoned. Her faith and sanity nearly collapsed under pressure. Her calm breaks. She erupts in tears, shouting about 500 years of unacknowledged service. Kai and Ren freeze in disbelief, stunned by her age and the sheer time involved. Crying loudly, the masked woman panics, believing her life has ended in disgrace and exile. Kai and Ren explain their village. She's shocked to learn people peacefully live on this island. She questions their humanity, fearing the island's curse. Kai demands details about the sealed witch. Broken and exhausted, she agrees to talk. Her despair overwhelms her, but she gives in. Kai asks if witches differ from demons. She insists the witch is real and legendary. 700 years ago, a powerful witch plunged the world into chaos with forbidden blessings. Granting powers freely, she threatened the balance. The temple mobilized knights to seal her influence. The protagonist questions the temple's indirect methods, suspecting intentional abandonment of children alongside dangerous remnants. A masked girl reveals their fear, divine return. A resurgence of power from slain blessed individuals. Blessed ones, when killed, release cursed energy. Their resentment spreads, making death a dangerous risk. Asked about her death's consequence, the girl threatens to unleash devastating time-based magical destruction. Realizing the scale, the protagonist questions if a monster killing her would cause less damage. He connects the danger to a past rampage. Death-triggered magic turning resentment into destructive life force. A remote island minimizes impact. The temple uses isolation to avoid direct killings and blame. The group realizes the temple's long-term plan. But the witch's exact location remains a mystery. Rosa mentions 4 great cathedrals still send power, possibly revealing the witch's hidden location. Kai and Ren finally introduce themselves as ordinary islanders, trying to keep their origins vague. Rosa reveals her full name, Rosalind, and allows them to casually call her Rosa instead. She hesitated while holding his hand, questioning the island's safety and rumored magical disturbances. He reassured her confidently, explaining he and Abyss had eliminated most of the dangerous creatures. Curious, he pointed to her blindfold, asking if it truly functioned as a magical item. She explained it was placed centuries ago, and no one remembers how to remove it. He asked about her faith. She admitted her priest father emphasized practicality over strict religious doctrine. For centuries, she fulfilled her role diligently, eventually earning reverence as a saint-like figure. He questioned her youthful appearance. She revealed a divine blessing allowed her to stop time. Her role was to halt time for a sleeping saint hidden deep within the temple. She called the sleeping figure the eternally resting man, explaining he remained sealed for centuries. She repeatedly stopped time for the saint, sleeping alongside him, yet stayed faintly conscious throughout. She clarified that only her time freezes while awake, though the sensation mimics sleep. The saint's identity remained secret. His eternal slumber supposedly safeguarded the world from catastrophe. She was discarded by the temple. He shared his dream to build a new nation. He offered her a home among exiles, introducing himself warmly and calling her by name. Welcomed by diverse companions, Rosa relaxed, smiling for the first time in centuries of isolation. Rosa arrived with Kai and the monk. As Kai prepared for a delicate request, Kai planned to remove Rosa's blindfold, calling for healing magic in case it succeeded. Rosa turned toward Kai's voice, surprised and curious as he gently called her over. Excitedly, Rosa praised Kai after hearing of his deeds, calling him king and hero. Amused and flustered, Kai tried calming her admiration before revealing he wanted to attempt something important. Kai announced his plan to remove Rosa's blindfold. She panicked, warning it's lethally trapped. Despite danger, Kai asked Kaide to assist. Rosa nervously closed her eyes, fearing what follows. Kaide invoked her spell Transient Life, channeling magic to safely neutralize the blindfold's curse. The mechanism unlocked with a click. Kaide ensured Rosa's safety, instructing caution and keeping distance. The blindfold slowly slid off Rosa's face, revealing her weakened, unaccustomed, and stunned expression. As her eyes adjusted, magical creatures cheered while her vision began to awaken again. For the first time in centuries, Rosa saw sunlight with her own eyes. Overwhelmed with tears, she quietly gasped, emotions flooding in as the world came into view. Joyfully, Rosa confirmed she could see, calling Kai's name with wonder and heartfelt gratitude. Kai welcomed her again, smiling warmly as she marveled at the community she'd finally joined. Rosa clutched a plush creature as Kai invited her to eat and settle down. Seeing the abundant, freshly cooked meat dishes, Rosa was overwhelmed by joy and surprise. Delighted, she enjoyed the warmth and flavor, remembering only cold food from the temple. Reflecting, Rosa felt grateful. Exiled, yes, but now free, happy, and surrounded by potential friends. Kai paused, shocked by something unseen. The mood shifted as another unexpected moment approached. Rosa mentioned Rukia, a triple-blessed successor, triggering Kai's growing concern and emotional reaction. Kai, alarmed, urgently demanded Rukia's full name and background, his voice rising with growing dread. Rosa recalled the girl's name and origin. Rukia from Ravelda, estimated to be 15. Kai realized Rukia faced centuries of isolation, blindfolded in darkness beneath a temple like Rosa. Determined and resolute, Kai declared his intent to rescue Rukia from repeating Rosa's tragic fate. Kai firmly declared Rukia was family. Rosa struggled to understand the sudden emotional escalation. Rosa realized Kai was Rukia's brother, the one she often mentioned but kept secret. Rukia had searched everywhere for answers, using blessings to uncover her brother's fate. Rosa explained the cathedral's isolation protocol. Rukia couldn't be reached for 2 years once sealed. Kai asked Rosa if she'd have fled her fate. Her silent pain answered for her. Rosa tearfully confessed she wanted to run, but stayed to protect her searching sister. Kai's resolve hardened. He believed only he could rescue Rukia from her imprisoned fate. Later, Kai spoke with his allies. A fox-eared girl asked about his origin again. Kai questioned her ability to multiply. She blushed, dodging with humor and slight embarrassment. She flirtatiously offered to show him, shifting the serious tone to something more suggestive. The fox girl realizes his words weren't lewd, but the others tease him anyway. The group departs aboard Golden Hind, a massive living ship, sailing swiftly toward their next destination. Abyss calculates their route. At current speed, they will arrive in Milwaukee after 7 days. While traveling, the protagonist questions Rosa about her power to manipulate time's flow without reversing it. Rosa requests something fragile. He offers a Haniwa statue from the village, surprising the nearby red-haired girl. Rosa activates her spell, Permanence's Principle, infusing the statue with stabilizing magic for a special demonstration. The Haniwa turns golden. Rosa explains objects with stop time become completely unbreakable through magic. Rosa boasts her ability can fortify weapons. She once reinforced tools for jobs lasting years. The protagonist asks if Rosa ever enchanted a collar. Her past magic work raises suspicion. Rosa remembers blessing a bracelet, now faded. He suspects temples supply cursed tools to merchants. He confronts her about those aware of her powers, and the dangerous man sealed underground. Rosa lists the few people who know about her power: Pope, Archbishop, Cardinal, and Inquisitor. The protagonist confirms only one Inquisitor exists. Rosa says he's literally special, a rare elite figure. He guesses the Inquisitor's name, V. Rosa recognizes it immediately, surprised he knows the infamous boy. V. Klauser, the lone special-grade Inquisitor, is also rumored to be a special blessed individual. Rosa reveals V brought her to this island. Despite smiling, he hides disturbing, godlike abilities. He wonders if V might appear in Milwaukee. Rosa confirms, unsure of his exact location. V oversees time-blessed duties. Though unpredictable, he may attend a ritual requiring Rukia to act. Rosa explains her isolation. She rarely interacted beyond V, spending decades asleep between brief awakenings. She smiles gently, accepting her fate. He quietly sympathizes, sensing her loneliness beneath the calm. Clenching his fist, he reflects. Accepting fate may seem easier, but change begins by resisting quietly. Gripping his fist, he declares his resolve. He refuses to surrender or accept helplessness again. Reflecting on his past, he remembers someone he must protect if he finds a lead. Standing aboard the deck, he shouts toward the horizon, vowing to rescue Rukia no matter what. Golden Hind sails steadily across the vast sea, carrying his determination toward the unknown shores ahead. 7 days later, they near Milwaukee. The crew checks the map to confirm their heading. They study the map. Rukia Cathedral lies east, bordering territories of multiple powerful regional factions. Only pilgrims may travel freely between nations, proof of the temple's authority across fractured political borders. He speculates temple border checks involve priests and divine blessings meant to detect infiltrators and spies. They risk being labeled fugitives. Their unusual party composition could trigger false assumptions about their blessings. Their goal is information gathering. Lacking experts on the temple, they realize Rosa's knowledge is outdated. He assigns team roles. Choosing the shield-blessed girl gives their group credibility among other pilgrims. Abyss asks to join. He benches her at first, unsure how she'd fit in. He clarifies benched means backup, not excluded. Abyss reacts with shock, unsure how to interpret that role. A separate group decides magic users shouldn't go, fearing detection at temple checkpoints by enemies. Ren is exempt from detection magic, as her powers originate outside the world's known systems. They plan a quiet landing by boat. He requests guards knowledgeable in local religious customs. At dusk, they disembark in small groups. The team prepares disguises and adjusts their clothes. Guided through rocky terrain, they reach a temple checkpoint and join a line of pilgrims. The group finally arrives in Holy City, Milwaukee, awed by the sprawling temple complex ahead. Early morning crowds confuse them. Ria rushes ahead, eager to investigate the unusual pilgrim gathering. Ria returns confidently with news. Locals praise her boldness, impressed by her quick, assertive actions. They learn a massive celebration, the Millennium Festival, explains the unusually large crowds this year. The city is a tourist hotspot. Pilgrims routinely tour both cathedrals, galleries, and nearby museums. They realize large crowds will distract security, making it easier to explore undetected as pilgrims. He warns the group not to separate. Everyone clusters together, ready to move through Milwaukee. Confined to bed, he watched the shrine's crowds on TV, distant from his reality. Years later, standing there himself, he found the chaos twice as overwhelming as he imagined. Locals explained the real crowd comes in summer. This was only the start of festivities. Learning it honored a past demon war, he realized this festival had deep historical roots. Though lodgings were free for pilgrims, he doubted they'd get privacy during such a celebration. Amid the bustling crowd, they decided to retreat and search the town for quiet lodgings. The group secured a room, designating it as their temporary base for upcoming investigations. Leadership divided tasks. Some would scout the cathedral, while others were allowed to explore freely. The protagonist assigned them errands, requesting casual information gathering while staying alert during shopping. While one cautioned restraint, others hoped the girls enjoyed their first outing beyond the island. The group departed for the cathedral. One girl quietly reacted, her thoughts elsewhere and unsettled. Among the crowd, the boy noticed her silence, asking what had occupied her mind lately. She revealed it was her first time walking peacefully beside him through a busy town. He was surprised, but she softly confirmed it, her words carrying quiet sincerity and emotion. She teased him about doting on another girl, flustering him, then laughed gently at his denial. She proudly claimed insight into Sarah's behavior, teasing him with sharp observations and sly confidence. Another girl teased about loose lips, prompting a flustered reaction and playful scolding from her friend. He clarified that removing Sarah's collar brought her relief, insisting nothing inappropriate had occurred between them. They shifted topics. Teasing continued, but he sensed his serious words were being lightly dismissed again. She suddenly embraced him, accusing him of secrecy, while another girl quietly issued a bold challenge. They approached St. Paris Cathedral, discussing its role in sustaining the sealed witch's magical prison. The boy explained their goal lay elsewhere, despite learning both saints were martyred protecting the seal. They arrived at the Grand Cathedral of St. Arthur, founder of the powerful Fali faith. She was awestruck by the interior, remembering the temple's advice to visit during her pilgrimage. The boy stood silently before the statue, contemplating faith, power, and the presence of godhood. He wondered how many innocents had died to uphold such revered, unquestioned religious power. Seeing officials dining peacefully, rage rose. He vowed to punish those who profited from sacrifice. His anger peaked. He approached the priests, ready to act immediately without hesitation or mercy. Before he could move, Ren suddenly intervened, her expression unreadable but filled with eerie resolve. Startled and unsure, he whispered her name, shaken by the intensity in her silent gaze. Ren offered destruction without hesitation, confident she could annihilate everything in moments if ordered. He remained silent, haunted by the choice, while another girl watched him with silent concern. He rejected vengeance, declaring he didn't hate everything, refusing to become what he despised. He acknowledged rebellion's cost, innocence would suffer too, so he chose restraint, mindful of future consequences. He hoped authorities would tolerate their presence, desiring only to live quietly on the island. In the crowd, someone silently prayed to God. An unseen voice answered from the unknown. Flashback begins. A year earlier, carriages entered Milwaukee, the holy city surrounded by knights. Excited children peeked outside their carriage, amazed by the city's grandeur despite being scolded politely. One girl recalled her childhood, revealing she'd lived near Milwaukee and visited before with family. They reminisced about food, but Rukia suddenly appeared distant, prompting quiet concern from her companions. Rukia assured them she was fine, but others promised to protect her at any cost. She opened up about her father, missing him deeply after 2 years in the convent. Her friends encouraged her, saying her father surely worried for his daughter left behind. She reaffirmed that family was her only priority, and someone in Milwaukee might know her brother's location. A new figure appeared, Special Grade Inquisitor V. Clauser, holding unknown intentions behind his composed, confident demeanor. A large plaza in the capital bustled with activity as preparations for departure quietly progressed. Rukia stood silently, her thoughts lingering on the village she would soon leave behind. Her friends noticed her distant mood and teased her gently, trying to lighten the farewell moment. Rukia admitted her sadness, moved by their concern, realizing how close they'd all grown together. They embraced warmly, promising future visits under the pretense of pilgrimages to remain emotionally connected. Rukia reveals her summons by the archbishop, knowing she won't remain here much longer. Despite the news, she promises to visit them someday in their distant homeland herself. As she prepares to leave, Rukia quietly admits this may be their final meeting. Determined, Rukia vows to find her brother's location quickly and reunite with him soon. She suspects something deeper, why her blessings were accepted, while her brothers were condemned by authorities. Escorted through temple corridors, Rukia believes answers about her brother's fate lie within. She meets V. Klauser, a high-ranking inquisitor tasked with guiding her sacred responsibilities. V instructs her to hide her face, warning the mission's secrecy must be absolute. Nervous but compliant, Rukia dons the blindfold, suppressing anxiety about what lies ahead. Unable to use her abilities, Rukia descends deeper, guided blindly through secret temple passageways. A masked woman greets V, unaware he's returned with someone critical to temple affairs. V introduces Rukia as the awaited successor, implying the previous bishop was removed by force. The masked woman, Rosa, excitedly welcomes Rukia, recognizing her as the destined sacred heir. Rosa reveals Rukia is the first blessed successor tied to the mysterious blessing of time. Holding back centuries, Rosa joyfully announces she has waited 500 years for Rukia's arrival. V explains Rukia's duty: use time magic to maintain the patron saint's magical slumber. She must continually freeze time, awakening briefly before each expiration, repeating the cycle endlessly underground. Blindfolded and disheartened, Rukia realizes the burden means living secluded for 500 long years. Confined by the temple, Rukia's search for her brother stalls, days slipping by without progress. 1 year later, Rukia silently activates the time spell, marking the beginning of her duty. Rukia demonstrates improved skill, stopping time for 2 years, even on ceremonial garments. Rosa explains preserving holy relics is also part of the Time Blessed's secret daily responsibilities. Though Rosa is freed, Rukia learns she must now remain underground performing this eternal duty. Rosa encourages her to persevere, reminding her that life can always begin again with will. Rukia accepts her new burden. Rosa departs with V, finally released after centuries of confinement. Determined to act, Rukia demands access to a prisoner before the temple silences her. V arrives, pretending formality, handing her writing materials under the pretense of contacting her father. He instructs her to sever ties, forging a letter to obscure her forced confinement. Suspicious, Rukia lashes out with her eye of truth, aiming directly at Vi's hand. The spell activates unexpectedly. A vision flashes, revealing a shocked face she's longed to see: her brother. Rukia learns the devastating truth: her brother is dead, killed 3 years ago by V. V declares both her brother and Rosa dangerous, eliminated to prevent future calamities from awakening. Rukia, broken by the news, hears she must still fulfill her eternal duty underground. V pressures her emotionally, claiming the world's fate depends on her sealing the patron saint. Rukia is left frozen in shock, while Vi smiles with cruel satisfaction at her despair. Vi exits coldly, instructing Rukia to prepare the letter and accept her magical blindfold. The door shuts, sealing Rukia alone in silence, her fate seemingly locked without escape. Collapsing to the floor, Rukia grieves. Her world feels meaningless without her brother's presence or truth. She sinks deeper into despair, realizing the light within her heart has completely faded away. The blindfolded priestess eagerly steps outside, thrilled to finally experience the world above ground. Her companion suggests using divine magic to explore memories and discover the blindfold's origin. With permission granted, she prepares to investigate, hoping also to uncover clues about her brother. Activating her divine ability, she channels energy through their linked hands, invoking the Eye of Truth. A powerful surge erupts as ancient sealed memories awaken within the priestess, radiating immense magical force. As divine power faded, her eyes widened. What she saw left her completely stunned. She apologizes, unable to help or find her brother, feeling overwhelmed by her failure. All she saw was isolation, the priestess trapped in solitude, resigned to an endless fate. Haunted by despair, she fears being consumed by the same dark emptiness and hopelessness inside. She clenches her chest, vowing to confront the mysterious man and uncover her brother's whereabouts. A small winged girl activates her divine vision ability, God's keen eye, to locate someone. She scans the city, reporting one person's location but finds no trace of Rukia Husqvarna. Kai thanks her for the effort. Plans begin to regroup once the royal guards return. Residents arrive happily, presenting Kai and the others with a handmade souvenir wrapped in cloth. Inside is a sweet skewered treat, delighting everyone and momentarily lifting tension from their search. They explain the food's origin, an old Milwaukee recipe featuring sweet beans and nostalgic dango. Kai realizes the dish is red bean dango, confirming they finally discovered it together. The elves joyfully celebrate rediscovering rice-based cuisine, linking it emotionally to their cultural roots. Kai mocks their rice obsession, prompting her outburst. She reassures him about learning rice farming. They decide to send someone from Pioneer Village outside to study rice cultivation methods. Kai reflects on past events, weighed down by thoughts of Rukia and their little sister. He expresses regret and renewed resolve to save Rukia, receiving her encouragement and trust. She believes in his future, declaring his strength will shape a bright path forward. Kai learns his inner potential surpasses others, even powerful mages, harboring a unique, unmatched force within. Grateful and motivated, Kai thanks everyone before gathering the group to return and organize plans. The group surveys a riverside route, preparing a plan to infiltrate St. Arthur Cathedral discreetly. Inside, they review the cathedral map, confirming its vast, complex layout hides Rukia effectively. They question if V might already be taking action elsewhere, possibly complicating their rescue efforts. Discussion reveals V returned by boat, but speed differences suggest earlier movement than expected. They suspect V is arranging Rukia's mission behind the scenes, using his authority and access. They worry an inquisitor might trace divine power back to the island, risking exposure. A bold suggestion is made: bring Vi directly to the island to deal with him. Kai realizes they mean to detain V temporarily, buying time until the situation stabilizes. She reveals lingering resentment, while Kai considers the plan carefully, keeping it as last resort. Kai decides they'll secretly follow Vi, believing his movements will lead them to Rukia. The group begins strategy planning, expecting to infiltrate the cathedral's restricted zone in disguise. They'll wear custom priest uniforms to sneak in. One girl confidently secures her spot. Kai silently volunteers, amusing others. They continue selecting participants for the covert infiltration mission. Abyss dramatically raises her hand, insisting she alone is qualified for this dangerous operation. Kai agrees to include Abyss, surprising her and confirming her role on the mission team. Kai assigns roles carefully, emphasizing tight cathedral security and needing allies resistant to magical blessings. Reval is tasked with locating VIE before departure. The mission is confirmed for tomorrow. As rain falls over Milwaukee, the group prepares quietly under the cover of darkness. Morning arrives at the inn. Kai wakes groggily, still tired from their previous boat journey. Everyone dons their disguises. Though uncomfortable in priest robes, the group is fully prepared to infiltrate. Kai urgently asks for V's location. Reveal activated her divine ability to search the surroundings. Reveal confirmed V's position at the cathedral's eastern temple. Kai grew tense, realizing immediate actions needed. Kai deployed Shinobi-kun to plant an exit stake. He prepared Reveal for instant island transport. Upon arriving at the island, a cheerful elf girl suddenly leapt toward Kai with excitement. Kai dodged the tackle mid-air. The girl pouted, frustrated, insisting she brought amazing news for him. Enel excitedly congratulated Kai for reaching level 40, celebrating with dramatic flair and joyful energy. Kai questioned the speed, but Enel explained Rice's power and introduced a long-awaited teleportation stake. With exits in all directions now active, Kai thanked Enel for the critical upgrade. Kai rushed off urgently with Reveal. Enel tried revealing more, but he postponed the conversation. As Reveal carried Kai away, Enel silently smiled, wishing him luck from behind with warmth.
Kai and his companions entered the Grand Cathedral in search of an important clue. The building was far larger than they expected, with long hallways and countless passages stretching in every direction. Realizing that wandering without a plan would waste time, the group carefully observed their surroundings and looked for anything that could guide them toward their objective. As they continued deeper into the cathedral, one of the girls remembered seeing a man named Bai in the city before. She was confident that she could identify him by his voice and scent. Trusting her ability, the group decided to follow her lead. Their search became more focused as she guided them through the maze-like structure. The trail eventually led them to an area where several people were gathered. Kai and the others observed the surroundings while trying not to attract attention. From a distance, they carefully examined the individuals present, hoping to find signs connected to Bai and his recent movements. While investigating further, the group discovered a strange shrine-like structure inside the cathedral. Kai noticed that it closely resembled a ruin they had encountered on the island in the past. The similarity immediately caught their attention, suggesting that the two locations might share a hidden connection. Near the shrine, they found an entrance leading underground. Signs indicated that BE had recently passed through the area with another person. Believing that the answers they sought were hidden below, the group prepared to descend into the underground chamber and continue their investigation. After finding the underground entrance, Kai and his companions discussed how to proceed. Although there were guards stationed near the area, Kai decided that causing trouble would only attract unwanted attention. The group agreed to remain calm and move forward as if they had every right to be there. As they approached the restricted area, a guard immediately stopped them and demanded an explanation. The path ahead was clearly off limits to ordinary visitors. However, Kai remained composed and showed no sign of hesitation. His confidence caused the guard to pause and reconsider the situation. Without missing a beat, Kai introduced himself as Elvis, an inquisitor sent by Lord Bai to escort the Blessed One. He acted as though the arrangement had already been approved and questioned whether the guards had simply failed to receive the information. The convincing story caught the guard completely off guard. The deception became even more believable when Kai's companions supported the act. One of them mentioned that a gravekeeper had not been replaced for 500 years, while another remained calm and dignified. Their confidence made it seem as though they were important figures carrying out official duties. The guards quickly became uncertain. They recalled that Lord Bai had recently passed through the area and that unusual activity had increased around the cathedral. Faced with people who appeared to have authority and no evidence to challenge them, the guards began doubting themselves. While they hesitated and discussed the matter, Kai's group gained the opportunity they needed to continue their investigation deeper within the restricted section of the cathedral. Kai's plan worked better than expected. The confused guard eventually allowed the group to pass into the restricted area. As they moved on, Kai reflected on how one of the guards had become distracted by an entirely unrelated remark. Thanks to that brief confusion, the group had crossed another obstacle without exposing their true purpose. Once they were out of sight, Kai's companions praised his performance. His ability to stay calm and invent a convincing identity had prevented a confrontation. The group continued deeper underground, knowing that they were now entering a place connected to the mysteries surrounding Bfar. Below the cathedral, B was already aware that intruders had entered the underground passage. A hooded attendant informed him that several people were approaching. Realizing that someone had discovered their location, B decided not to remain there any longer. He immediately began preparing to leave before the pursuers arrived. B ordered one of his followers, Celeste, to investigate the approaching visitors. Although she was uncertain about who could be coming, she obeyed without hesitation. As she headed toward the passage, she sensed that the group drawing near was larger than expected. Meanwhile, Bai and the others continued moving deeper into the underground complex. After reaching a hidden chamber, Bai gave new instructions. He assigned an important responsibility to a young girl and declared that her duties in the room would begin immediately. With his orders delivered, preparations moved forward. While Kai's group continued their search through the underground passages, Bai's faction was already setting the next stage of their plan into motion. Inside the hidden chamber, B presented a magical blindfold to the young girl. The item resembled one previously worn by Rosalind. Although the girl appeared hesitant, she accepted the order. B made it clear that wearing the blindfold was necessary before she could begin the role he had assigned to her. Meanwhile, Kai and his companions continued through the underground passages. As they advanced down a staircase, Ren suddenly sensed something unusual. Her reaction immediately caught Kai's attention. The group slowed their pace and became more cautious, realizing that someone might be approaching from deeper within the complex. Ren carefully observed the corridor ahead and noticed movement. Someone was coming from the opposite direction, but it did not appear to be Bai. The narrow hallway created a dangerous situation, as neither side could easily avoid the other. The possibility of a direct encounter became increasingly likely. Kai quickly considered the danger. If their enemies had already discovered their presence, an ambush could be waiting ahead. To prepare for the worst, he instructed Abyss to attack immediately if hostile targets appeared. The group silently readied themselves while advancing through the corridor. At the same time, Celis moved through another section of the underground area. As she detected the approaching intruders, she wasted no time. Powerful lightning magic gathered around her hand before being released toward the corridor. The sudden attack marked the end of the search and the beginning of an open confrontation between Kai's group and Bai's followers. Celas launched a powerful lightning spell the moment she detected Kai's group. The corridor was instantly filled with a blinding flash as electricity surged toward the intruders. The attack was fast and destructive, leaving little time for anyone to react. It was intended to eliminate the threat before the enemy could make a move. To everyone's surprise, the spell suddenly lost its power. The lightning vanished before reaching its target, as if an invisible force had erased it from existence. Abyss immediately noticed the abnormality. While Kai was shocked by what had just happened, the unexpected cancellation completely changed the situation. As the dust settled, both sides stared at each other across the hall. Kai and his companions realized they were facing someone capable of using advanced magic. At the same time, Celas understood that her opponent was not an ordinary visitor. The confrontation quickly became far more serious than either side had anticipated. Watching from a distance, Kai focused on the enemy's reaction. The failed attack had clearly frustrated Celas. She had assumed that the intruders were merely escorts accompanying a blessed individual. Now she understood that they possessed abilities far beyond what she had expected. As Celas examined the phenomenon more closely, she recognized a familiar magical pattern. The unique spell structure reminded her of something from a distant past. A shocking possibility entered her mind. Looking toward Abyss, she wondered if the being before her could be someone connected to events from 1,000 years ago. The battle was no longer just a clash between enemies. It was becoming a meeting between figures linked by ancient history. As the confrontation continued, a shocking figure appeared before Kai and his companions. The woman looked exactly like the model they had previously seen within the ancient ruins on the island. Her appearance immediately caught Kai's attention, as the resemblance was too precise to be a coincidence. The discovery suggested that the mysteries of the ruins and the underground cathedral were directly connected. The woman focused her gaze on Celas and recognized her at once. She addressed her as a familiar figure from the distant past and spoke as if they had known each other long ago. Celas also recognized the woman and understood that this was no ordinary encounter. The sudden reunion revealed that both of them shared a connection reaching back centuries. The two women stood facing each other across the hall. Neither appeared surprised that the other had survived. Their exchange made it clear that they were figures from an ancient era whose histories had once crossed. Kai and the others watched carefully as the atmosphere became that Celas and her companions were still alive. According to her understanding, they should have been destroyed during a catastrophic event known as the Day of Ruin. Celas offered no detailed explanation, only confirming that she had indeed survived. The conversation exposed fragments of a forgotten history buried for 1,000 years. After a brief exchange, the horned woman ended the discussion. Acting under her master's orders, she declared that no outsiders would be allowed to pass any farther. With her position made clear, the possibility of resolving the situation peacefully disappeared. The ancient reunion quickly transformed into a direct obstacle standing between Kai's group and the truth hidden deeper within the underground complex. The horned woman turned her attention toward Kai and questioned whether he was connected to Bai Krauser. Her interest in him seemed unusual, as though she already knew something important about the people traveling with him. Kai remained cautious, realizing that the enemy standing before them possessed knowledge far beyond what he had expected. The woman then revealed that she recognized Abyss and even referred to Kai as the Master of Abyss. She expressed disbelief that someone associated with an artificial human described in ancient records was standing before her. The revelation shocked Kai, who realized that the legends and forgotten histories surrounding Abyss were more real than he had imagined. Celas stepped forward and declared that they would continue their advance regardless of resistance. The horned woman responded with confidence, identifying herself as a replicant created specifically for warfare. She dismissed Celas as an outdated model and showed no concern about facing her in battle. The tension between them rose even further. Kai attempted to avoid unnecessary conflict and pointed out that his group outnumbered their opponent. He suggested that they should be allowed to pass peacefully. However, the horned woman immediately rejected the proposal. She made it clear that no outsider would be permitted to move beyond her position under any circumstances. Having refused all negotiation, the horned woman released her full power energy, surged around her body as she proudly declared her strength. The chamber filled with overwhelming magical pressure, and the final chance for a peaceful resolution disappeared. With both sides standing their ground, the battle was about to begin in earnest. The battle began immediately after negotiations failed. As the horned warrior unleashed her power, Yuri stepped forward and activated a defensive ability known as the Sanctuary of the Valkyrie. A powerful barrier formed around the group just as a devastating attack crashed into them. The shield absorbed the impact, protecting Kai and the others from the initial assault. Although the barrier held, Kai knew they could not remain on the defensive forever. He called out to Ren and asked whether she could handle the enemy. Ren appeared eager for the opportunity. Having received an order directly from her lord, she viewed the battle as a chance to prove her strength. Kai quickly organized his team. He instructed Abyss to remain near Yuri and protect her, while the barrier remained active. Since Yuri was maintaining the group's defense, keeping her safe became their highest priority. With their roles decided, the group prepared to shift from defense to offense. The horned warrior noticed their strategy immediately. Confident in her own abilities, she mocked the idea that they could simply remain behind a shield. Rather than waiting for another exchange of spells, she moved forward herself, determined to break through their defenses with direct force. Lightning and energy swirled around her body as she accelerated across the battlefield. Her speed and power increased dramatically as she charged toward Kai's group. The underground chamber shook from the force of her advance. With both sides now fully committed, the battle entered its first true clash as the distance between them rapidly disappeared. As the horned warrior rushed forward, she suddenly froze in shock. The magical energy surrounding her attack vanished completely before it could reach its target. For the second time, her carefully prepared spell had been erased. Unable to understand what had happened, she realized that her opponents possessed an ability capable of directly interfering with magic itself. Before she could recover, Ren launched a counterattack. A blast of energy shot toward the horned warrior, forcing her to defend herself. The exchange pushed the battle into close-range combat. The enemy attempted to retaliate with her own magic, but Ren continued pressing forward without giving her an opportunity to regain control. The horned warrior demanded an explanation for the strange phenomenon. Ren calmly revealed that she had been manipulating the surrounding mana. By interfering with the flow of magical energy, she had disrupted the enemy's spells before they could be completed. The revelation left the horned warrior frustrated, as her greatest advantage was suddenly unreliable. At that moment, Ren released more of her true strength. Flames erupted around her body as she displayed a powerful ancient magic. The overwhelming heat and pressure spread throughout the chamber. Her transformation demonstrated that she was far stronger than an ordinary mage and capable of wielding abilities from a forgotten age. The horned warrior refused to be intimidated. Despite the setback, she mocked the display and prepared another attack. Determined to prove her superiority, she gathered her remaining power and charged forward once again. The clash between the two ancient warriors intensified as neither side showed any intention of backing down. The battle erupted into a fierce close-range clash. Ren charged directly at the horned warrior, striking with overwhelming force before the enemy could fully recover from the disruption of her magic. The horned warrior attempted to counterattack, but Ren matched every move. The exchange of blows sent shockwaves across the chamber as both ancient warriors pushed their abilities to the limit. The fight spread throughout the entire hall. Ren moved with incredible speed, forcing the horned warrior to defend from multiple directions. Lightning and magical energy flashed through the air as attacks collided. Despite her confidence, the horned warrior found herself gradually losing control of the battle's pace as Ren continued pressing forward relentlessly. Refusing to surrender, the horned warrior launched another powerful strike. Ren met the attack head-on, and the two exchanged another violent collision. The impact shook the surrounding area, but Ren maintained the advantage. Her experience and control over ancient magic allowed her to keep overwhelming her opponent's defenses. Seeing the opportunity, Kai decided to end the confrontation. He activated Tenohira and targeted the horned warrior while Ren kept her occupied. Before the enemy could react, the ability took effect. The horned warrior suddenly disappeared from the battlefield, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The horned warrior found herself transported to an unfamiliar location. Looking around in confusion, she could no longer sense the immense power she had relied on during the battle. Her strength had vanished completely. As Kai and his companion stood nearby, she struggled to understand what had happened. For the first time since the battle began, the once confident guardian realized she was no longer in control of the situation. After being pulled into Kai's Tenohira world, the horned guardian crashed onto the ground and immediately noticed a major change. The immense power she had used during the battle was gone. Her connection to her strength had been completely cut off, leaving her unable to fight. As she struggled to understand what had happened, Kai calmly observed her and told her to recover. The guardian finally realized that she had been completely defeated. While the guardian was still confused, several residents of Tenohira approached her. Instead of treating her like an enemy, they welcomed her without hesitation. One of them even showed affection toward her, while others watched with curiosity. The guardian was surprised by the peaceful atmosphere. For the first time, she encountered people who showed kindness instead of hostility. Kai then turned his attention to Enel. Since the Guardian would remain inside Tanohira for the time being, he wanted someone reliable to watch over her. Kai entrusted the responsibility to Enel and asked her to keep an eye on the former enemy, while the rest of the group continued their mission. Enel considered the request carefully. Normally, living beings were not allowed to stay inside Tanohira. However, the Guardian was an artificial human rather than an ordinary person. After thinking it over, Enel accepted Kai's decision and agreed to supervise her. With the matter settled, Kai gathered everyone together. He praised his companions for their teamwork and acknowledged that the victory had only been possible because everyone had contributed during the battle. The group briefly enjoyed the successful outcome before focusing that they could not remain there any longer. Their investigation was not yet complete, and valuable time had already been spent dealing with the Guardian. Determined to continue forward, he instructed the group to move out immediately. Following the clues they had gathered, the group eventually arrived before a large sealed door hidden deeper within the underground complex. According to the information they had learned, the room beyond could only be opened from the inside. Believing that important answers awaited beyond the entrance, Kai and his companions prepared to uncover the next secret hidden beneath the cathedral.